I do think we are back. Bum, ba, bum, bum, bum. Brr. Hey, cool. It looks like it's even coming up the right way on the... Right, very cool. Very cool. All right. Oh, let me announce this, etc., etc. It's cool music. Guinness is a meal, and it's all the food groups represented. That's right, all the food groups represented. Did everybody leave? All right. So we have the true holdouts, the ones seriously invested in seeing this DPS goodness here that we're about to come up with. Notice the Tevinter style statues here with the chantry going on. Just saying, especially the little unicorn horn on that dude over there on the right. That seriously reminds me of that statue in the Impree. If we get to the Impree, I'll show you what I'm talking about. It's under that bridge. What's up, Mike? Anyway, all right. So let's see if we even have a character. I'm pretty sure we still got a character. Might need some coffee for this one. Might need coffee for, well, just because it's coffee. Alright, so that was a warrior. Level 12? I think that was that character. We're already Exalted Plains, so that means we've already made it to Skyhold, right? Because Exalted Plains doesn't unlock until after that. Alright. Okay, I have no idea where exactly the western approach. Yeah, and you even see statues like that down in Dwarven Tighes. I'm just saying. So wherever the Dwarven religion stemmed from, and wherever the Tevinter Chantry, which we haven't really gotten to see yet, it's vaguely described by Dorian. In that long conversations you can have with Dorian, he describes the Tevinter Chantry having basically a male divine. Other than that, don't know. So you got the male divine, and then you got the counterpart, which is female divine. Okay, I have a large focus ability. Let's see. I have... Okay, let me just look at my build. Got Dorian with me. That's good. All right, let me look at my build. Make sure we don't have to go respec. At least we got a level 12 character to start with, so we don't have to start from scratch. Okay, that's solid. That's solid. Okay. Working on that. That's what we're going to want. Yeah, we're going to definitely want that. Going to want that. We're going to want that. Okay. Totally going to want that. Don't care about that. Don't care about that. focus is good too. For the rift, Mark of the Rift. Man, drop the Mark of the Rift, then drop Static Cage on top of that. That's ridiculous. Be able to explore Tevinter in a year? I don't think Dragon Age is coming out in a year, dude. I seriously doubt that. I mean, Andromeda isn't even out yet. So I think you're looking at about 4 years. Okay, I need to upgrade that. I got this. It's been a year. Speaking of a year, it's been a year since I played this. Okay, so we're at level 12. I don't know if we've done that yet. Okay, let's see. What am I looking at on? So I'm just rolling with that, huh? That's fine. And I've obviously not working on any particular. Okay, let's see. Where's Cassandra? What's she got? Oh, we've already been there. Okay. You get that at Crestwood. So I know we've already done that. Just give me a second to figure this out. Don't need any of that shit right there. Don't need that either. Okay. All right, we can equip everybody. That's trash. Just get through all this junk. Winter Pact. Okay, I need the... For Blackwall. Okay, I don't know what that is. Don't need that, don't need that, don't need that. Let me give her that for a while. Grappling chain. Okay, good deal. Oh, it's garbage. Nobody's using that either. All right. We want that shit anyway. And we got a bunch of trash. I ain't gonna worry about that for right now. I'll make my own later. Get rid of all this low damage garbage. I don't think anybody could use this. So maybe bull. Yeah. Apparently I have. Hey, what's up, Kenneth? Nothing. I just finished up my Fallout build. Basically done with that. Got a little bit of footage. Now I want to finish this up. We've got to get a belt. I think it's called the Belt of the Gamordan Stormrider. Okay. I got to remember my combo. Right. Electric Cage. That's Dispel. That's my mark. All right. So. And look at the way my mana is regenning. Drop that. Then drop that. Okay. And that's my basic trigger, and that's my escape. Okay, I think we're good. I'm not sure where we've been or what we've done here. Okay, this is... That's the camp. You've got a point to spend. Okay, let's get critical chance for everybody in the party. That's deactivated. That's deactivated. Okay, we're good on that. Okay. Got that. Start working on those. Okay, let's go ahead and get that for you. That'll probably be the next one for me, too. Actually, no, I'm going to upgrade my barrier next, and then... Okay, which way was I going? This way? Actually, why don't we stop at camp? It's cool we already got our specialization. Now we can just play. We can just go kill shit. Hey, Grouchy. I think I remember why I dropped this build. I think I remember now. I didn't feel like going and looking for an electric belt.
Word for you.
What is it?
This may be worthwhile.
Okay, let's see what we got. Let's go ahead and restock everything. All right, so what sounds good for me is... I think I want pitch grenades. Oh, everybody's got pitch grenades already. Okay, so I'm right in there. I don't know what I have upgraded yet or not. So Alright, so we get to see how effective this can really be. I think... Oh, what's this dragon here? I don't remember what level this dragon is. But... I'm not really keyed in on anything in particular right now.
Inquisitor.
I can dispel, too. Okay. Let's go fight this dragon. Well, no better way to warm up than fighting a dragon, right? Since I'm not stuck with just electric right now. It'd probably be a good idea to go to the war table and see what we haven't done, because if we haven't done Wicked Eyes, Wicked Hearts yet. Then we can go get a skill point with that. We're only level 12 and this build is... It's set. I have all my skills at level 12. So, this is not as late developing as I thought it was. Uh-oh. Cassie goes commando, huh? Okay, so let's get an overview of this. Okay, key abilities are this. An extended barrier. This and the upgrade. Magic resistance per hit. That's nice. So it's just stacking damage. Future weapon damage. Okay, so I'm going to want that. I'm going to want this. I'm going to want this, this, and this. And with Cassandra, I'm going to want to upgrade this to pull in all enemies. I'm going to upgrade her a little bit differently. And then I'm going to set her up with Horn of Valor so she gives everybody a 30% damage bonus. So that's what she's working on next. And that's level 12. So that's really early developing, because I say most builds are complete around level 15. I'd say that's about fair. Oh, nice. Night Enchanter never really went that route. Messed with it a little bit in multiplayer and saw kind of what people were doing with it. Basically trying to make it basically a tank, kind of a tank mage type thing. I'm like, oh, okay, whatever. So I never really messed with it much.
Good to see you, Your Worship.
I think that would mean playing with it kind of basically for a while to get a feel of what it can do, and then, you know, trying to tweak it and stuff. So I'd like to see what you can come up with. fucking this. This. Not this again. All right. So my character's just going to wait right here. Just wait right there. Everybody waiting? Except Vivian? Looks like even Vivian's waiting. Well, imagine that. Alright, which one does this control? Of course it does. That controls that. That's the last of those. Oh, and we got to get in there. All right, so let me open this. Okay, this should be able to. One more, right? Okay. So we'll get Cassandra in here. Hold. Dorian over here. It's maybe the quickest I've ever solved this. Okay. No. Why Cassandra move? Okay. Hold only works when it feels like it, I guess. Okay. Hold. Okay. Hold. Okay. Hold. She's coming here. Pull this. Just go back and let Cassandra out. Get over here. Yeah. Getting fisted by the Maker doesn't end well when you're playing with friendly fire on. Nice. Okay, those look like demonic embers of demonicness, so I'm gonna blame that on Solus, just because it's Solus. He's such a bitch. Superb amulet of cunning. I'm trying to decide what I want to use as my amulet. There's right there. Wow. Instantly. Okay. Oh, I'm totally fucking... This motherfucker. We're not supposed to be fighting him yet, but I need Cassandra to get in there and do her thing. That was a quick reload. No, that lag shit is annoying. I'm doing no damage with that. Off my fucking dick. That's what my character's saying. My character's a chick. Get off my dick. And you're on my dick again. Okay, I think I get it that you're tanky. Okay, you're tanky corpses. I get it, but fucking wrong damage type for this bullshit. This is really, really, really fucking annoying. God. This fucker's at full health again? Okay, just me and Varric, I guess. And we got another one? What the fuck? What the fuck level are these, man? 12s? No, I'm not believing that. Just will not die. It just won't die. Just won't. Won't. This is ridiculous. All right. This is insane. I couldn't ever get Cassandra back up because of the... Wow. It's just... Wow. That's just brutal right there. Okay, apparently whatever there is right here, they're guarding the fuck out of that. They're guarding that. That dog shit. They were guarding that. Seriously? Wow. Okay. Yeah, I'm totally not getting it. I don't think I can say not worth it loud enough. Okay, that was trash. They certainly wanted to make sure I didn't get whatever that was. Okay, let's destroy everything that's not worth anything at all. Which is almost all the staffs are usually worth a little bit. These are worth anything. 2 gold, maybe. Maybe. 2 gold. 1 gold. Looks like we got a little bit of research material stuff. Cookies for everyone? Oh, cookies? I like cookies. I don't really think I'm down with every time I do any damage whatsoever, the frame rate drops to 1 frame per 5 seconds. I don't think I'm down with that, though. That's like totally not cool. I can say that. I can say that's not what's happening right there. Something's got to be done about that. Yeah, this whole coming in on a character that I have no idea where we were even at when we last played. Our damage is pretty decent right now, considering we're just running with just trash. Okay, this actually. All right. Anybody want to do some Googling, or do I need to do this? I don't have a problem with doing it, but we need to go find 2 items, or we need to find the location or the means of getting 2 different items. How did she not draw any threat either? Okay, here's the good thing. Why can't my character move? Just... character's frozen in place. Serious lag every time we do damage. This is something's off. Can't be that many issues with the game. Not that many. Yeah, something's. Okay, I certainly don't need that.
Just when it couldn't get any worse.
We'll figure it out. Figure out what's, I haven't played a mage in a while. Maybe I'm just not used to some things that... Well, they did a really good job with the water and the lily pads and stuff. Look at that. Even where you're moving around and jumping, that's really nice, actually. Okay, we're just going to burn up all of our potions now and get these fade rifts out of here. That's why I'll come clear all this shit out so we can come right back here. Gee, I had to side with the mages. Is that the only way to get it? I'm dead because I can't. Okay, I don't agree with this. No. Nobody can draw a threat at all. So if that's the only way to get that, then this build is already fucked from the start. I'm totally not starting over. Yeah, that's one thing I'm not going to do. Damn. Lots of spawns here. Once again, wrong damage type for this. with the witches. This is spamming witches. You are immediately. I'm not attention seeking, but the first thing I say to introduce myself is, who remembers me? I need positive confirmation, please. Please see me. Tell me how much you love me. Dude, I don't even know you. You're welcome here, but that's not well. You're welcome here, but that's not. To start off with that, attention seeking in the process of saying you're not attention seeking, that doesn't win any favors with people who have an IQ above 3. So, if you can't get yourself straight, then somebody's probably going to get annoyed with you and kick you again, because that's unacceptable. That's unacceptable in any social setting. Nobody, that's annoying. Nobody wants that. Don't do that. If you do that, that'll be annoying, and you'll continue to get this as long as you keep doing that. Stop doing that, and you won't get this from everybody that you meet everywhere. Simple enough? I think that's pretty simple. What are we fighting? Oh, we're fighting that. And you ran past through everybody to come fuck with me, huh? All right. Let's see. Uh-huh. Alright, this version of Bell can be got from a Trials chest only in the Superb version, only in Trespasser. Alright, so we need it from the Trials chest then. That's what we're gonna have to farm for, is get that thing in the Trials chest. I've gotten it before in the Trials chest. I'm pretty sure, at least once, so it's not completely hopeless. Ow, 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 ow.
It was always a good day at the Varantium Circle when the sulfur came out.
Alright, so let's go back to the camp real quick. Minotaur killed with Dorian. I can go do that with Dorian. Alright, let's re-up on everything. We're gonna go try to fight a dragon. I don't remember what level dragon this is. Anyone know what level the Exalted Plains dragon is? I'm trying to think if he drops anything tonight. He drops the Dexterity Amulet. That'd be good for... I think I gave Varric Malika's Guard, though. I think I did. Let's see. No? He's using Dexterity. Which is fine. Malika's Guard seems to give him a dexterity bonus too, though. It doesn't make a whole lot of difference with him either way, honestly. If, Yeah, honestly, I think he gets a dexterity bonus with both of them. Seems like Malika's Guard has an attack bonus and dex bonus, but it reduces flanking attack bonus, which, like, who really cares? Venatori Tome. What the hell were these guys doing here? Yeah, we're gonna need that belt though, regardless. We'll just keep going back and checking on the chest and see if we get lucky, I guess. Now, if you say like the regular belt is gotten through the war table, you don't. The regular belt, I think what that does is it reduces your health by 50% and it gives you like a 10% damage bonus. The enhanced belt gives you at least a 20 or 30% damage bonus. That's what I'm looking for. But 10% is almost not worth it anyway, you know what I mean? Alright. I think this dragon's level 15 or 16, so I'm seriously doubting that we can fuck with it. But, we got cold and fire. It's susceptible to both of those, just not susceptible to electric, so let's see. Ah, he's level 15. We're not fucking with it. Yeah. Asking a lot. God damn it. I don't know. Fuck, that was fast. Oh, he one-shotted everybody? God damn. I can't out. I don't think I can out-damage him. He's one-shotting the whole party with a simple swipe. Sure, what we can do with that. We need Vivian here. Fuck Varric. Yeah, Varric's no good on this fight. We're already outmanned, way out-leveled. I'd like to find a way to do this, but I think we need Vivian here. I'll try it one more. I don't think we can get down past the end, but we'll see. I don't think we can do this. What's up, Austin? How's it going? I don't think we can even come close, to be honest. Oh, you fucking switched your aggro, bitch! That was bullshit. I was just weak as fuck.
I'm injured.
I don't know why Cassandra's freaking out over here. Cassandra's getting us killed. What? Hold on. What the fuck? There's no reason for her not to be targeting the dragon. She's wandering around. Well, makes no fucking... She's never done this before. I have no idea. It's just because I'm playing this shitty-ass fucking classic character right now. I don't know why she's acting like that. That's very strange. Jan's just going full dipshit. Just makes no sense. She doesn't do that. Wherever you send her, that's where she's always gone. This is a very absolute very first time for this. We're not even supposed to be here fucking with this dragon. So, I mean, I get it, but her behavior is off. She's not supposed to be doing that. I'll try one more time, and then we're going to go do something else. There's really nothing I need from this dragon anyway, to be honest, but just thought I'd... There go like all of our potions in one. Why am I taking wind damage inside the wind circle? You don't have to fucking cheat, bitch. I'm already out leveled by 3 levels. You don't have to fucking cheat. That's weak. Weak ass bitch. Pussy. That's like fucking The Rock going into a nursery, beating up on little babies, and taking steroids to do it. The fuck? There's no need. Never mind. Why is Cassandra standing there? What the fuck? Okay. Get me the fuck out of there! God damn it! Go fight him! God damn it! Beat your wings for a big dig. And my cooldown's on 45 minutes now, all of a sudden, magically. That's it. That's it. Alright, so occasionally it breaks the AI on my companions to make sure that we can't beat this thing. It just breaks the AI. Just makes your companions stop fighting and stand still and kill themselves if necessary to make sure you can't win it. Okay, well I think that's cheap as fuck, personally. I think that's weak if you've beat the mechanics and the mechanics just break to sabotage you. How's that respectable? Weak sauce. Weak. That's weak as fuck. Whatever the game needs to do to get itself off, I guess. I don't know. I'm not impressed. Alright, so I'm gonna go back here. I'm gonna see what we've unlocked on the war table. Harsh, man. I'm literally sitting there watching Cassandra stop fighting. Just stop. Turn away from the dragon and just run in circles, waiting for the AoE to hit her. Too many times in one fight for me to not say that that's broken. We were doing some damage to the dragon. True enough, it wasn't much. Let's go see what our trials reward is. Let's go see if we get lucky. I don't know. We weren't supposed to be fighting that dragon yet anyway. But I've beat that dragon at level 12 before. I'm pretty sure I have.
Worship?
With more trials active, as a matter of fact. So, I mean, true enough, I think it was with my assassin. That's I think, in my opinion, the easier of the... Well, I don't know, the water kind of makes it a little difficult. Makes Cassandra take a little extra damage, but
What can't we do in a place like this?
I think it's one of the easier of the electric dragons, in my opinion. Diamonds? Oh, okay, you're gonna let me know that I'm not gonna not get lucky. I mean, it's just gonna be shit on. Is that what it's telling me? Okay. Thanks for that. For nothing. Damn. Alright, Well, that's not awesome. Not awesome at all. Alright, what do we got here? It's 10 attack, minus 50 healing. Nobody's using that. Alright.
This is where a smith should be.
What do I don't have? Okay. All right. Well. My characters are only level 12. I don't have level 20 gear on this level 12 character because I'm not level 20, Mud. Okay. Alrighty then. So the only way I can get that belt is out of the chest. I think of what else I can use instead. Okay.
We cannot neglect our soldiers' training.
Can we neglect roads? Our allies cannot take the same route through the mountains we did.
There it is right there. I didn't side with the mages, I sided with the Templars. I always side with the Templars, so I can get the free attribute points or whatever. That's it right there, Belt of the Storm Pack. I'm 99% sure. Imagine that. Huh. Alright, so we haven't done Wicked Eyes, Wicked Hearts, right? Okay, so we can get the mask. That's legit. What is it? What does it cost? 30? Why don't we go do that right now? I'm going to unlock this real quick so we can have it unlocked.
Anyone?
I believe that's it.
Nothing yet.
$12 through 15. That sounds good to me.
We have to reach the Empress before Corypheus.
Yeah.
The only question is, how?
We know
Pluto, what's up, man?
I have our way in. The real question is, where is our enemy hiding? At the urging of Grand Duchess Floriana.
That's it. Well, yeah, but I didn't, Robin, I didn't do the,
Everyone
I just sided with the
During the
Templars.
festivities, Celine will be meeting for peace talks with your usurper Duke Gaspard.
Pretty,
and
yeah, I
Ambassador
know I did.
Brienne.
I know I did.
The
I've
assassin
sided with the
must
mages
be
once, I
hiding
think, to
within
get a
one of these
trophy.
factions.
I think there was a trophy involved with it or something. Something. I don't.
We shouldn't waste any time. Let's go to the Winter Palace.
Well, that's cool. Okay, well. That may have been, you know, that right there. It seems like I remember that war table stuff coming up. That may have been why I think, do I need Varric for anything? Not really. I don't really need Varric for anything. But that may have been why I dropped the character, because I had built this mage specifically to do this specifically. And I was like, I think I can remember thinking to myself, if I have to take a chance that I get it dropped in the loot chest, I've never had luck, ever. I can lose a coin flip 700-800 times in a row without it. Literally, I can call heads or tails 700-800 times in a row and never win one single coin flip and not be surprised by it. It's a little degrading. It's a little depressing, but it is what it is. Never had luck. If I need a particular item to drop, I swear if the loot chance for something to drop is a 1% chance for it to drop, and then you got a 1% chance for a particular item to drop, I can hit that 1% loot drop chance 500 times. And let's say it's a 1% chance for something to drop, but it's a 90% chance that you'll get a particular item, and I need that item. And it's only a 10% chance you can get one of 2 or 3 different items. I'll get that drop hundreds of times. It'd be like, wow, you're lucky. I never get that drop. Oh, I get the drop all the time, but the only one thing that I actually want, I never get. And it'll be a 90% chance to get it. And I'll have a 10% chance to get everything else. And I'll pull 100 of everything else and never once hit that 90%. Seriously, so I'm like, if I need this to drop in a chest in particular, I'll never get it. I'll never get it. Not when I'm looking for it. I'll get it on a rogue or something. I'll get it on a character that I don't need it on. But never know. I mean, it could happen. It won't, but it could. Isn't that what Iron Bull says? It could happen. It won't, but it could. Bring Vivian. I've never gone with this crew. I don't need Varric for anything. Not really. No, Mud. I think you're right. I think that's what it says. I think the wiki says that you have to have sided with the mages to get that particular, et cetera, et cetera. No, I think you're right. Actually, because I'm remembering, this was a long time ago. I don't remember even when we worked on this character. It's at least 6 months, if not a year ago. I mean, it's been forever. But I remember thinking something like that. Like someone saying that you're not going to get this belt because you sided with the Templars. I remember somebody saying that. I remember reading that somewhere. In fact, we were looking it up. And then that the chance for the belt only comes in the chest, and the odds of getting it are slim to none. But doesn't matter. Hey, we got it. We got at least the basic shit version of it, which isn't going to help a whole lot, but it's something. Yeah. RNG for me is no RNG. I get no chance whatsoever.
Inquisitor Trevelyan,
character looks terrible.
It is an honor to meet you at last. Bringing the Templars into your ranks was not just a brilliant military move, but a clever political ploy as well. Imagine what the Inquisition could accomplish with the full support of the rightful Emperor of Orlais.
And which one was the rightful one again? I keep getting them confused.
The handsome, charming one, of course, my lady. I am not a man who forgets his friends, Inquisitor. You help me, I'll help you. My lady, are you prepared to shock the court by walking...
You'll help me to get the Inquisition nice and strong so the Orlesians can come in and take over the Inquisition and turn it into a new chantry political machine.
I can't imagine that crowd has seen anything better than us in their entire lives.
You're a woman after my own heart, my lady. As a friend, perhaps there is a matter you could undertake this evening. This elven woman, Briala, I suspect that she intends to disrupt the negotiations. My people have found these ambassadors all over the fortifications. Sabotage seems the least of their crimes.
Tell me there's more to your suspicion than the elves were acting dodgy.
That Ambassador Briala
The elves were acting dodgy. That's all the evidence I need. The elves are acting dodgy.
For crimes against the Empire to cover up a political. If anyone.
I'm done talking. I'm done talking. I said I'm done talking.
The mage? No, there must be some mistake.
So if you come as a mage, you immediately get disapproval?
Find my ring.
Is this the ring you were looking for?
You are a treasure. I cannot believe you found it. You have saved me a lifetime of mortification. How can
I just
thank
got
you
minus
enough?
5 for gaining 5. I just gained 5 and got minus 5. Can someone please explain to me why the game is penalizing me for something I got? Not that I really give a fuck, but it's I question when I get 5 of something that the result is you take 5 away from me. So I'm losing 10. Someone please explain. Something's wrong. Something's wrong. Cassandra broken, my character freezing in place. Get 5 gold, you lose 5 gold. Get 5 approval, you lose 5 approval. Something's wrong. One more thing and I'm reloading the game. I'm just going to assume that it's just broken. No surprise there, I guess.
This is a private conversation. Please leave.
No, I started at 50. I'm down to 35. I'm looking at it. I started at 50. So minus 10 would make it 40, right? Is that right?
Interesting.
Or did I, if I started at 40, that makes sense. All I saw was minus 10 and then minus 5. Maybe it changed the 10 to a minus 5. Is that what you're saying? Maybe. Okay, that's fine. If that's the case, then cool. If not, then I'm seriously going to have a problem with the game taking away from me what I earn. Here's your legendary item, so we're stripping you of all your gear. Yeah, right? You know, oh, thanks. So every time I get a drop, it takes something from my character. Oh, that ring you had? You don't have it anymore.
Not yours now. Just pray.
All right, anyway. Like I said, one more dodgy thing, and I'm reloading. I find that unacceptable. Dodgy elves, shifty, scandalous secrets. Okay, so the way they have this set up is you can't complete all the quests here on one playthrough. Like, if you want to get all the coins, I think you can get all the statues and all the coins, but if you do that, you can't get all the letters. And if you want to get all the letters, like, you can't get all the coins. Anyway, there's... Basically, because there's only enough statues to open a couple doors. One of the doors just has loot in it. And that's it. And so, if you want that, you probably have to sacrifice some of the other doors to do it. Anyway, there's only 2 that I'm really concerned with. So I'm going to save this statue for later.
A moment, if you please. I must warn you before you go inside. How you speak to the
35? Okay, you started at base 40? I thought you started at base 50 with the human. Okay, well that's fine. Then that's right. I think it's right.
Is measured and evaluated for weakness.
Don't they sound delightful? I'm shocked we haven't invited the court to dinner at Skyhold.
The game is like Wicked Grace played to the death. When you are safer staring down Corypheus.
You're just...
Everything will be fine.
So, bottom line, backstabbing, murdering, incestuous nobles who sleep with their brothers and sisters and have so much money that and they're so bored that they have nothing else to do but get each other killed with political intrigue that no one cares about but themselves. Is that basically the Orlesians in a nutshell? The disgust. The announcement voice. Disgust. Oh, man. All right. We're still going to get our 100 court approval. Like, I really care about court approval. Come think of it. I really don't like the Orlesians.
And now presenting Grand Duke Gaspard de Chalon, and accompanying him, Lady Inquisitor Trevelyan of the Ostwick Circle of Magi.
See, why couldn't they have given us Origins like they did in Dragon Age Origins? Where if you started at the Ostwick Circle, why couldn't you start in the Circle? I guess there wasn't enough story to make it worth anything other than a little side note. My character's hot. Nice walk.
Accompanying the Inquisitor, Seeker, Cassandra, Allegra, Portia, Calogera, Philomena.
Get on with it.
Pentagon, 14th cousin to the King of Navarra, 9 times.
Cousin, my dear sister.
Grand Duke, we are always honored when your presence graces our court.
Don't waste my time with pleasantries, Celine. We have business.
We will meet for the negotiation.
Inquisitor?
Lady Inquisitor, allow us to what an unexpected... We will set. Your arrival at court is like a cool... Let's hope the breeze, even though... How do you find Halam-Shiral? I have no... Your modest... Feel free. We look forward to watching you dance.
That was a loaded statement. Yeah.
Inquisitor, a word when you have a moment.
Scratch my itchy balls. All right. No, wait.
Tell me, Yvette, how are Mama?
Something my...
Are they in good
Oh, man, how exactly does... Yeah. Anyway, it's funny.
Perfectly happy in the studio.
It's true. The Templars have returned to the...
Have you heard from
I heard Celine was having the entire week.
Laurent was the love of my life.
Yeah, Sarah's definitely the funniest one. She got in there and rewrote this little thing. Oh, here's
He points the finger at Ambassador Brianna. The
friggin'
ambassador
Liliana being a traitor.
Can't be our focus. The best place to strike at Celine is from her side.
She's not a spy for the Inquisition. She's spying
Mysticism, foreseeing the
using the
future,
Inquisition
speaking with the dead.
and
That's
on the
rubbish.
Inquisition.
She has an occult advisor.
Yeah, wouldn't want to name her, would you, Liliana? Considering you spent, what,
The court, as if
the last blight with her, ending the blight, you know, camp, hero for Eldon,
and capable
all that
of
stuff.
anything.
Just don't want to mention any of that. Just want to, this is the vague details you're going to give us about this mysterious occult advisor who you know about as well as, probably better than any of your family members. See, her misinformation and lack of information here tells me that she not only knows who the assassin is, and she wants Celine dead, which is what Corypheus wants. So whoever Corypheus is serving, that's who Liliana's serving. That's who she's working for.
You should have told me this in the war room. I didn't suspect her until we arrived. The last time I was at court, she was merely Celine's pet. No one cared for her. They just enjoyed the drama. Now she has secured powerful friends. It's a very abrupt change. She's worth investigating. Can't be sure of anything here. Both leads point toward the guest wing. It's a promising place to start. I'll coordinate with
She
our
just
spies
she just
to
mysteriously
develop
knows
the
that too, huh?
I will be in the ballroom if you need me.
Nothing about that points towards the guest wing, come to think of it. So Liliana's basically saying she knows everything about what's going on. She's not going to tell you. She knows who Morgan's is. She's not going to tell you. Morgan winds up being essentially your strongest ally. Without Morgan, you can't even beat the game. Honestly. So, yeah, Liliana's definitely the bad guy.
Leave us. Interesting.
Definitely the bad guy. I'm gonna go make some coffee.
The package is in the guest wing. Upper room.
The one off the garden.
No. Liliana's specifically avoiding her association with Morgan and everything else. Hey, what's up, Justin? Shady redhead is shady. Obvious troll is obvious. Shady. Oh man.
Interesting.
Yes.
Might be something here. Better take a closer look.
Well, well, the Inquisition. Here as a guest of my nephew, no less.
I didn't know.
He was. What else should he do with his life?
Enough.
Philippe should have returned hours ago, dallying with some serving girl while I deal with Gaspard's vitriol.
Awfully self.
I've half a mind tonight. Thank you for listening.
My lady! My lady Inquisitor!
May we have a word? It is very important.
The Empress has sent us with a message for you.
Funny that she...
Oh, she could...
Empress Celine.
She will pledge her full support to the...
Let me get...
Oh. The support of the Empress is not conditional. It
Are they
will be
twins?
yours once the negotiations are concluded.
The Empress is the most skilled diplomat
Triplets?
in Thedas. Gaspard is hopelessly out of his depth.
That's almost kind of hot and creepy all at the same time.
Enjoy the masquerade.
Triplets and masks? Sorry. Is that a loot? Oh.
Interesting.
You must be mistaken.
No, I'm quite certain it was blood on the tiles.
Kicks stove. Kicks cookies. Yells at cookies. Kicks cookies.
With Gaspard and that elf woman here, the only one playing to win is Celine.
Cookies, bitch, cookies. Bitch ass cookies.
You only said that because you fancy the Empress's sped up estate.
Tiny Tina. Oh, I miss Tiny Tina. Might have to go play some Borderlands too.
Even you cannot deny that the Templars abandoned the faithful in their darkest hour. How can you condone that?
Those missiles, badonkadonks.
You should be brought to heel, if you ask me.
Badonkadonks.
This is a private conversation.
If I heard correctly, you'd like to stop the rebel mages. We share a common goal.
We have had enough of the powers and the raids and the constant threat of violence. My steward will contact your ambassador. I have skilled people who could be put to great use.
Gentlemen.
Yeah, my mage isn't trying to hear all that mage bullshit either. Gotta stop all those shits giving mages a bad name. Mages work hard enough doing that on their own. They don't need help from these idiots. You heard things. Things. Silver Nugfoot. What? That's all I really need. We got to get our electric belt in our loot chest now. I just found a silver Nugfoot. It's got to be charmed. Got to be. I think it's this one, isn't it? Yeah, that's it. Okay, the jump and activate and everything button is the same button. So guess whatever was in there. Isn't this exciting? Scandalous secrets are scandalous. Lucky pig bunny. That's what I'm talking about. Believe in the lucky pig bunny charm, because it believes in you. Scandalous secrets are scandalous. How come? Am I missing something? Oh, I am. I'm missing something. Something very, have no idea what it's for, important.
I need more servers in the ballroom.
Conspicuous elven servants.
Did you hear what Gaspar said to Duke Germain? His own.
There we go.
Well, well.
Forgot to go grab this.
What's
Shifty nobles are shifty. Lucky pig bunny charms are lucky.
Get these pastries out to the diplomats.
The Duchess has asked for 2 minutes.
Okay, we need to go be
That's the
fashionably late.
I should get back to the ballroom.
Okay, I think we get to meet Morgan here, right?
Well, well.
Yeah.
What
Well,
have
well.
we here?
So sexy.
Leader of
Sexy
the
Morgan
new
is sexy.
Inquisition, fabled herald of the faith, delivered from the grasp of the Fade by the hand of blessed Andraste herself.
Or something like that.
What could bring such an exalted creature here to the Imperial Court, I wonder?
Notice your Inquisitor is smiling because your Inquisitor likes Morgan. That's true too, though. Yeah. It still counts.
We may never know. Courtly intrigues and all that.
Such intrigues obscure much, but not all. I am Morrigan. Some call me advisor to Empress Celine on matters of the arcane.
Oh, back while this is playing out.
Have been very busy this evening, hunting in every dark corner of the palace. Perhaps you and I hunt the same prey.
I don't know. Do we?
You are being coy.
I'm being careful.
Not unwise, here of all places. Allow me to speak first, then. Recently I found and killed
Such
an
suave.
unwelcome guest within these very halls. An agent of Tevinter. So I offer you this, Inquisitor. A key found on the Tevinter's body. Where it leads, I cannot say. Yet, if Celine is in danger, I cannot leave her side long enough to search. You can.
Briala's people are whispering about disappearances in the servants' quarters. This key may lead there.
The ambassador does have eyes and ears everywhere, does she not? Proceed with caution, Inquisitor. Enemies abound, and not all of them aligned with Tevinter. What comes next will be most exciting.
Promises, promises, Morrigan. Is the bell gonna ring again? Oh, wait a second. Guess not. Whatever.
There's the Dowager. Don't make eye contact. She wouldn't want to speak and no one would actually.
I still remember the day they came.
Mistress Nightingale.
How the
What a pleasure.
Why would the Empress invite that elf for my life?
The
Inquisitor, to what do we owe this honor?
We will be happy to assist you if we can.
Her Imperial Majesty is unfortunately occupied at present. Good evening.
Until next time, Inquisitor.
Do take care.
Enjoy the masquerade.
Inquisitor Trevelyan. Slumming even more than usual.
Slumming.
You haven't dazzled the court this evening, but at least you've avoided. What brings you to me?
You might be interested in what I've found. It's about you, actually. You murdered negotiators and stole their documents.
In Orlesian politics, Inquisitor, murder and intrigue barely count as crime. If
Well, that
shocked
says a
you,
lot.
Wait until Celine shows her hand.
We'll speak more.
Another time, Inquisitor.
Murder. Murder and intrigue barely count as trying.
I had hoped to tour the royal.
Fuck Liliana. I'm not giving her any more secrets. Any more ammo to use against everybody.
This could be worth checking out.
Someone will be held accountable for this.
All right. Go with that. Let's go and get rid of some of this junk. What's this? 5 cunning? Oh, that's kind of cool. 6 cunning, nice. Ah, I was wondering what formal attire. Thought it looked pretty cool, actually, but... Okay. Defense. Go ahead and get her that. That's not very good. Oh well. I guess she was wearing this. Actually, you know what? I think I will actually let her wear that. Okay. Now. Got that set. A small amount of health is like half your health? Seriously? Make Dorian DPS. Wow. Oh, that's nice. I'll set Dorian up like my mage. Yeah, set Dorian up with frost abilities. Give him a frost staff, and because Winter's Grasp is really all he does, and fear. That's legit, actually. It's totally legit. Okay, so if that's the case, then I think it has to do with abilities, though. Like it has so much to do with your damage type. So that works for me.
Must be the elves Briala's people are looking for.
I like what Sarah says when she's in here with you. It's like, they didn't have anything better to do than to come kill a bunch of servants? Like, what? Are they bored or something? Seriously? Nothing better to do than that, huh? That says a lot. Dragonthorn, nice. Good there. Good there. Okay, let's start working on all this. Need to get that.
Let's look around.
Gotta get into the rhythm of this, man. I don't agree. I don't agree. Because the archdemon, whatever power is behind the darkspawn, whatever power is behind the archdemons, whatever power is behind Dumat, if it's not Dumat himself, is in opposition to something. And that something is what brings about the Warden, what brings about the Inquisitor, what brings about the Hawks of this world. The same powers behind the archdemon are not the same powers that fight in the archdemons. You know what I'm saying? So I can't.
This approach. They're organized.
What? Yes. Yes. That's what the fuck I'm talking about. Let this shit come together for once. Let all the pieces drop into place like they're supposed to. You know what I'm saying? Just one time. Beautimus. That's pitiful. Pitiful. Whose word was that? Grouchy, you remember whose word that was? Pitiful? Was that your word? Pitiful? Beautimus? Beautimus and pitiful. Okay. That's not it. There's a little side path somewhere that leads to a statue. Okay, I don't need an elf root. Sorry about that. Didn't mean to leave you all hanging in here by yourself. Cassandra really ties the team together. Without Cassandra, it's not near as effective. She's got to basically be a magnet. Okay, let's see. Get upstairs. Give him one of those. Still really not where we're heading, though. I think I'm going to get rid of the supply caches, too, to increase our chance of getting a drop. You're all on my dick. Okay. There, feel that then. Where did they come from? I think it alternates on those. If you get a Fade Touched item, it seems like the next one you get is always like the alternate version. You know what I mean? Like you gotta get 3 or 4 of them to get 2 of the same kind. Seems like it. I'm damn near tempted to just use the Belt of Urgency. I don't have any way to stay at low health, though. You know, I don't have any way to really manage that. Other than going jumping off ledges and stuff. That's not always the thing, so... I don't know that that's really viable. Well, apparently I'm looking for all the loot here. I hadn't intended to do that, but... Let's go back this way. Okay. 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 Enough. Got everything here. Where's the stairway up from here? There it is. There it is. Thank you. Bitch, get another barrier. You're a hoe to me. You are a hoe to me. Okay, is this the door we want? I think this is the door we want. Let me save right here, just in case. YouTube crashing on everybody? Ain't crashed on me yet. Not yet. Yeah, we need this locket.
An elven locket, stored away in a palace safe. Unwise, Celine.
Not yet. Okay. Alright, so lots of things I want, but I think the best thing for me right here is longer barrier. Yeah, we want that. We want that right now. Kick him in there, boo-boo.
Fancy meeting you here. Shouldn't you be dancing, Inquisitor? What will the nobility say?
No doubt there's a line of people breathlessly waiting for dances with me.
I wouldn't be surprised if there was. You cleaned this place out. Will take a month to get all the Tevinter blood off the marble. I came down to save or avenge my missing people. So, the Council of Errol's emissary in the courtyard. That's not your work, is it?
He was dead when I arrived.
I expected as much. You may have arrived with the Grand Duke, but you don't seem to be doing his dirty work. I knew he was smuggling his chevaliers, but killing a council emissary...
Okay, so the best ending really is to kill the Duke, because the Duke Gaspard, one way or another, he's eventually going to usurp and take the throne, and then try to conquer all of Thedas, really, for Orlais. He wants Orlais to be a one-world power, to own everything. So whatever Corypheus... Basically, I think their idea is to let Corypheus clean out some of the rabble, as long as the Orlesian forces can stop bleeding themselves, end the Civil War, and strengthen themselves, allow Ferelden and everyone else to get weakened, the Orlesians eventually usurp the Inquisition, take the Inquisition, and then conquer the world. That's Gaspard's plan. I wouldn't doubt that that's all their plans, one way or another, but Celine seems to be at least more amiable towards keeping peace rather than trying to conquer everything. Therefore, Corypheus wants her dead. Therefore, Liliana wants her dead. And Gaspard wants her dead.
Are you sure he's behind this? He was too easygoing for a man plotting
Don't let his charm blind you. I misjudged you, Inquisitor. What could you do with an army of elven spies at your disposal?
I already have that
You
with
should think
Liliana.
about it.
You know how to make a sales pitch up?
I do. I know which way the wind is blowing. And if you happen to lean a little bit our way?
More politics and double dealing. Is there anyone here who is not corrupt?
No, there's no one here who is not corrupt.
Conniving and backstabbing here makes me homesick.
Makes me homesick. Can't eat that. Okay, I found 6, but I only have a couple, so I need to find at least like 3 more, I think. They were good. You know, now this is just a possibility, but I don't think there's a phone provider, service provider that doesn't slow down your data usage and put a real bottleneck on your data stream after you've used a certain amount. And it is getting a little later in the month. It's possible if you've used a lot of data already, even if you have a quote-unquote unlimited data plan, after you get past a couple gigs, usually they restrict that shit to where you're getting like 10 kilobytes per every 5 minutes. You know, that type of shit. You can have it forever, but it's basically not worth having. Gotta wait for the second bell to be fashionably late. I personally don't do any of that shit with my phone.
That would be the second bell. Fashionably late now.
Fashionably late. Yeah, not really. I mean, sorta, but yeah, not really.
We met briefly.
They're gonna keep it. They'll restrict that shit to the point where you can't stream anything, like videos and stuff.
Why am I not at all surprised that you want to see me now?
This is Orlais, Inquisitor. Nothing happens by accident. I believe tonight you and I are both concerned by the actions of a certain Come, dance with me. Spies will not hear us on the dance floor.
Very well.
I'd be delighted. You are from the Free Marches, are you not? How much do you know about our little war?
What do you think I ought to know?
My brother and my dear cousin have been at each other's throats for too long. It took great effort to arrange tonight's negotiation.
So she's the one that arranged it.
The Empire is at stake. Neither one of us wishes to see it fall.
Do we both want that?
I hope we are of one mind on this.
In times like these, it's hard to tell friend from foe. Is it not, Your Grace?
I know you arrived here as a guest of my brother Gaspard, and have been everywhere in the palace. You are a curious...
Well, at least the Inquisitor can dance, because Shepard couldn't dance.
Concern to some.
Oh, Grouchy. Oh.
Am I the curiosity or the concern to you, Your Grace?
Blush, blush, blush.
Actually, this evening is of great importance, Inquisitor. I wonder what role you will play in it. Do you even yet know who is friend and who is foe? Who in the court can be trusted?
I only trust the Inquisition.
In the Winter Palace,
It's all that.
everyone is alone. It cannot have escaped your notice that certain parties are engaged in dangerous machinations tonight.
I thought dangerous machinations were the national sport in Orlais.
You have little time. The attack will come soon. You must stop Gaspard before he strikes. In the Royal Wing Garden, you will find the captain of my brother's mercenaries. He knows all Gaspard's secrets. I'm sure you can persuade him to be forthcoming.
We'll see what the night has in store, won't we?
You'll be the talk of the court for months. We should take you dancing more often.
I'd happily do more dancing, just not with Corypheus.
I promise not to invite him to your next ball.
Were you dancing with Duchess Florian?
More importantly, what happened in the servants' quarters? I heard there was fighting.
I hope you have good news. It appears the peace talks are crumbling.
The Grand Duchess told me there's proof Gaspard is in league with Tevinter.
She offered up her own brother? She's more cutthroat than I realized.
Then, the attack on the Empress will happen tonight.
Warning Celine is pointless. She needs these talks to succeed, and to flee would admit defeat.
Okay, so
Then perhaps
Colin's
we should
Colin's dumb as a rock right here. Then perhaps we should. Of course, that would be Corypheus. I mean, Leliana's proposal.
I won't stand by and let her die.
Listen to me carefully, Inquisitor.
She tries to talk you into it.
Chaos, even with
What
Celine
Corypheus
alive,
wants
that could still
is
happen.
Celine dead.
To foil his
We
plan,
learned
the
that at the
Empire
Templar
must remain
Fortress.
strong. This evening, someone must emerge victorious.
And it doesn't need to be Celine. She's right.
Do you realize what you're suggesting, Leliana?
Now she's playing
Sometimes
good
the
cop.
best path is not the easiest one.
You're asking me to decide what's best for Orlais.
More than that, whoever controls the Imperial throne will affect all of Thedas.
You cannot stop Corypheus without a decision. You must support someone, or all is lost.
Then we should support Celine. She is the rightful ruler. Why would we say otherwise?
Because she led Orlais to this point. I say Gaspard, provided his sister is wrong about him.
I would suggest Briala. She could
Briala,
bring true
huh?
peace, not
Ah,
only
the
to
underground
Empire, but
elves.
also
I
to
wonder if
the
Leliana's working with
This
Solus.
is, however, your decision, Inquisitor. Not
That's a
ours.
thought.
I can't decide this.
Colin just goes military,
You
not
must.
realizing because he's
Even
just
an
dumb as a
action
rock.
is a decision, Inquisitor.
You could speak to Celine in the ballroom, but she won't act.
I like
Not without
Josephine's tongue
If Gaspard
because it
is
has a life
guilty,
of its
he'll
own.
admit nothing. If he's innocent, he knows nothing. We need the truth.
What did Duchess Florian tell you?
She said Gaspard's mercenary captain is in the Royal Wing, that he knows about the assassination.
Which could be a
Or a lead. Then get me access.
at once.
Okay, I think I need to... I don't want to go there yet.
Need more servers in the ballroom. Where is everybody?
Maximilian swept me.
Mistress Nightingale, what a pleasure to see you again.
Does anyone have a report on the casualties and the dead?
Is there something we may do for you?
We do so enjoy speaking with you.
We will speak to the Empress on your behalf. I made a fascinating discovery.
Oh dear. That is very interesting.
I'll get Her Majesty.
Yeah, I think we had to do this.
Inquisitor,
Your
I
mind
regret
went
that we did not
elsewhere.
attempt to speak earlier. No doubt you have questions about many things.
The locket I found. It was a gift from Briala, wasn't it?
She gave it to me for my coronation. I don't know why I kept it. It was a foolish thing to do. What made the two of you part ways? She wanted change, and she thought I should deliver it. My word is law, Inquisitor, but laws don't command people's hearts. Culture does not transform itself overnight. I failed her. I should have dared more. But the past, like so many things, is beyond my command.
It's nice to see that even the Empress of Orlais makes mistakes.
Thank you for coming tonight, Inquisitor. I have business to attend, but I hope we will speak again.
Okay. I have to have done that. And we need to evidence that Gaspard is the traitor. I think that's all we need to do.
We can only hope Celine prevails tonight. Gaspard will ruin us.
Where is that lazy elf? I sent him down to the cellar for more.
It's been too long since I've had any word from Valroyaux.
Huh? Keep getting a search thing.
We need more servers in the ballroom. Where is everybody?
Are all the gnolls here?
Maker, I hope not.
Interesting.
I don't need this. I don't need it. Okay, why do I gotta manually? Never mind. Ah, scandalous secrets are scandalous. Ah! Garbage. Her bitch ass out the window.
Oh, thank you. I hope you're not disappointed I stole your dance partner. No, not at all. No one's supposed to be here. Briala said... Oh, I shouldn't have trusted her. All sorts of... Briala probably... I knew. Now she wants to play Revolution, but I remember. She was sleeping with the Empress who purged our alienage. Would you be willing to... Absolutely. If the Inquisition will protect me...
Most Orlesians would say that's Celine's scandal, not Briala's.
Go to the ballroom. Find Commander Cullen. He'll keep you safe.
Thank you.
Ah. Nice. That should do it. That should be enough. Okay, I think we need to get into this room too.
Hello? Is anyone there? Somebody? Anybody?
I need one more. God damn it. It's not out here. Okay.
I'm thinking trap. Yes, definitely.
Okay, that should be enough now. Okay, so we get it. Evidence of Celine's involvement. You painted Orlesian assholes. Like that dude. I can't believe he stuck me in a demonic fade rift over a bill, and it's like, dude, you think all this happened over a bill? Well, when you put it like that. Oh, man. This dude in just his hat.
What happened?
It's not what it looks like. Honestly, I would have preferred it if it were what it looks like. The Empress led me to believe I would be rewarded for betraying the Grand Duke. This was not...
Yes, we started a trend. Traitorous Orlesians are traitorous.
I can imagine what you thought your reward would be.
Please, I beg you, don't tell Gaspard. The Empress beguiled me into giving her information about plans for troop movements in the palace tonight. She knows everything. Everything. The Duke's surprise attack has been countered before it ever began. She's turned it into a trap. The moment he strikes, she'll have him arrested for treason.
Clever Celine. Even I'm impressed.
I don't know which is worse. Celine for using such a tactic or him for falling for it.
Oh, Orlesians.
I'll protect you from Gaspard if you're willing to testify about Celine's trap.
I'll do anything.
Everyone in the Empire has gone completely mad.
Naked soldiers are naked. Alright. This is going to be interesting. This is a pretty nasty fade rift, and yeah. Simple as that, really.
Inquisitor, what a pleasure. I wasn't certain you'd attend.
Giving zero
You're
fucks.
such a challenge to read. I had no idea if you'd taken my bait.
I fear I'm a bit busy at the moment, if you were looking for a dance partner.
Yes, I see that. Such a pity you did not save one final dance for me. It was kind of you to walk into my trap so willingly. I was so tired of your meddling. Corypheus insisted that the Empress die tonight, and I would hate to disappoint him.
And Leliana's trying to do everything to help along with that.
You're not being kind, Florian. He's got to get used to disappointment.
But not today, I think. In their darkest... All I... A pity you kill her. It will make...
Come on. Well, at least get one of them. You're gonna feel this, bitch. You don't get to escape. You don't get to do shit. Yeah, suck on that. Bitch. Okay, I'm not fucking disabling that shit till I get my stuff. Last time it fucked me out of all this. Learning materials? Yeah. That's right. Give me your spirit droppings or whatever those things are. Yeah, he was surprised. He was remarkably chill, was he not? God. Oh, I want my stuff. Son of a bitch.
Just those tits. What was all that? Were those demons? There aren't any more of those blasted demons coming, right?
Good eye. Those were definitely demons.
Maker bless me. Demons? How could there be demons in the fucking Winter Palace? I knew Gaspard was a bastard, but I didn't think he'd feed me to fucking horrors over a damn bill.
You honestly believe you were captured, tied up, and thrown into a death trap because of a bill?
When you put it like that, it seems a bit odd. The Duke wanted to move on the palace tonight, but he didn't have enough fancy chevaliers. So he hired me and my men. He had to offer us triple our usual pay to come to Orlais. Sticky puns
I need you to tell them.
Impressively ruthless.
You saved my life. I owe you. You want me to talk to the Empress, or the court, or sing a blasted song in a chantry? I'll do it.
Ugh, you lose your fucking loot, man. Get blown the fuck up. So that's a male divine on the right. And a female divine on the left, and Droste, whoever or whatever that is in the middle. Is that a dwarf over there? A Tevinter and a dwarf in the middle? That's a dwarf in the middle. You can't tell me that's not a dwarf in the middle. See, it's shit like this where you find all the Dragon Age lore. This type of stuff. Dunno. What am I? Oh, I see. Haley! Haley's here? Hey, Haley! What's up? We're making this Uber mage, man. Uber mageness. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Get sexy with it. I'm not lying. I think this is stronger earlier than my other mage. This is stronger, I think. Plus, I'm coming up with some new ideas, so I think this is going to be nice. Once all is said and done. Yeah. Yeah, I think this is good. I don't have enough hollahs to open up any more doors. Holla. Next time we play Inquisition, everybody needs to chant holla every time we find a statue. Holla. Holla. You can't open that door because you don't have enough what? Holla. All right, let me save right here because.
It's been too long since I've had any word from Valuayu.
So Grouchy, you finally done with all that dough pimp slapping and cookie kicking that you had to do there to get all that bakery in line, to get all that bakage in line.
Thank the Maker you're back. The Empress will begin her speech. What should we do?
Okay.
Wait here, Cullen. I'm going to have a word with the Grand Duchess.
What? There's no time. The Empress will begin her speech any moment.
Holla!
We are the court one more show.
Everybody's so shocked.
Inquisitor.
The eyes of every noble in the Empire are upon us, Your Grace. Remember to smile. This is your party. You wouldn't want them to think you had lost control.
Who would not be delighted to speak with you, Inquisitor?
I seem to recall you saying, all I needed was to keep you out of the ballroom long enough to strike. When your archers failed to kill me in the garden, you saved me this last time.
Gasp!
It's so easy to lose your good graces. You even framed your brother for the murder of a council emissary. It was an ambitious plan. Celine, Gaspard, the entire Council of Heralds, all your enemies under one roof.
This is very entertaining, but you do not imagine anyone believes your wild stories? That will be a matter for a judge to decide, cousin. Gaspard?
And of course, they're all related.
I cannot believe this. You know
Pentagasp.
Gaspard?
Many pentagasp. Much disgusted noise.
You lost this fight ages ago, Your Grace. You're just the last to find out.
Check, please. Waiter, check, please. Bartender, checked.
I think we should speak in private, elsewhere.
Elsewhere.
Your sister attempted regicide in front of the entire court, Gaspard.
You're the spy master. If anyone knew this atrocity was coming, it was you.
You don't deny your involvement.
I do deny it. I knew nothing of Florian's plans. But you knew it all and did nothing.
I don't know which is better. That you think I'm all-seeing, or that you're trying so hard to play innocent and failing.
Enough. We will not bicker while Tevinter plots against our nation.
Yes, you will.
For the safety of the Empire.
That's all you're gonna do.
Answers.
I wouldn't have caught Florian in time without Briala's help.
You were working together.
Of course.
Gaspard murdered a Council of Heralds emissary. We found the body and the Duke's knife downstairs.
Oh, I think that's the wrong one.
The Council will not overlook such a horrendous crime, cousin.
It would be a horrendous crime, if it were true. But I have done no such thing.
Yeah, I think that was a setup by Briala.
Gaspard. Eventually, you'll convince somebody.
His own mercenary captain will confirm that Gaspard brought hired thugs into the palace for an attack.
Mercenaries. So much for your chevalier honor, cousin.
And of course, he made death threats to the Council of Heralds. Briala found all of this out for your sake, Celine.
In light of overwhelming evidence, we have no choice but to declare you an enemy of the Empire. You are hereby sentenced to death.
Okay, well that's good.
I think Ambassador Briala deserves some reward for uncovering all this.
For this service to the Empire, Briala, your previous treachery will be pardoned.
I think, honestly, maybe even a better one
You're too kind.
would be for Celine to reign alone. But if Celine owes the Inquisition favors and is less likely to be so hostile in a takeover of the Inquisition, once Corypheus is put to rest, then it's possible having some insight into the underground elves with Briala around might actually be a favor, but Celine has to be in charge in order for that to happen. Gaspard's in charge, Celine and Briala both end up dead. The rest of the elves go underground with Solus's elves, and Gaspard is left alone to essentially try to conquer all of Thedas, using the Inquisition to do it.
The civil war which has plagued us is at an end.
Yeah, they were loving every minute. They're all, oh my gosh, getting all wet and everything. Everybody needs a tissue because they're wet after that little show. I mean, this will be the best ball they've had in years, or at least in months, or at least since the one last week where the same shit was going on.
Now, we can move forward to healing and restoration. In our hour of need, the Inquisition has faced these dangers beside us. It is the honor of Orlais to stand with Andraste's herald to end this crisis.
That's right, Celine. Respect my authority.
Our children and grandchildren can say that we left them a brighter world. Will you address
To stab each other in the back and sleep with your sister and, you know, business as usual.
Our enemy is clever. He manipulated the highest-ranking members of the court. If we want victory, we will have to fight him in more ways than one.
We of the court must use our resources. Not every battle is won on the field, but that is tomorrow. Tonight, feast, my friends. Enjoy our victory.
Gather your servants. Make them gather their tissue, your personal wipers, your personal slaves, and let us feast in their face while they grovel.
To your victory,
That's their attitude.
You are not present to hear them.
Those
You tire
shifty
so
nobles are
quickly of
shifty.
their congratulations, Inquisitor. 'Tis most fickle after all your efforts on their behalf.
Everyone suddenly wants to talk to me. You, at least, I'm glad to see.
Then I have happy news, as you shall be seeing a great deal more of me. By
That is a
imperial
good thing.
decree, I have been named liaison to the Inquisition. Celine wishes to offer you any and all aid, including mine.
So love, many sigh.
Welcome to the Inquisition, Morrigan.
A most gracious response. I shall meet you at Skyhold.
Is everything all right? You look troubled.
Things went according to plan for once. I couldn't be happier.
Tonight was a triumph. You should be proud. Is there anything I can do? Can I get you anything? A drink, perhaps?
Would you care to dance with me, Lady Josephine?
I would love to, my lady.
Da da da, la la la. Yeah, she's me likey. Yeah, she has. She knows how to rock that evening gown, doesn't she? Walking away with some class and some authority. Okay, so like this is the best of both worlds. You get a war table mission where you get a free power point, a skill point for the Inquisitor. You get the Mask of the Duchess, which is the ultimate in, in critical chance awesomeness. No. No, I don't romance anyone but Sarah in this game. I love Sarah. Sarah's my favorite. Totally my favorite. I tried the Josephine romance once, and it's really boring. I mean,
The matter is urgent, Lady Josephine.
Her romance is as stiff and stale as her job and her personality, her official personality.
That's quite impossible at the moment. However, I will see to this matter as soon as possible.
My lady.
But when I see Josephine's tongue in action, my Inquisitor greatly approves, because her tongue has a life of its own.
I've just returned from the Winter Palace. It will have to wait.
I know you must be weary, Inquisitor. Ending the civil war is no small accomplishment, but you alone can help us. With the political turmoil put to rest, our minds turn to a single question. The next divine.
No. Your, not our. Your.
Without the left and right hands.
Not we. You. Not we.
I have already told you, revered mother. Lady Leliana and Seeker Cassandra cannot be spared from their duties.
But surely with the support of the Empire, the Inquisition will not be harmed by the loss of just 2 souls.
Josephine has already told you this is impossible.
The Inquisitor has only just returned and has important business to attend to. You must excuse us, revered mother.
You hear my Inquisitor? Bitch, comma. I already told you no. Exclamation point.
Detract from your victory at Al-Amshiral. Now that the political situation has stabilized, we can devote more Inquisition resources to pursuing Corypheus. I would talk to Hawk. Soon.
Have you ever done Josephine's personal quest to get her situation, get everything situated, like with her family and all that stuff? It is the most back and forth shit you will ever do in your entire life. It takes like 45 hours of gameplay, literally traveling back and forth, meaninglessly talking to diplomats about nothing, to do nothing for no reason, for some shit that should have been dead like hundreds of years ago. Like it's the most boring thing I've ever done in my life. I've sat in doctors' offices, dentists' offices. I've watched paint dry. I've laid in bed with nothing to do and can't go to sleep. And lo and behold, nothing compares to doing Josephine's personal quest. It's so bad. It's really bad. Like after about the 35th stage, I was like, does this ever actually end? I was thinking maybe it went on forever. It was this endless matter of constantly fetching quests for Josephine. That's what I thought it was after a while. It was that many. And they drug it out so unnecessarily long. I'm like, the writers have to be trying to make a point, the way they designed her personal quest line, because it's mind-numbing. I mean, it's like, you stop listening to what anyone's saying. You're just like, I guess it's supposed to reflect the tediousness of her particular job. I mean, they actually might be making a point. I don't know. But that shit was harsh. That was really, really harsh. I wonder what these funky-ass statues I've got. Oh, this is the Avar stuff, I think. Yep. At least we have some proper feasting going on here. Whole turkeys, I approve. Totally approve of that. All right, let's go get this war table mission done, or started right now, because I think it takes like 3 hours. Yeah, the romancing part isn't bad. It's the... Actually, is all that part of the romance? Hold on, come think of it. That might actually be part of the romance. All that other side stuff. I don't remember. I just remember doing it. I followed it out just to see, and regretted it ever since. I'll never do it again. Okay, what do we have here? That's
I have
probably
requests
good.
for information on your lineage from a few
Interested parties at the Winter Palace.
I'm getting that right now.
Trust they preserve me. Feel free to use those requests as kindling.
As kindling.
No, I shall take them. I want to know who pines for our commander. We can use this to our advantage.
I am not bait.
Hush. Just look pretty.
Hold on, where is it? It's supposed to be a gift from the... What the fuck? No! Why is it not here? Uh-oh. Did I not do something right?
You seem to enjoy yourself at the Winter Palace, Liliana. Or was that part of the game?
Perhaps it was both.
This isn't good. This isn't good. Where is it? It's not here. Shit. I did reunite them. Oh, I didn't, did I? I didn't, did I? Yeah, it didn't show them both there. Ooh, shit, good point. That's why I hard saved. That's why I hard saved. Oh, shit. That may be a problem. I did everything you're supposed to do, though. Hold on, watch. Watch, watch. No, I did everything you're supposed to do. I exposed Gaspard, gave Briala the credit, had Gaspard sentenced. What else do I need to do? I did. I talked to Briala. Yes, I did. Yes, I did. No, I didn't talk to Briala about the locket. Oh. Ah. God damn it. Maybe I have to go back a little bit. Yeah, I may have to go back a little bit. You got to talk to Briala about the locket too. God damn it. All right. Son of a bitch. Here, let's go back then. That's why I had saves. Damn it. All right, let me go. This should be right before I get the locket. That's what this one should be. I have to, yeah, I talked to the Empress's things about the locket. Her, you know, her three chambermaids, whatever they are. I talked to them about the locket to get in it, to talk to her. That I didn't talk to Briala about the locket. Son of a bitch. Well, we're not that far back, I guess. I mean, it's not like it was hard. I mean, this isn't that big of a deal. Didn't really feel like wasting another 30 minutes on this shit, though. That's fine. Yeah, I just noticed, like, at the end, you're just standing there with Celine by herself. That's not cool. Okay, in fact, here's the locket right here. Not a biggie. Not a biggie. Okay.
An elven locket, stored away in a palace safe. Unwise, Celine.
Okay. Should be... Okay, I know where we're at. We gotta kill all those, Take that damage, bitch! Kick their ass for disrespecting you, Cassandra. That's what you do.
Fancy meeting you here. Shouldn't you be dancing, Inquisitor? So, the Council of Herald's emissary. I knew those are desperate acts. What could you do with an army of
More politics and double dealing. Is there anyone here who is not corrupt?
There's so much conniving and backstabbing here. Makes me homesick.
What's all this? Goddamn move, bitch. Okay. Correct that this time. Guess we have to do the dance again, right? No, Haley's right. Yeah, it's always corrupt.
That would be the second
That's
bell.
the nature of politics. To say it's not corrupt would mean that it's going against its nature. Corruption is, in itself, its very nature. Government is not corrupt.
Inquisitor Trevelyan.
Politics are corrupt.
I am Grand Duchess Floriane de Chalon.
Government to govern, to set laws and boundaries and guidelines and for the people. That's That's
Why
just
am I not
government.
at all surprised that you want to see me now?
Politics
This
are
is
always
our
corrupt,
lane,
yes.
Inquisitor. Nothing happens by accident.
And
I
no, they're
believe
not
tonight
even
you
close
and
to
I
the
are
same
both
thing.
concerned by the actions of a certain person. Come, dance with me. Spies will not hear us on the dance floor. You are from the Free Marches. The security of the you are a curiosity to me. Do you even yet know who is... It cannot have escaped your note. You have little time. The attack will come soon. You must stop Gaspard before he strikes. In the Royal Wing Garden, you will find the captain of my brother's mercenaries. He knows all Gaspard's secrets. I'm sure you can persuade him to be forthcoming.
We'll see what the night has in store, won't we?
Anything can be corrupted. We're not going anywhere. Anything can be corrupted.
You'll be the talk of the
We're not talking about politics being corrupted. We're talking about politics by their very nature being corrupt. Because politics and government are two completely different things. Government to govern, governing is not politics. Politics, politicking. Like music, performing, acting. It's fake. And so politics by their very nature are corrupt. Politics have nothing to do with government. When politics now, government can be corrupted by politics. That's a true statement. Politics by their very nature are corrupt. It is corruption. It is a form of corruption. It's not something you corrupt. It's not a thing to be corrupted. It is in and of itself corrupt by its very nature. So, I'm not going anywhere. Already there. It is what it is. Not understanding that is one thing, but once you get it, you realize that's not a place to go. It's just stating something. It's just an observation. It's just stating something for what it is. You can't corrupt something that is in and of itself corruption. Right?
I'd happily do more dancing, just not with Corypheus.
I promise not to invite him to your next ball.
Were you dancing with Duchess Florian?
More importantly, what happened in the
I hope you have good news. It appears the peace talks are...
Then perhaps we should let her die. Sometimes the best...
This is, however, your decision.
Alright. So let's go talk to both of them this time. That's the only one thing I didn't do is talk to friggin' Briala.
Mistress Nightingale, what a pleasure.
Lady Nightingale. We meet again. Given any thought to what I said?
I found an...
Let me see that. She kept this. What was she thinking? If Gaspard had found this, it would have ruined her. Maybe she held on to it.
We'll speak
another
Okay.
Is there something we may do for you?
We will speak to the Empress on your behalf. I made a... Oh dear.
That is... I'll get her...
Inquisitor, I regret that we did not have time to speak earlier.
All right, Zach. Well,
No
have a
doubt
good
you
one.
have questions about many things.
Take it easy.
The locket I found.
She gave it. I don't know why I kept it. It was a foolish thing.
Maybe you kept...
Perhaps I do. Dispose of the locket how...
Okay. So did I do it right this time?
Where has that servant gone?
You have such beautiful...
We still got to go find more evidence on Gaspard, so... Alright. Back at it.
Interesting.
I need more coffee. Coffee, yeah, coffee. I need more coffee.
Shall we have a look around?
I don't even know why I bother collecting those. Okay.
Stand back! Oh, thank you. No one's supposed to be here. Now she wants to play Revolution. Would if
Most
go.
Okay, we gotta get all these anyway. Alright, gotta go get this one.
I'm thinking trap. Yes, definitely.
Oh, that dude.
Hello? Is anyone there? Somebody. Anybody?
4 out of 5? The fuck? Ah, there we go. Okay. There we go. This poor guy again. That is a pretty cool bed.
The Empress led me to believe I would be rewarded for it.
Oh, Elysium.
Yeah.
I'll protect.
Everyone in the Empire has gone completely mad.
I see what's carved into that bed up there. Is that Briala? That's a picture of Briala, isn't it? Right there. Without the mask, of course. Okay, let me put my equipment back on again. Ooh, shit. Hold on. You know, I was thinking, Grouch, there's one, even though you won't have fear as an option for a damage boost with a Knight Enchanter, you do have that one extra passive in the Knight Enchanter tree that gives your mana an extra regen boost and makes your barriers stronger. Which your barriers, as long as they're active, should help regenerate your mana, right? You should be like a mana battery.
I fear I'm a bit... It was... Corypheus insisted that the... But not in that... All I need. A pity you kill her. It will make a fun...
Weapons ready!
Okay, they made this one unmanageable as fuck, didn't they? I can't get the aggro off me. It's instant on me and then it's broken. Didn't have any problem first time around, but anytime you have to repeat something, guaranteed the second time around, the game's gonna make you it's gonna shit on you. Let's see if I can get my stuff this time, too. If it'll let me have it. There we go.
And just his tits, what was all that? Were those demons? There aren't any more of those blasted demons coming, right?
Yeah, I don't think it's slow motion. I think it's lag. It's lag because it's calculating so many hits all at once, and the game has to pause, basically. Seriously. It's disrupting and really, really, really annoying, actually.
Good eye. Those were definitely demons.
Certainly doesn't help.
Demons? How could there be demons in the fucking Winter Palace? I knew Gaspard was a bastard, but I didn't think he'd feed a fucking horror.
Yeah, when you get huge criticals, shattering, getting cross-class combos, when you shield bash 4 or 5 frozen or chilled enemies at the same time, that type of thing, it happens then.
You honestly believe you were...
The Duke, so he hired me and my men. He had to offer us triple R.
I need...
You said you want me to...
Okay. At least I got my loot that time, so... That's a good thing. All right, so we just need to basically just get out of here now. Oh, that's not what I was looking for. Spike trap ring. Thanks? No? No thanks? Yeah, it's gonna get a whole lot better. I got a plan for me and Dorian. I got a plan. No problem come through here last time. None at all. Zero. Come through again and all of a sudden it's insta-death and blah, blah, blah. And enemies are immune to everything. And whatever. That's... weak. 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 No respect. No respect. Okay, so this, we should be good now. This time we should get them reconciled and whatever.
Servant gone. Elves, always shirking their duty.
Thank the Maker you're back. The Empress will begin her speech. What should we do?
Inquisitor.
Your sister attacked. You don't.
Enough. We will not bicker while Tevinter plots against our nation. For the safety of the Empire, I wouldn't have caught Florian and you were working together.
Of course.
Thanks to Brielle.
Don't mean...
Keep talking, Gaspard. Eventually, you'll convince somebody.
There were also...
Gaspard is a bully. Is that the...
And he... Brielle, in light of... Oh, you are hereby sentenced to death. I think Ambassador... I can scarce...
Celine.
That's it.
Thank you, Inquisitor. I owe...
Bye, Gaspard, bitch.
You have done so much. For my people and... for us.
We won't forget this.
And if Cassandra greatly approves, you know you did the right thing. That's pretty much simple right there.
What will the two...
There will be...
Not... Come. The... It... We... Let the...
This... Together, we will start by saving our world. It... We...
But... Let...
Do you tire so quick?
I love her laugh.
Celine wishes
She's awesome.
to offer you any and all...
Well...
Is everything all right? You look troubled. Is there anything I can do? Would I...
Okay. Think we got it. I think. Maybe. Most likely. Mountains had a heart once. Kind of like Titan song. Mountains at the center of the world. From with Korth, the mountain father could see. Now they're going all Skyrim on us. Kind of chilly in here, man.
The matter is... We will...
That's quite impossible.
Please, may I have a word with you? But surely with the support...
Okay.
Now this is a hall worthy of the Inquisition.
All right, Mask of the Grand Duchess. See, that's what I'm talking about. 15 critical chance. What? What's this? Well, that's kind of cool. Okay, let's go see if this... That'd be great. Let's go do that right now. Grachi, since you mentioned it. I think we're decent level for that. I think everything there kind of starts at 14, but fuck it. What does that mean to us? It means nothing! Okay, that quest should be
Any
here
news on
somewhere.
rifts beyond reach of the Inquisition?
Yes. And it
There it is.
not good.
Inquisitor.
Yeah, it takes almost 3 hours, so that's going to be a little while. That's an extra point. Okay, let's get this done. That takes 3 hours.
To work?
That's solid. Sure, why not? Let's go to the Emerald Graves because YOLO! Oh, did I? That's all there was to it, huh? Ah, so are you accusing me falsely? Are you over-accusing me? We'll bring Vivian on this one. Here, I think we're gonna need Varric. Gotta have a rogue on this one, I think. Oh. If you did, don't. Couldn't remember, so. I don't know. Is it important? Like, does it really matter? Not really. It's all good. If I, it's stream, it's chat, you get a lot of nonsense. If there's nonsense, you just put a stop to it. If sometimes you falsely silence nonsense that's not nonsense, well, it happens. Call it collateral. So it's all good. It's another day, right?
Good to see you again, Inquisitor. Hope you've got your comfortable boots on. The scouts.
I expect to make at least one mistake every day when I get up anyway.
Mysterious Fairbanks.
At least one.
He won't share his
I
information.
have a cool
with anyone but
staff.
you. He and his men, from what we can tell, they're refugees.
I do enjoy these encounters. It's like we're getting to know each other.
We are, aren't we? But, you know, saving the world and all that.
Thank you for the information.
One other thing. A group of deserters from the Imperial armies has established itself here. They are hostile to the Inquisition. Watch your back, Inquisitor.
Of course they are. I mean, why wouldn't they be, right? That is a cool staff. Oh, yeah, most definitely. Okay, so you give me this cool-ass shit, but you don't let me make this cool-ass shit. Okay, so we need to make our way over to that campsite first. Ooh, everybody's got points. That's awesome too. I'm about to get another point also. Good for Varric. And Cassandra. Okay, well, why don't we go ahead and get that right now then? Okay, I've got that deactivated. Good. All right, let's get... She's got that. Why did I give him that? It's a wasted point. That is a wasted point. I know I wanted him to have that. That should be down here. Oh, let me see why I wanted to do that. That's wasted on him. Yeah, that's wasted. That's totally wasted. That's wasted on Varric. All right, well. I'm not here if you want to, bitch.
More Freeman.
Okay, there's one good side. When you play a mage, you get to hear your enemies scream in torment and agony. That is one good side. That is one good thing about playing a mage. Lots of because they totally have it coming, right? Take both of these. Both of those, maybe? Are these things fucking tracking me? Alright, Daniel, have a good one, man. Yep. Zero fucks. Zero fucks given. Yeah, first of all, they attack you first anyway. And then they don't always even go by the rules of the fight. So, if they want to roast and toast alive and and all that, I'm down with it. Totally cool with that, actually. Okay, I put barrier on my fucking enemies. They came over here to camp my shard. You see that? See him camping my shards? What kind of bullshit is that? Camp your own shard. There's more shard camping sons of bitches. Go kick him in there, you know. Aru, that's the best you can do? Aru, that's their war cry. Aru. Well, you really need to die if that's the best you can do. Aru. Yeah, you need to kill that. Kill it with fire. Aru. Aru. They actually hired a voice actor to do that as their fucking war cry. Aru. That's bad. Yeah, that's bad. Yeah, they all need to die. Yep. That's it. Death sentence for the Aru. If I ever come at you with a war cry like that, the only way I'm going to kill you is you're going to die laughing. Aru? Seriously? That's 6. Where's the last one at? Cool. Wonder what Fade Touch Pyrophyte does. Cool if we found one. Or not. Aru. Aru. That's embarrassingly stupid sounding. Aru. I'm gonna kill you. Aru. Let's see you doing that in the Marines. All your buddies stop fighting the enemy and they turn and just beat the shit out of you. Don't ever say that again. Ever. Aru? Are you about to go Aru again? That archer is ignoring everyone but me. No need for that. Ignore that, bitch. Shut the fuck up.
I
suppose
Wow.
you support the Chantry as a business decision, Varric?
No, it's more of a personal decision.
Really? You possibly be one of the faithful.
I don't like seeing them explode and destroy cities. Faith's not really a big factor there.
Aru? You're about to Aru me again? Sucks to be you. Aru. Okay, I'm stuck on that now. Aru. That's so stupid. Exactly. Show me your war face. Aru! You see the commander go, oh no. Fucking face bomb. Put 5 extra down for each enemy within 8 minutes. No shit. Oh, that's beautiful. I thought that was Bloodstone. I thought that was the Bloodstone did that. Yeah, that's amazing. Yeah, it's great for... I'm putting that all over Cassandra. I'll take that, you bitch.
Phil, taking advantage of the chaos of war.
Cassandra's awesome. The filth. Just filth. Oh, man, she's the best. Filth. That about says it all right there. Filth. The way she says it, too, with such disgust. It's just filth. Help me, please. They'll turn us into those things. Help us, please.
have it. Please, please open the door. I can't stand it in here another second.
Varric approves. Yeah, bitches. Take that too, you hoes. Mm-mm. Oh, bring your ass back here. Or don't. Finish kicking their ass, would you? Oh, that's right. So start on those great bears, too. Take that, you big old bitch. Seven of them? Nice. You get one of those fade touch. Yo, you got any more of that fade touch pyro fight? Lips all chalky and shit, fresh off the crack pipe. Yo, you got any more of that fade touched? That's probably not funny. All right. Yeah, I think I got the trial on. Hold on. I think I got the trial on. Nightmare Friendly Fire. Hold on. There we are. Yeah, I got the trial on here too. Let me do this. Rest easy. Walk softly. Okay, now that one breaks the game. I hate that. All supply cache. We'll take the supply caches out of the game. Half XP. I don't really feel like leveling up half as fast. Yeah, I got this on. The bears. Yeah, confirm changes. The bears have the same health as a dragon, believe it or not. Archer wouldn't get the fuck off me. You don't get a break, bitch. You don't get a break. You don't get a break, hoe. Fuck your Freeman bullshit. I don't want to read your trash. I don't want to read your... I don't want to read your rumor rags. Trying to get to this other campsite. That's all I really care about right now. Get some of this rash vine. Might need it for something. No, nothing breaks Archer threat except for Cassandra. Too many enemies right there. That's what I'm not a big fan of ranged, just for that reason. Because Cassandra's... Although I did have her extend her threat. Actually, let me see something. Speaking of that. Go and see how I have her set, because I had an idea with her. There she is. She's got a lot of stuff. That's why. Okay. That makes a difference. It's got so much stuff to do. She's good. She really does more than anybody else in my party, to be honest. She's got twice as many active abilities as anybody else. God damn it! Thank you. Oh, I'm destroying this right here. That's dead. I don't want it down here. I want it up there. Why does the X button activate that, pick up this, do this, and jump, and etc., and fucking etc., and etc., and...
Varric, darling, what's the name of your tailor?
Why? I don't think he makes anything in your size.
I want to send a sternly worded letter.
Literally, loot, jump, activate things, open doors, talk, communicate, what else? Man, the X button controls a bunch of shit. Bunch of shit. Alright, let's get up here. We gotta camp up here somewhere, don't we? Yeah, we need to go up that way. Gotta go respec Varric. I don't know what I was thinking when I put that in there. I think I just wanted to be just basic damage dealer, give him one more ability, but... You know what? I don't think so. Respec him to, start working on. Oh, I know why. I know why. I know what I was thinking. Because, like, him breaking down armor isn't so important, since mages kind of ignore armor anyway. Yeah. Yeah, I guess so. I guess no real choice. I noticed that about Fallout 4, too. Quite a few things assigned to, like, the same button. Yeah, it's because there's really no choice. If you had a computer keyboard... Although somebody was telling me on the keyboard, it's the same way. You got what, 60, 80 keys or whatever. They assigned 15 functions to one letter. The E or something like that. I forget what he said. I thought that was pretty funny.
is it? This may be worthwhile.
Let's get up here to the river. And it's a dragon. These. Should be some of those, some plants over here that I need to. We'll go kick his ass in a second. Oh, that didn't paralyze him for shit, did it? Bear said, fuck you. He's on a mission. He's uninterruptible in his mission to go get whatever that was. Right. He's away from, let's see, where is Cassandra? Cassandra's who's hit him with challenge and Warcry 6 times already, and he's immune to threat now. So... There you go. Fuck you. Yeah, if you look at him, he's our level. Well, now he is our level. But yeah, look, he's got 80,000 hit points. He's considered a boss, too, so he's got some... Eventually, those are all going to be criticals. Every last one of them. Then it's just, it's a beautiful thing. It's beautiful. It really is. It's absolutely beautiful. Saw all these rhinos trolling around here trying to catch a stray arrow so they could I mean, get your cockroach ass out of here, dick sucker. Fuck you. Pardon my French. Okay, let's see. All right, Goal, have a good one, man. Take care. Somewhere up here. There it is. There it is. I was going to say. That girl who committed suicide. I forget why. Because she didn't want to go to Ferelden. Because she had to leave her paintings and her cat, so she ended her life. What's that? Money? I'll just somebody who's not even man up enough to just self-promote just straight up. Got to try to passively self-promote on somebody else's shit. It's just yeah. Yeah, it's beyond annoying. I'd be embarrassed, honestly. Ah, shit. Oh, we're gonna get about most of these now, I think. These things are tracking the shit out of me, man. Yeah, that's dead. Oh, nothing. We're at the haunted house. Dun, 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 dun. We can go do this. Right, because you had to leave behind your cat. Although that is pretty serious. I mean, I'm not going to lie. Having to leave your cat behind, that's some serious shit. Okay, so that box is what we're after. I couldn't really care less about anything else here, to be honest. But that box is definitely what we're after. And me and Viv got fire and shock. That ought to work. I think the only thing that's really highly resistant to shock is the pride demon. Just something to consider at the end of the Impri when you're fighting whatchamacallit.
Impressive place. No guards, no staff. I suspect this place has been abandoned for some time.
Painting of Aurea.
Oh, look. Someone's put a light on. Isn't that nice?
Something stirs here. Stay alert.
See? Shifty nobles are shifty. You see those eyes? Those are some shifty eyes, if you ask me. Shifty nobles being shifty.
Nobody would keep this lot of servants. Thieves, perhaps.
So, trespassing ends well here.
Trespassing ends well. Alrighty then. Isn't there a door to get outside right here? No door to get outside? Can we get outside through the window? That's the wrong outside that we're looking at. I need to get here.
We should look around.
Listen.
And everything woke up, right? Okay, I think we come up here. I just sort of half-assed remember my way through here. Should be a library up here, right? What's this? Ah. Aha! The balcony.
The sooner we're done here, the better.
It's all considered codex is good. Free stuff then. No, this is all garbage. Might get a Fade Touch Ring Velvet out of this at some point. Through here. Maybe.
on magic and how to contain it.
Many of these tomes are complete fabrications. Charlatans preying on the fears of the ignorant.
Well, nothing new about that, right? Garbage.
This place makes my skin crawl.
Come play with us. Okay, we gotta go all the way back somewhere. Yeah, I think all the way back down here. That is a cool looking staff. I wouldn't mind an axe like that, kind of. What the fuck? Yeah, we need to come through here. I like how the ghosts are considerately opening doors for us as we go along. Oh, in fact, move the fuck out of the way. There you go. How are the vegetables and shit still fresh here, though? And cheese wheels? Well, cheese wheels never really go bad, do they? We gotta get upstairs. This isn't doing us any good here. It is free codexes, though, so I guess whatever. God damn it. Nothing I want there anyway. Okay, well, we're gonna have to go clean out our bullshit. Oh, Grouchy getting salty. So she lives and deals with the consequences. Suffer the course of your actions. Bitch. Wow. Hardcore. Just went hardcore with it. Not messing around. Actually, I kill Anders' little protege downstairs in the better not destroy those. Down in the jail, the one who knew damn well what he was doing and did it anyway. The one who's always innocent. If you play in the beginning as a mage, you learn that he's always innocent. He's not responsible for any of the things that he's responsible for. Right? And so you should always let him make it so he can continue doing this bullshit. And it's like, no. If you die, then a whole lot of bad things that are going to happen don't happen. That's how I look at that piece of shit. He's an Anders wannabe, too. He really, really is. Really got to get back and This is back where we started. Okay. Get back and find us some stairs. Pretty sure the zombies are endless here. I think this is it. This should lead us to that dragon. Cool. There we go. You get a fade touch here? This one? One fade touch, whatever they drop. Ring velvet, yeah, that. Oh, it's not. Okay, this is pretty elaborate to hide some notes, though. I'm not really getting why whoever did this actually did this. Is it just me, or is that a little excessive to hide some notes? Just me? No. Move, Varric. Now. Rat, nah. That was a complete fucking waste. Second. And thanks to Grouchy, we have learned that this gives you plus 10 cunning, which is 5% critical chance for anybody and everybody, and totally worth doing, and the best thing that ever happened to me in this game, and yeah, it's just awesome. The only time I probably wouldn't come here and bother with this is with, got the fuck out of the way, Varric, is if I was playing an assassin, because critical chance really doesn't really matter. Plus 10 cunning. Oh, yeah. Cha-ching. Trolling Varric is trolling. He is.
We're not alone.
Oh, I was too. Yeah, so like she's responsible for that. My whole issue was this. Okay, I'm like, the lady didn't want her son to go to the circle. It's not that she didn't want her son to die. She didn't want her son to fall victim to the plague. She didn't want her son to be murdered by kidnappers. No, she didn't want her son to go to the circle. Now, the Ferelden Circle was actually basically a country club. It was not only basically luxury living, but true enough, the Earl probably could have, provided for Connor. Probably above what the circles means. But most of the mages in the Ferelden Circle probably wouldn't have been able to live according to the standards that the circle provided. Not just a free education, but free room and board, the protection of Templars who were, you had Colin and those type of people there. Those Templars were understandable. They were amenable to reason. From what Vivian will tell you, most of the circles are like that. So true enough, Connor might have lived a little bit above those means, but most mages don't. He certainly wasn't going to suffer there, right? She didn't want him to go because she didn't want to part with her little boy. I'm sorry. All the children who got killed night after night after night by those undead that would go down to the village, right, and start slaughtering people and stuff, attacking the village every day, all the parents, the brothers, the sisters, the mothers, the fathers, and the children and so on and so forth that died over the course of this type, don't you think they might have missed their family too? We're not talking about miss their family going to the circle. We're talking about missing their family being slaughtered in front of their eyes by these fucking zombies raised by this goddamn blood mage that this bitch brought in to keep her misplaced sympathies from being trodden on by her child going to the circle. Can't let that happen. So everyone else should die just to protect my feelings when she lost her son anyway, right? I mean, just the backward stupidity. And then if Connor grows up to become, just like his little tutor there, a blood mage, guess how many more people have to die? Guess how many more parents are going to bereave the loss of their children at the hands of this little fucking abomination because she didn't want it to go to the circle. To go to the circle. That type of thinking, there's not even understanding for it. If someone's that selfish, that self-centered, that the whole universe revolves around me, right? Not understanding that she's going to lose her child regardless. But she's going to lose her child to become an abomination? No, instead, we're going to send abominations into the village so that everyone else has to suffer losing their children. As long as she can hang on to this little demon-possessed piece of shit that's going to fucking kill everyone in their household. Yeah, she's just off in every single way. There's no, well, you just need to understand. No, I don't need to understand a fucking thing about her. She's wrong 101%. Wrong. Period. Just that simple. Yeah, I totally get it. She is garbage. What the fuck was that? Wow. Oh, it's automatic aggro on anyone I'm controlling. Let's see if Varric gets the aggro now. Cassandra apparently can't draw any threat for some reason. That's fine, whatever. Yep. Can't draw any threat. They're not letting Cassandra draw any threat at all whatsoever. And then the threat is immediately redirected to my character instantly, no matter what. Yeah, that's just broken.
I'm injured.
Wow, that's some broken shit right there. Yeah, you're broken. You're broken.
One need only look here to see what happens when magic's dangers are ignored. I believe our work is done, Inquisitor.
That's... I guess that's the little girl that was turned into an abomination by the little blood. And this isn't... I think this story isn't a whole lot different than the one we're sitting here talking about with Isolde and all that. The parents here trying to, I think, keep the girl from having to be sent to the circle or something, and they wind up bringing a mage here, and the mage, of course, tutors her to, I don't know, become possessed or something, right? Isn't that basically how the story goes? Okay, okay, I wanted to respec Varric. it's a mashing on a soul day right here. Mashing on a soul. Okay, we got our cunning. Go get some more bear pelts. Could. I'll probably just go buy them. Yeah, I'll probably just go buy great bear pelts when the time comes. Okay. Cool. Cool beans. Okay.
Those bands who impose the tolls, we're supplying them
now. Lurker scales. I ought to go to the hissing wastes. No goodies for me, huh? Okay, Varric, you're down at the very bottom, huh? All right, then. I keep that. Nobody's using that. 16? God damn it. All right. Let's get that first. Points. Okay, I think we're good. Very good, very good. All right, let's go to Hissing Waste. It's a little early, but hey. So the logical conclusion is Connor's dead. And it's her fault. It's not your fault. That's totally her fault. Along with most of the children and half the people in the village, too. That's a shame.
I have requests for information on your lineage from a few interested parties at the Winter Palace.
Andraste preserve me. Feel free to use those requests as kindling.
No, I shall take them. I want to know who pines for our commander. We can use this to our advantage.
I am not bait.
Hush. Just look pretty.
I'm not bait. Go do that next. So we'll go do that right now. Oh, that was all my power? Oh, well, we won't go do that now. And the fucking nuke crew right here is, I think once I get my critical ring, I think having Varric Long is, well, that 5% critical chance he provides, but having friggin' Cassandra and then Dorian, Vivian, and your character, that's the shit right there. Yeah, that's how I usually do it, Haley. Is I go to the circle first anyway to go get the attribute points, because there's not a character that I build that doesn't
Space has nothing but space.
pretty much dump everything into one stat. Like with my rogue, it's always dex. With my warriors, it's usually, you know, a shit ton of strength and some constitution stuff. So to meet like basic armor requirements and things, especially if armor requirements calls for a particular stat that I don't put points into, I go to the circle and get them free. And usually what that means is I won't have to invest any more than, you know, a certain, you know, maybe a point or two during the course of a level into something that I don't really care about. Like with the rogue, in order to get like the best armor, it's I think it takes 20 strength or something, and you don't have that. Regardless of which race you start as, you still need to drop a couple points into that. And I think I put bare minimum into cunning, so I go get the few strength fonts and, you know, the extra constitution. All that is good, so I can just dump points into my primary stat, and that's it. In fact, I think with the rogue, I believe with the dwarven rogue, you can go to the circle tower, and I believe you get all the points you need for one of your stats to meet an armor requirement for free. You just got to get through the circle without that armor, you know? I mean, that's basically the thing. It's either a armor or a weapon stat or something. There's like, you know, the best of a particular type of gear. You need a certain amount of something for it. I mean, I think it's strength. And I think you get every point you need in the circle tower for free, off in the, you know, the little maze and stuff. So
the desert is immeasurably more.
Anyway, I always go there first.
Scout Harding.
When did you come up with that one?
I had some time along the way.
I did find something for you. Old dwarven ruins on the surface. Impossible, but there you go. The Venatori are excavating them with the help of their slaves.
Whatever they want, we must beat them to it.
I just saw Venatori. I found.
Okay, she's gonna want to talk to me.
Inquisitor, I've something for you.
What is it?
This may be worthwhile.
Okay. Sun ointment, seriously? Oh, god damn it, it's broken again. Does it break for you guys every time you come to the Hissing Wastes? Yeah. Kill it. Such beauty. I'm gonna go make coffee while the game's loading. This takes a while. Wow, man. This is a piece of shit. You know, it's the maker? Oh. Well, there you go then. Lore confirmed. That always happens either here or at the Emerald Graves. When I talk to the requisition officer, I get locked. Can't talk, can't leave, can't move, can't nothing. I've never found anything to fix it either. I don't think the maker is a person, personally. I think the maker is like a force, an entity, or whatever you want to call it. That's what I think.
Dispatch for you.
What is it?
This could help us.
Ask for an odd collection of shit to put that together, don't they?
Greetings. Ours shall be the burden of knowledge, to take into the earth and prove us worthy.
That's from the Chant of Light. Is that a thing? Do people go about reciting from it like that?
The righteous shall carry the Maker's word to every corner of his house.
All right, well, good luck.
Even the middle of the fucking desert. By yourself. All right, well, you never know who you're going to run into out here, I guess. It could always be that one person. Not enchantment. Boom. Oh, I miss Dragon Age 2. We need to go back and do a complete playthrough of Dragon Age 2. At some point. Yeah, I gotta come right back up here anyway, don't I? That moon, though. We can just hate on Anders. It's gonna be the hate on Anders crew. If you don't hate on Anders, then, I mean, we'll start judging you personally in real life. If you don't hate on Anders in the game. Like, we'll start talking about what's wrong with you and shit. I hate that son of a bitch. And oh, man. Oh, man. Good times, man. Good times. So I'm not real fond of playing through as a mage in Dragon Age 2. Although, if you're going to play a mage, I got to admit, Dragon Age 2 mage combat is probably right. It's probably right up there at the top. But I'm really, really fond of a rogue or a Berserker Reaver. My Berserker Reaver is probably my strongest class. I don't know if those of you that were here last night, but a guy, Aralex, popped in. He has a channel. I think he just uploaded some videos because he was a big Dragon Age 2 fan. He's also a Mass Effect 3 fan. He liked the Mass Effect 3 multiplayer. He's really good at it. He had him and his group of friends. They were beasts. Like playing on, you know, doing gold runs with like nobody dying and stuff. You know, just they were good. And just melting down enemies and stuff. It's fun watching him play. Anyway, I think he approaches Dragon Age 2 a lot like I do. Like, almost identical, really. The same type of thinking. Similar builds, stuff like that. Anyway, he was in here and we were talking about that. But he has a Reaver. Oh, wow. Fade Touch? I didn't know you could get Fade Touched if you weren't leveled for it yet. Do you know what the odds of getting that right then were? Like probably half of 1%. But,
Need anything?
it was cool that he stopped in. It was, he has, like I say, the same type of ideas concerning the game. You can get in there and just, it's just a beautiful thing. Dragon Age 2, their whole combat system, everything, the skill trees, the tactics, the everything. It's beautiful. It's an amazing, it's a work of art. It's so much fun, and it's so open to so many different build possibilities, so many different things you can do, like different companion and party makeups, and it's like they give you so many toys to play with, and they just throw them in a sandbox, and they say, just go at it. And there's really no one way of doing things, or best way of doing things, and sometimes it's just whatever's the most fun. Like, he was talking about one build that he had that wasn't, damage-wise, DPS-wise, it wasn't optimal, but it was fun, you know? And effective. Not just fun, but effective. It's not like, oh, this is fun, but I can't do it because on Nightmare this build gets run over. No, there's a way to do it. You just, you got to figure it out. And that was the thing. It didn't really hold your hand on that. It kind of required you to learn how to build a character. You can gain so much valuable knowledge from Dragon Age 2 as far as how to build a character and how to play RPGs. There's so much in there, and a lot of it is from trial and error in terms of the game kicks your ass until you figure out why you're getting your ass kicked. I still learn things on that game. Like, I just recently kind of got hip to the fact that in order to get your tank to be really effective, your tank has to have a balance of taking damage and dealing damage, or they don't draw enough threat. They don't have enough stamina to warcry and exert enough threat without doing their share of damage also. So you have to balance every character in your party to where they do their whole job, They may only have one job, right? But they need to do that really well. And part of a tank's job is to hold aggro, and that'll mean dealing their fair share of damage and finding that balance and knowing when to put certain skills in which place. If you lean too heavily one way, you start slacking off in another, and your whole party suffers for it. All of a sudden, those fights that you used to just destroy in 10 seconds, now all of a sudden you're getting your ass kicked, and you're like, what happened? It's just one thing, just one little thing out of balance. And man, it's fucking amazing. Those guys, they just exerted every ounce of their genius designing that combat system. Every ounce of it. I told him so too. Aiden Scanlon, who's one of the guys that involved, one of the guys primarily responsible for the level designs in the combat system and a lot of the number crunching in the game and stuff. A friend of mine knows him, and I got to play Dragon Age multiplayer with him for actually 2 different times. And the entire time I'm just totally kissing his ass. That's all you hear the entire time in chat. Me over here kissing his ass, telling him how amazing Dragon Age 2 was. And, which, you know what? I'm not even ashamed of that, because seriously, he didn't get the love he deserved for that game. That game got shit on by the critics. Oh, I see why it won't let me do that. I get it. With these level 16 enemies. Alright, you see how he's doing ones? See if we can get some twos up there at least. Oh shit. Alright. Do your thing then. Here, I'll trade you the favor. No, it's still ones. Bitch, you're gonna sling that shit way over here. Yeah, it's definitely... Oh, come on. Fuck you and your little ground riffs. Let's see. Can I get both of these? I don't know. I don't think so. Considering how close that game was on the tail end of Origins, and in the very short period of time that they had to develop it, I have a sneaky suspicion that that game was originally designed to have its own Origins. I think if you start as Hawk, you were at least supposed to. We talked about this last night too, at length, and I really, the way the story plays out and the way the dialogue plays out, it's almost like there was something else intended for it. I don't think you necessarily. The entire beginning of the game was just you on a lonely road fighting a few darkspawn fleeing Lothering. I think maybe initially, depending on your origin, you either started evading the circle in Lothering, or you started as a Templar in Lothering, possibly hunting a mage, having a choice whether you might actually capture a mage or not, who knows. Or if you started as a rogue, you could have been fleeing. Coming through Lothering. So even if they wanted to narrow it down to just one place of origin, I think there was supposed to be something of an origins. Like you were Hawk, but based on your class would decide what your origin was as part of the Hawk family, right? Or that you make it to Kirkwall and you find yourself being sequestered either in the underground amongst the smugglers, and maybe get some background down there, or amongst the Templars as a warrior, or amongst the Circle as the mage, obviously, which would have been a similar location. The Templar quarters in the mage circle was pretty much the same thing, but they never really made a circle. When you went to the Circle or you went to the Templars, it was always the same little box. Like I'm saying, they had no development time. They couldn't create the extra areas and stuff. I mean, what was the map? It was a couple little recycled map areas. What else could they do? They only had 11 months. The combat system they came up with for that game should have taken years to develop.
I know things.
A lot of the testing was done in updates, post production and post distribution, because
about its recovery.
I don't think they could have fully tested that game, even if they'd have been given an extra year. They had to let the players do a bit of that by necessity. 11 months from start to finish. Whereas they had, 4 or 5 years with Inquisition? And look at the bugs and bullshit that it's full of, right? So, that kind of says it all. Yeah, anyway, I think they had initially planned for a little more than that. Oh, this slowdown bullshit is annoying. Oh, you can hear the thunderclap after you're done kicking ass with your lightning? That's kind of cool. Never noticed that before. Can I put my weapon away? Okay. I'm going to make us put our weapons away. What is it, a ram who's going to sit over there and taunt us until we kill it? But he's going to hide behind rocks taunting us until we kill it. Die, bitch. Okay, so I guess let's go get our campsites first here. Might as well. Yeah. That'll lead us to half the Fade Rifts as it is. I really just come here to get my ring, my campsites, Fade Rifts, and a shit ton of lurker scales. That's all I use the Hissing Waste for. I died from that, huh? Interesting. Okay. I gotta remember we're under-leveled twice here, so we're kind of technically not supposed to be here. Oh yeah, and then yeah, EA at the time also was at the tail end. Those two corporate shark, I think they were brothers. Anyway, the two guys who were basically running the show at the time, which are responsible for shit like that. They're also responsible for destroying big, huge game studios. Basically helping them and letting them hang themselves to basically reap whatever profits they could, make a quick turnaround on Kingdoms of Amalur, and then watch everybody. There was people that filed bankruptcy because of that game. Some people, I don't know if they've even gotten paid to this day. People involved with like the soundtrack and obviously some of the designers, some of the writers. Anyway, that was around that time also. I mean, there was things that probably should have been felonies committed by EA on that issue right there, and it's pretty dirty, really, really dirty pool. And anyway, it was those two guys. They were on their way out the door. They were basically making their cash grab and getting ready to go. That was essentially the gist of it. You know, I'm sure there's a lot more involved, but that's kind of the bottom line. When they got replaced by the guy who gave BioWare, what was it, BioWare Montreal, whoever was primarily responsible. I think all the studios were involved with Inquisition, but there was one studio in particular that I think did a lump of it. When the new people that came in on EA were in charge, they gave them carte blanche and basically a blank check and said, take as much time and take as much money as you need and make a good game. Oh my God, where was that with Dragon Age 2? Where was any of that? Because those dickholes that were running EA at the time were on their way out the door, but they hadn't quite left yet. They need to make a couple more crash grabs. And Dragon Age 2, Kingdoms of Amalur, some other projects, I'm sure, probably a couple of their sports titles, paid the price for that, you know? I want this shit produced in a month. We're gonna chop it, print it, send it out, get what we can. If they don't like it, fuck it, they're not getting a refund. And you know what? One of those guys, when asked, one of their marketing representatives, you know what the response was when people said that it's not lore friendly, it's broken in this. Literally, and this is paraphrasing, but they literally said, if they don't like it, fuck them. We already got their money. That was literally said. Of course, those people are gone. EA is, I believe, different now. But now the problem is BioWare studios have now been inundated with this social justice warrior, political, bent, fanatical, biased agenda shit, right? And apparently it's chasing people out the door now. Some of their writers and like the lead writer for Andromeda left halfway through the project. That doesn't happen without a lot of a lot of unhappiness, you know. Something major's got to be. You don't leave a project halfway through, especially not if it's your baby. You know, if you give a lead writing job on something, you don't just disappear without a word. Something tells me a lot of either hush money or hush threats were made. In other words, you can leave here if you're not happy, but you better not say a fucking thing when you're gone or we're going to destroy you because we're BioWare or we're EA and we've got that power, you know, that type of thing. If there's a lot of that going on, we may be seeing the tail end of what has been a really good thing. I'm a huge Mass Effect fan, and up until Dragon Age 2, I was a huge Dragon Age fan too. This game's good. It's not bad. I cuss at it a lot, but it's well, in some ways it's bad. In some ways it's good. It's not great, and there's a lot more that's bad about it than any other Dragon Age titles. Like there's some unforgivable things that are either left out, lacking, or broken in the game that are inexcusable, especially considering the time and budget that they had and the formula that they had already established. It's one thing if Dragon Age Inquisition was their first try, this was their first game, it'd be one thing. But you don't present this formula. You know, you don't come over to my house and ask me what's for dessert, and I say we're having cake. And so the first time you come to my house, I say we're having cake, and I feed you cake. Second time you come to my house, what are we having? I say cake, and I give you cake. Third time you come to my house and you say, what are we having? And I say, I'm going to give you cake. Your mouth's watering for some fucking delicious ass cake, right? And then what do I give you? Some dry ass fucking biscuits with no gravy. I mean, you don't want to be rude, but you're looking at me, yo bitch, where's the cake? You know? And to just get no explanation, basically say, that is cake. And if you don't like it, what? You know? That's not cool. That's where they went with this. I don't know where they're going on the next one, but that's where they've gone so far with Inquisition. It's troubling. Gotta say, it's definitely troubling. Oh, the bitches are immune to lightning? Oh, that's no good. Doesn't look like they're immune to lightning. Can't really tell. Yeah, we gotta get some... We're gonna make a lightning staff, but we're gonna put a big old chonga beefy ass chunky spirit rune in that thing. So that when they are immune to lightning, they're not gonna be immune to everything. Oh, that's no good. That Bronto's gonna one-shot us. Here, we're leaving. That Bronto's gonna run my entire party over. In like 1 second flat, literally. Is he done being all angry and shit? Good. No, he's not. Yep, he one-shotted our entire party. Go on with your broken ass. Broken ass bullshit. And now he's not, now he's... Okay, he's got us trapped. Guess the Bronto's got us trapped. Alright, gotcha. Okay, we're gonna go over then. Yeah, we're gonna go over this way. Okay. Alright. Okay. This is really annoying.
Cassandra, I've never heard of these seekers of truth.
Why would you? They do not exist in Tevinter.
But what are they? Some manner of super Templar? Is this one of those sudden secrets like proper hygiene?
Once we worked from the shadows, monitoring Templars and mages alike.
Ah, that clearly worked out well.
Your glibness does you no credit. The Mage Rebellion was beyond even our power to control.
This is a broken piece of shit, man. I'd say I don't hate it, but yeah, it's a broken piece of shit. It is. This is bad. This is bad. My character's not dead and I'm being revived. Yeah, this is just broken. Alright. Okay. Not sure what's going on here. Not sure why it's doing all this. More broken than usual, I think. I'm not understanding why my party is being sent back to, like, the original campsite and shit. I don't understand what's going on. This is so bad. This is so fucking bad. Nobody will attack. Everybody's broken. Everybody's stuck. I'm not sure what's going on. My character's warping across the screen. Every time I move back, everybody warps back. I don't know what you can do with this. This is just horrible. This is bad. This is bad. Okay, let's since it's broken. AI's frozen. Oh yeah, trials are dead. They are actually broken. They just don't work. They don't work. I played with them extensively and found myself oftentimes having to switch it up just to play. This was just a bug spot of the map, I guess. All right, Bert. What do you think? Oh, so they didn't even bother to make the DLC for the last gen? So that means that all the new character build stuff that you have available, if you want, you couldn't do on the last gen anyway, even if you wanted to? Wow. Well, that's kind of fucked up. 'Cause, I mean, they opened up a lot of stuff to do with the especially with Trespasser DLC. A bunch of new items, Blood Mage shit, which is what this build is based on. I was wondering how long it was going to get to keep its 1 hit point. How many thousands I had to hit it for to kill to get that 1 hit point. Okay. Well, that was just a big bundle of bullshit right there. Skin just broken. Yeah, I hear you. Are you on 360 right now, Grouchy? Yeah, don't even start a game if you can't make the whole game as it's planned out. You know, they didn't just decide at the tail end of it, hey, let's make one more DLC and call it Trespasser. That shit was written before the game was ever released. The DLC was taken out of the game, chopped up into a couple pieces so they could sell it to you for $5-10 later. We all accept that as gamers. We understand that you're going to take the whole game, knock off hopefully only 20% of it. Some of the games, roughly half the game is chopped out, and then give it sold back to you 10% at a time. Here's the piece that was originally intended to be in there, but we're going to sell it to you later. So we're going to sell you this game for $100 instead of $60. I'd be like, bitch, just sell it to me for $100 all at once. But then as soon as they start doing that, they'll start chopping it up and they'll try to get $150 out of you. Then they'll start getting $200 out of you, then $250. So if they want to keep it at 60 and sell a few other, don't let them take another step in that direction. Fine. Okay, you're selling me my games at $100 a piece. I get it. 100 to 120. Okay. That's the amount of money you feel you need to make to go above and beyond what you invested in the game. That's fine. If it's a good game, I'm willing to do that. But don't chop it up and then say only certain people, only the elite can have these pieces. In other words, you can have cake, but you can't have any icing on it. You know, that's not cool. They knew those DLCs, what they were. That shit was already written before they ever even released the game. They knew they were going to sell it to you piecemeal later on. So there's no excuse for that. So why didn't they give a heads up? Why didn't they say PS3 and 360 users would not have access to any of the later DLC for this title? They need to say that. Would it affect their sales? Well, then either make the DLC for everybody or don't make it for the old console. I'd rather not have had it for a 360. I'd rather have either had to go get an X-Bone or a PS4 or just not had it, rather than to have a piece of it and then for you to just dangle that shit in front of my face but tell me I can't play it. That's messed up. I mean, looking at that for what it is, that's messed up. That's not right. It's not good business, actually. Neither of them. If you had Mabaris 4 levels higher than you spawn, that means because you were in an area where,
Have you heard from any of your Kirkwall?
Oh, unless you're talking about at the very beginning of the game, because enemies go up to level 8 in the hinterlands. They're up to level 8. In fact, there's a couple level 12 Fade Rifts. It's 2 level 12. Well, there's 1 level 12 Fade Rift.
Especially given recent events.
And a level 8 Fade Rift and a couple level 4s. And then some that just scale with you. Even ground scales everything to your level or higher. In other words, if it's above you, it's not going to come down. Either way. So if you faced Mabaris 4 levels higher than you, that wasn't a trial. In other words, you would have faced them anyway, regardless. Because you were in an area that scaled several levels higher. Like, I'm in levels right here. Well, everything's going to be at 16 right now where I'm at. But in the hinterlands, that's not the case, because you can fight... You can run across Templars that are like level 4 when you're only level 1 or 2, you know, and stuff like that. So, oh, I got you, Grouchy. Okay, I didn't. Yeah, you do. Yeah, those are DLC specific. I think I even said that in the video, is that it requires the DLC. What you're missing in the Sword and Shield Reaver is nose is itching. Is the combat roll, which is kind of a semi-overpowered way to do big AoE damage to mobs, you know, and that comes with the Trespasser DLC. If you don't have that, the build's doable. But without that, it's not as effective. You don't put up the big, huge, flashy numbers to 4, 5, 6, 8 enemies all at once. You'd be better off sticking with the two-hander than just going two-handed. And keep. I wouldn't upgrade combat roll at all. Actually, in that case, I wouldn't put an upgrade. Save that point, and put it in. Let's see. Do you still have a character built for that? With some improvising. If you don't have Shield Bash upgraded, upgrade Shield Bash to the bonus damage, and Shield Bash is an AoE. Let me think. Do you play if you play with friendly fire on? Then no, but you could exchange the upgrade for combat roll for charging bull. Charging bull is essentially the same principle. Bowl through an area. A lot of people use that for that. It's kind of a stamina dump, but you're not relying on Dragon Rage for damage anyway. You're using your basic weapon. Oh, and you don't have the Belt of Urgency either. No, it's not going to work for you. It's not going to work, Grouchy. You don't have the Belt of Urgency, so it doesn't matter. Yeah, that's fucked up. I did not know that. I did not know that. Yeah, there's no, no, you can't get the, you can't get it. Belt of forget the rest of it. The Belt of Urgency is what makes that build fun. Without the Belt of Urgency, I hate to say it, it's pointless. There's no need. Because the whole idea is speed. When you get the Belt of Urgency and then you get the Reaver passives going where it increases your movement and attack speed, and then you get Rampage, which increases your movement and attack speed even more, you're like playing on Dragon Age 2. It is literally like playing on Dragon Age 2. You're just flying all over the fucking place and just destroying shit in like 2 seconds. But if you don't have it, there's no point. There's no point. It's just a mediocre sword and shield build. Not near as strong as anything else, you know. I'm not saying Sword and Shield Reaver isn't still viable. You can't still play with it. But what makes it fun are the very things that you're missing. I can honestly say that. And that's sad.
Hello.
A burial chamber, I think.
Hey, what's up, Zach? Yeah, without the DLCs, just go with your two-hander, your big, slow, sluggish two-hander, and, you know, at least you can hit multiple enemies. You know, at least you got that. At least you can kind of, you know, roll through stuff. And two-handers, I mean, before DLCs ever came out, two-hander was the Reaver that I played with, and it was effective. I have an old build with that, and all the Sword and Shield is it plays off the old build. And the basic idea is maximize your critical chance, then maximize your criticals. That's really what it boils down to, because rather than using Dragon Rage and getting big numbers and then letting your stamina come back and getting some big numbers, with using your weapon and your weapon skills, but still taking advantage of Rampage and the passives in your Reaver tree, you get all the bonus damage benefits, but you get to use your abilities too, which have much bigger damage modifiers than Dragon Rage does. And you don't have to manage your stamina. And you don't really have to manage your health, as long as you can keep your health. You know, basically before, as long as you were missing some health, you got a damage bonus. So it didn't really matter at what point you were. When the Belt of Urgency came out, it required that you stay below 50%. Without the Belt of Urgency, without any of the DLC stuff, then just maximize your criticals, maximize your chance, then maximize your damage. And that's it. Criticals do nothing for you unless you're hitting criticals. So you have to be hitting criticals all the time. Then critical damage just comes shining through. Then you have Varric's Sundering Armor. And you can actually do some work. Holy shit. 4 of them hidden in one? What the fuck is this? Four of them inside of one. Man, are y'all seeing this? Well, the good thing about this is making me look forward to getting back to some Fallout. I thought that shit was bad. This is making it not quite as bad. I'm not gonna lie. Oh. Yeah, yeah. Do you ever play a dual-wield assassin, Crouchy? You might have fun with that, unless you've already done it. Then. Okay, I got that. All right, so let's start working on his tree. We need a campsite. I got my ring. It's got that. Mm-mm-mm. Not sure what was doing the single damage to those. YOLO! Exactly. Haley, were you around when we were playing our Dragon Age 2 Reaver? Because I've streamed that more than once. We just never got through a whole playthrough. We'd always get sidetracked and go play something else. This or Fallout or something newer, you know. To be honest, I don't think too many people really appreciate Dragon Age 2. I think they buy into the bad publicity that it has, you know, if nothing else. Or maybe it's just I am just so enamored with the game that I'm blind to its to where, you know, its shortcomings or something. I don't care. I mean, if you really, really, really love a game, isn't that really what matters, you know, type of thing? But, my Berserker Reaver in that game is, I have to say, with a little bit of pride, it's kind of ridiculous. It is kind of ridiculous. Y'all just gonna camp my camp? Camp is a place, it's not a thing you do. Fucking Brontos. This is too much drama sitting around here. Drama just waiting to happen. Oh god, these Brontos are trying to get... What the fucking troll-ass Brontos? And they're aggroed. And we're fucked. Well, at least he's not immune to electric. Got him. Now what are y'all picking on?
A little bird tells me you might be up for the Sunburst throne, Cassandra.
I suppose you'd prefer to see a man in the position.
You'd certainly be a first step towards that.
That will be less amusing should it actually come to pass.
You'd be mad to consider it. Can you imagine the target it would place on you?
I don't want to think about that right now.
Oh, what an awesome backhanded insult. I guess you'd like to see him put a man in there. Well, if they put you in there, that'd be a step towards putting a man in there. That is awesome. Yeah, that is awesome. You solo Corypheus on Nightmare. With any build. I'd like to see that. I'd like to see anyone solo Corypheus on Nightmare. I would love to see that. The wildlife is trolling the shit out of me in this area, by the way. I mean, it really, really... I'm not imagining it. It's trolling me. It's on purposely... Okay, I'm done with this. I don't know why you're committing suicide by me, but that's annoying. Slow down. Slow mobile shit is annoying. And the wildlife, once again, trolling me. Please, make sure I aggro over myself so you can't just fucking explore. So you have to constantly be... Just fucking stop. Oh, I gotcha. I never used potions. I mean, I used the health potions. No, actually, I didn't use those unless I had them. Because see, I normally sell my health potions as I go, so that I can pick up more health potions to sell those too. It's kind of like a source of income type of thing. It's yeah, not having potions, that would make it more manageable, I guess. I don't use potions or grenades in the game. I think the skill tree is beautiful enough that when managed properly, it allows you to do your thing. But yeah, the first flame, it's fucking... trying to get your party to act right is annoying sometimes, that Corypheus fight. Getting him to stay out of the way. Even if you tell them where to go, it seems like they go to kill themselves anyway sometimes and stuff. And Dorian's got another skill point. Alrighty then. I want more skill points. Man, that DLC with Corypheus in it is fucking just amazing. Like, there's so much lore there. So many questions to be asked, you know? I don't think dirt was the original word intended to be used there. Yeah, that's where I wanted to put my barrier. Over there. Oh, shit. They're gonna tag team me now with that bullshit, huh? Alrighty then. Oh yeah, the Duke has fallen from grace. I mean, like totally with like the look and the pose and everything. The Duke has fallen from grace. Yeah, that shit was awesome. Let's see. I guess we need to go around this way. Yeah, right? The whole thing, like all the way through, it was just an excuse just for one. You know what? With all the lightheartedness, that was one of the hardest DLCs also. Those little fucker with the little poison darts, that shit was brutal. They would destroy you. And then the little grave sites with the... Oh, man, what did they spawn on you? Like multiple arcane horrors or something? Mixed. That shit was not easy. That shit was nasty. Like, really bad. Nasty. Yes, sir. Forget what those little gnomes, those little gremlin dudes were called. But, man, little shits were... They were aggressive, too. Cheers, cheers. Bitch.
Hiding everywhere in this desert.
No, fucking that one time I saw Cassandra. Well, no, I'm lying. All right, but I could imagine seeing Cassandra and Varric and Vivian fucking outrun my horse, looking back at me, waving, wondering why I'm riding this bitch ass horse as they're running on by. Yeah, I'm like, why would I bother with this? I don't know if there's faster horses you can upgrade to or something. I don't know. I don't really care because, yeah, it's totally not worth it. But I don't use horses in like Skyrim either, except maybe to climb a particularly stubborn cliff or something. Never really any point. You're shooting me way the fuck over here, huh? I could go get some bunch of lurker scales anyway, so might as well head over here. Sure. Just for my character? What I have so far, it's just my barrier buff. We're only level 14, so we got a little ways to go. And then energy upgraded to magic resistant. And then lightning cage upgraded to bonus damage. And I will be taking these three here. We'll be eventually getting clean burn and flashpoint for cooldowns and free spell casts. But I need 3 more points for that, obviously. I'm going to upgrade this for bonus damage with Winter's Ruin. And also for the duration effect, eventually. Ice isn't my primary concern. It was mainly lightning. I'm still trying to get these here, too. So I'm not going to worry about haste. Haste is the most useless skill I've found in the game. It doesn't kill anything. And it doesn't help you kill anything. It's a couple seconds of annoying slow motion, and then you go back to what you're doing. I never really saw a point. But, yeah, that's where I'm at so far. We got a little ways to go. I've got a video on this build. The only difference between this and my other mage build is some of the new equipment they introduced with the Trespasser DLC allows you to get bonuses to certain element types. And so with Static Cage being such a fundamental part of the build, I was like, well, what if you maximize your lightning damage? What if you got, a lightning staff, and then you had the little rune that allows you to do, I believe there's a rune that allows you to, is there one? I know there's a belt. Anyway, I've got the belt that increases your electricity damage at the cost of some health. And then I believe there's a rune that gives you 10% or 20% bonus electricity damage, but like minus 50% of all other types. Is that right? Something of the Gamordan Storm Rider? Pretty sure that's it. Using the Crestwood cabin room. No idea what you're talking about. Yeah, haste is just not haste. Well, apparently they had a problem with the frame rate at high-speed combat, so they literally had to slow the combat down. That's why your warrior plays like it's running through fucking tar, and everyone else is basically fighting at half speed because apparently the frames can't keep up. But then they come out with the belt of urgency and they allow your character to speed up like a fucking hamster on crack.
To hear it from the horse's mouth, as it were. I also knew she would ask you to help us.
Help the Inquisition?
A crazy thought, I know. Yet here you are.
Oh no, I'm not a coward bitch piece of shit. So no, I've never considered that. If I ever become a coward bitch piece of shit, then I'll cheat and make an already easy game easier. There's absolutely no point in playing on any difficulty or doing anything if you're just going to cheat. You haven't done anything. You haven't beat the game on anything if you cheated. You haven't done shit. Pulled a hoe bitch move. That's it. There's no respect in that. Nope, haven't done anything like that. Sure haven't. I know what you're talking about, the spam endless amulets thing and all that, which I believe they patched anyway. I believe they set the amulet off to the side all by itself, just for that reason. But, yeah, I don't respect that type of stuff. And I don't pull any punches on that type of stuff either. Doesn't deserve any respect, doesn't deserve any consideration. It doesn't have any feelings. I couldn't give a fuck less about people that play like that or do that. Do shit like that, sit across from me at a poker table, I have to shoot you and go to prison for murder. That's how I look at it. That's not cool, so, yeah. So we're just going to trudge along through here and find some lurker scales. Yeah, maybe. I don't know, man. Hey, what's up, Hector? What is up? Isn't there a Fade Rift down here? Off down here? Way off in the distance somewhere?
Goodbye!
Where are my scales, man? Give me meh scales. Meh scales. Can you see me just chanting that on the Morse? Scale meh. Scale meh. Okay, so we can get up to the campsites using the back door over there, huh? That works for me. Sky, what's up? No. Ah! Oh, that big, you big old bitch. My character's broken. It got stuck. Got stuck activating a rift. Yeah. Okay, it's spamming it. Ah! Ah, I win. Yeah, it got me stuck closing a rift, I think, in between rounds or something. Man, it's giving me a lot of lightning. I need spirit. I gotta get spirit off of some of these, or else I'm not gonna have enough to even make a simple rune for myself. What do those do? Oh, 70. Faster movement speed when in stealth. That's a fitting thing for that, because this is really rogue materials that it gives you. They can keep walking right through here, too. I need all those scales. I can go buy them, technically. Yeah, Barrier was a more of a tactical type thing, right? Pretty much in previous. Oh, you did. Hey, you can't. I can take too much more of that. Those are Templar captains, too, or whatever you want to call it. Over here with their shit just growing out of their chest. Oh, I guess these are the corpses these are the people they killed to sacrifice so they could grow their lyrium or something. Is that what's going down right there? Apparently I need those. Alright. Kind of grab them as we go along. Fuck it. Guess I can use one of those. Don't try to seduce me into using your veil fire. I'm immune to your so-called charms. Isn't that what the cook says to you at the beginning of Origins? If you play the human noble, I'm immune to your so-called charms, to your Mabari. See you still licking your chops from the larder. All right, let's see. Strife is brilliance created. Ah, okay, this guy was a weaponsmith. Wait a minute. I got a theory. You hear his comment right there? Hold on. All right, let me get through this first.
I can't spit lightning or freeze anyone's ass off, so here, have a rune that sets your sword on fire.
That's it. Okay. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. All right, so this dwarf came up and set up these tags. Oh, god damn it. Fucking serious, man. More spiders, man? Is it just going to be random one at a time for the next 20 minutes? That's fine. We'll just kill them. Yeah, keep on coming with it, bitches. All right, so these dwarves here that built these tags, hold on. Feral Paragon fled from the strife his brilliance created. The strife that destroyed tags, sundered houses, from weapons that clan used against clan. Was this the first, is this the house that Sandal came from? For example? Is this the first of the, enchanters? And so they came to build these on the surface, and they brought magic with them, because if you do these in the wrong order, what pops out of here? Demons. There are demons bound in the stone here. That's a fact. Just like and also you've got this veil fire shit too going on here. So the use of veil fire, demons bound in the stone. This is more than just the ability to weave lyrium into runes. You have magic involved here. the ability to bind magic. And I'm gonna take, hold on. So let's put this together. You've got these dwarves. He left. So this is the first, either this was a mage, this was a dwarven mage, the first of the enchanters or something. He had some ability to use magic, unless he brought some, I don't know, some Tevinter Magisters with him and shit to do all this stuff. But to bind demons in the stone, because if you do this puzzle out of order, demons will spawn, just like a Fade Rift. It pulls demons through the Fade.
For someone with your tact
right?
and charisma.
Now go back to Origins. Two things from Origins kind of make sense now, because traditions are passed along, right, with the dwarves, and they've lost a lot of that. You know, they tend to just worship paragons and live without magic. But go look in Origins and go look at the like King Harrowmont, when you're trying to make him king, or Balin or whoever you're making king. What are all the dwarves in the council holding? What do they all have? Every single one of them. And what does Harrowmont gift you with if you help him become king? Magic staffs, right? Every single dwarf has a magic staff. What the fuck are they all holding magic staffs for? Every single one of them. All the council chamber members. You know, there's a name for them. You know what I'm talking about. The ones who decide on king, who's going to be king and shit. They're leaders or elders or whatever you want to call them. They're all holding staffs. Harrowmont gives you a staff as a reward for helping him become king. Yep. Absolutely. All right, so there's magic in the milk there somewhere. Now, when you solve the puzzle in the Dwarven Royal Palace, what spawns? Out of the fucking ground, right? Out of the stone. A dragon. You can spawn a dragon. There's a puzzle you can solve. There's a dragon bound in the stone. And then down in the Deep Roads, and then one in the Royal Palace, and probably one somewhere else. They're those little fucking vials that spawn the revenants. So you've got a revenant that spawns around near where you mark one of the doorsteps for the Blood Mage in the back alleys in Denerim. You've got a revenant that spawns in the Elven Ruins where you find the Arcane Warrior. You've got a revenant that spawns in the Dwarven Royal Palace. You've got a revenant or two that spawns down in the Deep Roads themselves. Not to mention that other demon that if you bring all the sundered body parts, it spawns a pride demon there. Let's see, what else? There's magic involved here somewhere. That whole thing that the dwarves don't have magic bullshit.
I'm giving you
maybe a different kind.
Assuming you didn't drag them all here.
There's some history there. That's just too many links.
I mean, you never know.
To be dismissed.
Kidnapped Ruffles, and she'd be too polite to say anything.
Liliana recruited Josephine. They're friends.
So there's a rational explanation after all. Just when I thought you had layers.
Well, oh, shut up, Riz. Seriously? Bad backs? Backaches? Yeah, for balance, because their beards are weighing them. Yeah, haha. There's some history onto who carved these statues too, and it wasn't the original dwarves. This was like the Tevinters later, or the Elysians. No, I think the Elysians came in and carved these statues. Not sure what the statues have to do with the tombs. Not really sure. Something though. You know, one of these days, I need to see a video game where at some point you're sitting there playing one of these video games where there's sequels, you know, like Mass Effect 1, 2, and 3. Like, I think it would be funny in Andromeda, you're just sitting there and you randomly get destroyed by a fucking nuke strike wherever you're at. Doesn't matter, wherever you're at, any one of the planets. And you know what it is? It's one of those missiles you missed with back in Mass Effect 1, 2, or 3. You know, like one of those photon torpedoes or something that you were shooting at one of the Reapers and it missed and just kept going, right? And so hundreds of years later, you're off in the Andromeda galaxy exploring around and you just fucking get nuked out of nowhere by one of your misses from... That would be funny. Or some biotics, just some random biotics just start pelting the ground around you. What the fuck is this? It's the magic you missed with that just kind of traveled through space until it... That would be funny. It would be kind of cool, actually, if you think about it. You're ruining someone's day somewhere. Exactly. And so we sit there and listen to that speech. That shit is funny too. We do not fire from the hip. Tough ass shade there, man. Okay, get these two. I guess that's it. Well, that took it a while to figure out that its ass was kicked. Frost, no spirit essence at all, man. That's still good. Is that it right there? Am I looking at it campsite? I think I am. Alright, we'll go grab that real quick. grab some death root too, since it's free. Got destroyed it. Gotta earn your little 5-10 feet to get to your next campsite.
Inquisitor.
Oh, an archer. Just what I wanted to see. Let me just stand right here. See me? Should have seen me. Bitch! Little electric bolts just dancing everywhere. Oh, man. I destroyed a dragon by looking at it. I just looked at it and dared it to not just kill itself. And it said just to save everybody the time. I'm just going to go ahead and end it right here. Should have seen it. It was cool. And I'm lying. I'm just running around, closing fade rifts and getting lurker scales, and that's about it. And the barrel that you can apparently attack. How dare that barrel exist? That's right. Taught it a thing or two. Won't fuck with us anymore, will it? Watch this. I'm gonna throw this down there. Throw that down there. Hit him with that. Sucks to be on. Yes!
What's a dasher from the Merchants Guild?
For every enemy within 8 meters. That's
I asked the same thing of a pampered noble Tevinter.
good for
Don't call me pampered.
Cassandra.
He's peeled a grape for me in weeks.
Talk to Josephine. She can arrange something.
Nobody's peeled a grape for me. Fucking, oh man. Dorian's, yeah, he's. I gotta say, between Dorian, Sarah, Bull, Cassandra, they're all completely different. I think I like them equally. All of them. Gotta say that. Probably gonna want to find my way back up here, right? Guess I can't have that. Brooding. Oh yeah, Varric. Telling Fenris to specialize in brooding. So what's this brooding thing you're doing? Is that fucking mana regenerating right there? How'd that feel, you big old bitch? Whatever. He said, yeah, I'll show you how it felt. We're gonna end this shit right here, watch. Between me and Dorian. Ah! Ooh, nice. This barrier. Oh, shit. Guess he needs to be wearing that. Ring of guard penetration. We need one of those on our Fallout character with the pool cue. Ring of guard penetration, and then walk around violating all of the Diamond City guards with your penetrating pool cue and your proctologist, scientist lab coat on, and your ring of guard Never mind. All right. Put that on right there. Level 15. We'll find something better than that. No one Dragon Age 2? Not even Isabella? With her free-spirited self? I don't remember if there's another camp up here on the mountain. I don't think so. I think I'm going to come down here. Start back over. We'll work our way up. Yeah. That's basically, yeah. That's pretty much the gist of it. But to her credit, at least she admits it, right? Ooh, I got a point. All right. Now can we maximize? Really want that too. Let's see. 15, 16, 17. I'm going to get one more free point. 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. Yeah, this really kind of caps off at 22. Pretty much. Okay, we can wait on that. So many. All Oh, yeah, yeah. Yeah, Anders rapes you by conversation. And there's no... If you don't say, yeah, Anders, you lie to my face, and I believe everything you say, and I unquestioningly worship you for no reason and serve every whim, no matter how ridiculous and contrary to anything that we're doing it is, but I don't want to sleep with you. Oh, well, fine then. Yeah. He does rape you by conversation. Oh, he's a rapist. He's a rapist. Along with a lot of other things. Oh, Fenris is awesome, man. Fenris is a lot to me like Vivian. In a way, it's like you know straight up what you got with him, and he's sincere. Like if he said it,
they may be campfires.
That's it. That's law. If he said it, that's law. He gives 0 fucks. And the only reason anyone would argue with Fenris is their emotions. Because he doesn't say anything unfactual. He's like, mages do what they do, they've always done what they've done, and they're going to continue to do so. Deal with it. But Fenris, that's not politically correct, and it hurts my emotions. Fenris is like, 2 dicks for you. 1 for me not giving a fuck, and you for keeping you busy because I don't want to hear you talk anymore. I mean, that's literally, that's his attitude. He's not being mean, he's just being honest. And not liking the truth doesn't make it any less true. I totally respect that. Like, he's a little flat as far as personality goes, but isn't that perfect with his story, with his history? He grew up a slave, was never allowed to be himself, didn't know who he was anyway. That whole lyrium shit burned any memories he had pretty much out of his head. He had no personality. He had no moral touchstone to compare. There's no life experiences. He's literally feeling out right and wrong as he goes along. So any nobility, any honesty that he has, that's just him. That's just his nature. And I can totally respect it because he's real. I'd rather have real and kind of dull than a complete evil, perverted piece of nutjob shit like Anders wrapped up in his wannabe super sugary sweet, it puts lotion on its skin friendliness. Any day. Just saying. A lot to be said for that. I think his personality fits perfect with his story, with his history. I always thought I'd like to run through Dragon Age 2 using Fenris as an off-tank. As far as physical damage is concerned, it's hard to get him tanky, you know, to really take any physical damage. So when you're up against mobs like fucking dwarven assassins, you know, and stuff like that, it's gonna be problems. Mainly, you really just need. Speaking of Anders, whoever your healer is, to make sure that he, you know, pretty much stays on his feet. I'm so sorry you sprained your ankle and are blaming it on me and won't fucking leave. You ran me all the way over here to start running in circles? You little bitch. Shut up. Shut up, lobster lips. Shut up! You're dead. Die more quietly. Shut up. No. Spank the big red lyrium guy. No! I said no. That's it. He's your only healer in the game, and that is so sad. So sad, because anyone else. And you know what? And I look at it this way, too. You know what makes this even worse? When you realize exactly what Anders had done in the game, just how guilty he was of so much horrible shit. Like, horrible stuff. A lot of the bad that you see went on, he had a hand in. Anyway, aside from all that, when you think about it, Varric actually was fond of him. For whatever reason, it makes it really hard not to judge Varric on that. If Varric has a shortcoming, it was his befriending Anders. Blondie, as he calls him. But Varric's recollection of the whole story is what you're actually playing in Dragon Age 2. You're playing Varric's telling of that story. And Varric was fond of Anders. So what you're getting is a very watered down, very biased viewpoint of Anders. And he still shines through as a stinking sugar-wrapped piece of dog shit on a winter sidewalk, smoking in the fucking morning that you step in your brand new pair of shoes. I mean, he still comes across that way. And that's after all of Varric's embellishments and conveniently leaving out things that are a little less tasteful and stuff like that. So if you think about it, what that piece of shit actually was, that's some hardcore rottenness, man. Oh yeah, that is definitely one plus. Is killing Anders ASAP. I guess you kind of have to go down in the deep roads with him. No, you have to go down the deep roads with Varric. Yeah, you don't need to take Anders in deep roads. Sure don't.
Have you been taking notes on all this, Varric?
Oh, you'll need to be more specific there, Seeker.
The Inquisition. You're not planning to write a book about us, are you?
Don't get your hopes up. You're not that interesting a subject.
I am. Feel free to write a book about me.
He says I am.
The Wayward Magister?
I'm not a magister. Oh, forget it. You just get it wrong.
Yeah, I was one of those badass mages. Yeah, last year when I went to PAX South, there was this one girl cosplaying as Anders, and I'm like, you either are incapable of thinking for yourself, or this says something about you as a person, like your ethics or your lack thereof, your morals, your common sense. I mean, I didn't want to be offensive. I was like, it must just be this. I'm gonna just ignore all the obvious and go with the fact that, I don't know, I like his beard stubble or something. And you're ignoring any other facet of his being. Because outside of that, this is the creepy hands guy that makes you rub lotion on your skin before it kills you, while all the time in this little movie that it's got playing in its head, it's the star of this movie being the great swashbuckling hero going on up in here. When it's the filthy roach crawling through shit, it thinks it's the hero swimming through gold in its head. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's so off up here that it needs to be terminated. It needs to be. With Anders gone, a lot of bad wouldn't have happened. Let's just put it that way. A whole lot of bad wouldn't have happened. Orsino was really not a whole lot different, actually. But Anders, you find out, was actually partly, not directly, but indirectly responsible for your mother being kidnapped in Dragon Age 2. That whole underground that they ran to get mages and illegal stuff in and out of the Circle was also used to smuggle the books out of the Circle library to that blood mage who kidnaps your mother and uses her to, resurrect his dead wife or whatever freaky shit he was doing. Anders was involved with that same shit. That same underground. And you know, the ironic part is that underground spent 90% of its time smuggling blood mages into Kirkwall, not smuggling mages out, believe it or not. So like there's not even any validity to any of Anders' misguided arguments about, you know, for what he was doing. There's just nothing. He has there's no validation whatsoever for any part of that. Yeah. Well, I really, really, really hate everything that individual represents. I'm serious. Like damn. As if that weren't obvious.
Inquisitor.
He's partly responsible for that. Not directly, but indirectly. He's part of the same underground used to smuggle people and things in and out, you know. Also, you got to assume, I would think, this is an assumption because I don't have any lore, I don't have a codex that I read to back this up, but the formula that he got to make the mini nuke, the big laser nuke, whatever the fuck you want to call it, that he blows up the Chantry with, the formula for that came from some deep, dark, forgotten blood magic type ritualistic blah, 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 whatever, to put that thing together. I also believe that the nature of the formula also involved blood magic too. Now, Anders was a blood mage. That's not debatable because his skill tree involves blood magic. Go look at his specialty, his specialization. It's the sacrificing of blood to make him. He's a blood mage because he's possessed by a demon. You can call justice what you want. It's a demon. Whether it was when he got into Anders or it became that after it realized the filthy fucking house it was living in, or both, or whatever. But no matter what, bottom line is, end of the matter, is that Anders was a blood mage. So was there blood magic involved in the creating of that super bomb? I know the formula probably came from another one of those books that Orsino would have helped Anders get a hold of, which would mean that Orsino was also complicit in everything Anders was doing. You want to say Orsino was in the circle doing this, Anders was in your party. No. They're definitely working together. And a lot of those blood mages there. Grace, the blood mage that you help, and she turns around and kidnaps your sister and tries to kill you too, as thanks. And then when you go talk to her in the circle after she's been captured, instead of being put to death, which was what should have happened, along with all of her cohorts, they show her mercy. Well, the Kirkwall Templars wouldn't do that. Well, they did. They showed her mercy, and she says, yeah, I guess thanks a lot for sending us away without any... If you let her make it, either way, doesn't matter. She blames you. So she eventually kidnaps your sister and tries to kill off the rest of your family, including you, for whatever reason. Grace was actually... They weren't fleeing the circle. Grace and that blood mage she was with, that blood mage had burned down the circle. And any mage that didn't want to go with them, and any tranquil who was useless because they can't cast magic and kill people. So mages don't have any use for you if your magic's no good because you can't kill people with it. And that's all they want to do is kill people. Well, that's kind of harsh. Okay, well, argue with it. History argues with me. I want you to argue against me and history. I have a pattern of behavior proven through over thousands of years of mages, what they always do. Well, there could be one exception. Could be, but if I can keep 1 million people alive by killing 100 people and 99 of them are bad and there's one innocent caught in the midst to keep these 1 million people alive, that's acceptable to me. Oh, but that one innocent person. No. These 1 million people are not worth that one person. Fuck that one person. We're going to keep these 1 million people alive. That's reasonable. Anything outside of that is insanity. Modern insanity, people actually think like that these days, but still insanity. If you think about it, not only Anders and Orsino being complicit in that, but with Grace and that blood mage not fleeing the circle, what they had actually done was burn down their circle, and they were making their way to Kirkwall to get in through Anders underground to get in there. And their agenda was, if you pay attention, when you go to fight Tirani, which is that blood mage who's one of the ones organizing and do all that, not a whole lot different than Anders. Tirani will tell you because she thinks you're about to die, and she's going to take your corpse and use it as a vessel to, I don't know, create some abomination or something. Whatever she thinks she's going to do with her blood magic. She tells you what their agenda is. It's to drive Knight Commander Meredith and the rest of the Templars crazy so that there is no excuse, so there's nothing to hold the mages back from open rebellion, right? In other words, in secret, what the mages are doing is going like this to the Templars. Poke, 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 poke. Now, if you've ever been in the back seat of a car with a little fucking kid who's eventually you stop it! And as soon as you do that, what does the kid do? Mommy, right? So that's what the mages are doing. They're poke, 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 like this. And as soon as the Templars say fucking enough, The mages run out into the street like you see Orsino at the beginning of Act 3 going, the Templars are so mean to us. Look at this black eye. We're so innocent. We're just slaves and we're so... when their whole plan, that entire time, leading up to that point, this isn't some shit after the end of Act 3 where they've finally had enough. This is shit that the mages had been planning. In fact, the rebellion needed an excuse, so they drove the fucking Templars nuts. Now, the Red Lyrium didn't help. But the Red Lyrium is a manufacturer of who? Mages! That's where it started. No refuting that either. So I look at all this and I say, damn, okay. But yeah, anyway, Anders is a part of all that. So I have to assume that the formula that Anders got was from Orsino, along with those same books that he sends to that guy who kidnaps your mother and is killing women, you know, the serial guy, it puts lotion on its skin dude. Orsino was giving him books and stuff like that to support his work and said, I approve of this work. I'm excited to see what breakthroughs you come up with. Keep me updated. You can actually read these notes from Orsino to that dude, specifically written from Orsino to this guy, personally. So for people to like cosplay as this guy and like this guy and say, I'd let him sleep with me. You'd let that thing stick its thing in you. That is fucking... Yeah, that's something that the mind should not have to wrap itself around and be scarred for life to even think of that. Because that's sick. That's sick as fuck. That's sick. And I know it's just a video game, but I'm talking people in real life who will defend that stance, who will actually think that somehow that's acceptable. And that's, I have to say, at some point, I don't care what your sexual preferences are and what fetishes you might have. At some point, there's a line that's drawn, and that beyond acceptable, where you cut off and you say, no, this is, you know, like Hawk would say, anything involving children or animals. Anders is worse. Worse than any of that. Worse than fucking with a kid and a dog at the same time. Anders is like on some whole other level. And like I say, I just can't. I don't want to see it. I don't want to understand it. Makes no sense to me. Yeah, that it was going to happen regardless. Yeah, it was going to happen no matter what. It was pretty much set in stone. The mages were going to make sure it happened. In other words, it was basically we'll provoke them to the abuses that we falsely accused them of. Not all of them were false. Those Templars were some. I mean, you find that one serial rapist dude Templar who would make little mage girls tranquil so he could use them as sex toys and stuff. Oh yeah, that needs to be put to death. But that is not the caricature of the Templars overall. Whereas your typical blood mage going out to kill somebody because, I don't know, they couldn't tie their shoelaces that morning, or their porridge was cold, or they had dirty sheets the night before, you know, they couldn't find, you know, I don't know, their fucking favorite shirt shrunk in the laundry, time to summon a demon and go kill 100 people so I can make demons out of them, and then we can go kill 1,000 people, and then we'll take over the world, haha, you know, and all this type of shit. That is the caricature of your average mage at some point. Whether they start out that way or end that way, it doesn't really matter. Bottom line is, those innocent people really don't care why. They just know that this mage at some point loses his shit or her shit, blows some shit up, and their life and the life of all their family members and their house and their property and their city is destroyed. Because some mage got an emo fucking issue. It's guaranteed. At some point it will happen. Well, it's because the demons are... I don't care why. That makes... No. Anders wants to say mages have the right to live. No, the victims of the mages have a right to live. They shouldn't have to deal with magic. But yet, because this motherfucker over here has got this curse, you know, and can't help it, everyone's supposed to care, and everyone's supposed to be willing to die for that. Right? I'm innocent. My life shouldn't be taken, but this mage needs to be understood, and in the process of being understood, needs to be given enough of a leash to where eventually it will do something that will kill me. But I need to understand that. No, no, just no. It's a sad state that the mages are in, but it doesn't change it. Thinking that it sucks doesn't make it not do what it does. You know what I mean? Like, thinking that the situation that mages are in, not being able to help being born with magic, doesn't undead their victims. Doesn't matter whether it sucks or not. Their victims still die. They still do what they do. They find an excuse. Well, it's because of the demons. So? That's not a valid argument. That's not even a valid reason. It may be a reason, an explanation why, but it doesn't change anything. It doesn't. And like I say, it doesn't make their victims any less dead. And it doesn't make the horrors that they commit any less horrible. No. Let's see. Paragon, okay, that's the first one. This is the second one. Okay. So it should be this one. This one. This one. Demons of the Stone. I should have read that codex. Demons of the Stone. In fact, I'm about to read that codex.
Have you been reading the inscriptions? These dwarves built a colony on the surface. On purpose.
Is that unusual?
Not all mages go crazy.
They'd hire someone to tear it down and pulverize.
Give me an exception. Give me a. Let's take 1,000 mages. Give me a percentage of exceptions that justify thinking that them going batshit crazy and killing everybody isn't the rule. In other words, give me something that shows that that's not the general rule followed by the vast, and I'm talking 99th percentile majority. Give me a number of it. Don't just give me one or two out of the hundreds of thousands of mages. Give me groups. Give me groups of. Give me sects or parties or groups or whatever of mages that don't. Give me exceptions. Give me something to tell me that's not the rule. I've got all of history to say that it is. And 99.9% of every mage in it to say that it is. Starting with what fucking caused the blights in the first place. And just all the bullshit since then. Right? Magisters, mages, same thing. Started this shit, been continuing this shit. Nobody asked for this shit. They had to do this shit because of the pride in their shit. And so it's just their shit. All of them. Except one or two does not discredit a rule. You know what I mean? Like, the general consensus is that when it rains, all water falls down. But some drops, when they hit the ground, go back up for a second. That doesn't mean that gravity is not the fucking law that brings rain down. In other words, the law is still the law. The rule is still the rule. The general nature of their condition dictates that they do a certain thing, and they always do. If you could give me enough exceptions to say that that's not the rule, then I'd really like to see it. I keep talking here, and I'm not even bothering to look, because you can't. Because I've already looked myself. This isn't I just decided on a whim that I didn't like mages and then just only pick through the facts that supported that particular bias, prejudice, or magism. I'm not a magist. What I did was I looked at all the stuff and I have to say, wow, the emotional misplaced sympathies that result in the destruction of the many leans towards giving the mages a benefit of the doubt that they don't warrant, they don't deserve, they have not earned, and that they make no effort to disprove. Their efforts to disprove that they're crazy is by going fucking batshit crazy. That's all they do to disprove that they're crazy. They go crazier. And if they can kill you, then you can't call them crazy anymore. That's all I see. Ever. No exceptions. Been paying pretty close attention to the Dragon Age universe since I've been playing this game. No exceptions. Not even Wynn. Wynn found an excuse to allow a spirit to possess her. But it didn't come in the shape of a demon. Do you think they do? Do you think when these demons are seducing these mages in their sleep, it's always fucking, ha, let me in or I kill you? Oh no, it's honey and vinegar and seduction and sweet words, and I'll play with your private parts and I'll give you whatever you want and blah, 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 and this and that, and I will release you to an endless orgasm of life. Everything's going to be paradise for you. Just let me experience life through your eyes. Of course, demons are going to play like that. But once the demon takes a grip and through that mage, they kill the fuck out of everyone. Does anyone really care why you let that demon do to you what it did to every fucking mage before you, and the results to be what were the results of every mage before you, which is a whole bunch of innocent people fucked off who had nothing to do with your bitch ass, who probably should have just been right off the chute, because a lot of bad wouldn't have happened later, right? So they create a circle, because you can't just chop the head off every baby that it comes out slinging a fireball. Of course, a lot of mages, they aren't discovered until much later. Those that aren't intentionally hidden by their parents, who eventually burn down the house of their parents with their parents in it, along with all the livestock and their brothers and sisters. Oh, there's a mage. Do they kill it? Usually not. They put it in a circle anyway. So now you got away with multiple murder. Well, now you're guilty. Guess what that demon's going to play off for the rest of your life until you finally submit your guilt, or your pride, or your desire, or your lust, or your something. Okay, but does that excuse it? No. Does that change it? No. So is that an excuse? No. Is it a reason? Okay, but does that change anything? No. And that's pretty cut and dry to me. There's really no, because I've already debated both sides in my head, and finally, I think, used a little bit of common sense and reason and said, you know, these motherfuckers are wrong. They're a curse. They don't just have a curse, they are a curse. They're a curse to the world. They are. Because their good comes at a price, and the price is never worth it. Right? And their bad comes at a costlier price. So it's either they're really expensive or even more really expensive to have around at the cost of a lot of life and a lot of happiness and a lot of things that could be but aren't because they exist. They are definitely a fly in the ointment, most definitely. And that's harsh. But it doesn't make it less true. Not liking that doesn't make it less true. That's kind of the only point I'm making here. Oh, superb ring of attack. Nice. I think I'm going to give that to somebody. Definitely giving that to somebody. Somebody needs this in their life. But tranquility. Yeah, sure. Tranquility. There you go. There you go. Tranquility apparently cuts them off from dreaming and this and that and blah, blah, blah. And cuts them off to any door open for demons to walk through. Is that better than death? Anders would say no. He wouldn't know that. He just assumes that because that kind of unvalidates his need to kill everybody. He's already got this, I'm going to blow the fuck up out of Kirkwall and all the innocent people in it because I'm a mage and I need to prove my point. What's your point? That everything needs to die because of me. Anders made no other point. He proved absolutely nothing else. There was nothing else set in stone except the fact that, oh, a mage finally found a bigger bomb to kill more people with all at once. Damn, demons weren't enough. Blood magic wasn't enough. Fireballs and lightning weren't enough. Now you got to have nukes. Because you just can't kill people fast enough. You just can't murder enough. Man, shit, how can we murder more in a shorter period of time for no fucking reason whatsoever? Leave it to a mage. He'll figure it out. Name something else that was proven there. Anything else that was proven there. There was absolutely no statement made. Let's start some shit. Let's get some people killed the fuck up here. Yes. That's it. Nothing else. And you allow that to exist. Because they're misunderstood and they deserve a right to live so that they can eventually kill you. That's how they've earned their right to live, to eventually kill you. I'm not getting it. I can't get that. I can't. That's not logical. That's not reasonable. So what seems like kind of a gray area really is, it's pretty black and white, pretty cut and dry. And then I'm like, did they intend it for it to be? Did it either require some deeper insight, or is it just a flaw in the writing? I haven't really found any holes in their writing. Their writing seems to be pretty in depth. It's amazing, you know. So I'm thinking that you definitely have an antagonist. You definitely have a protagonist, and the antagonist is whatever presented magic to man who's flawed, right? And can't be trusted with something like that. You have something infinite being trusted to something that's finite, that's finite, both in knowledge and ability and everything else, but has enough pride to think that it's God. And so you give it a tool like that, which is going to be used as a weapon somehow. You give raw material to mankind, what is the first thing mankind makes out of it? A weapon. Man. No, mankind created the wheel. The wheel's not a weapon. The first thing they did with the wheel is put it on a fucking tank. They made cars later. Let's put this wheel on something so we can get more people somewhere faster to kill up some shit. That's what people do. So whatever power was responsible for leaving, maybe Solus, or whatever power was behind Solus, introduced magic to men who can't be trusted with that. A living gun that has a mind of its own, that's subject to constant influence by entities whose only desire is to use that gun to kill anyone who doesn't have that gun, then kill everyone who has that gun also. Right? Isn't that pretty much the bottom line? And so, I mean, it's genius writing, but I don't think the debate is quite as gray as people would make out, you know? And the only reason to see and understand this and then continue to side with mages is it would just be an emotional attachment, because there's no logic or reason or morals or ethics that would lead one to side with that, because it's responsible for nothing but horror, misery, death, destruction. That's all it's accomplished, and every act of healing comes at a cost. So no, you know, so no, there's no valid argument on behalf of the mages, not really. They were given concession. It was the circles, and the mages decided to burn those down too. Oh, well, you know what? Fuck you then. We're out, because you didn't deserve the effort that we gave you the first time. All right, you killed us, and instead of killing you back, we made circles for you. Well, you killed us and burned that shit down in the process. Now what? Now what more concessions need to be made? Should we just kill ourselves? Well, then the mages wouldn't have any fun. I guess they would have to just kill each other then, I guess. Right? Okay, I can put my weapon up. Let's see, I've got, what's this? Shards, oh, I didn't know there was 2 shards right here. Okay. Let me get this, that, and that. No. Let me get this first. Yeah, let me get this first. Straight west. We'll catch all that other stuff in a big straight line. Absolutely, we're messed up. I think that's the message. That's the message of Dragon Age. That's what I think they're getting at. Bottom line, if you just take all the complicated factors, all the, like, we as people, as simple as we are, we have a lot of layers, a lot of levels. Our mood changes from day to day, sometimes minute to minute. Some of us who are really unstable have several moods at the same time. I mean, you know, we're complex, but we're pretty simple, pretty basic. You can expect one thing out of us, and we usually don't disappoint. Is we're gonna ruin some shit as quickly as possible. And if we can't do it really fast, we're gonna create an object to ruin it faster. That's what we do. And so, entrusted with a power like magic, the ability to harness and manipulate spiritual forces, you can't be responsible to harness and manipulate your fucking fingertip without killing somebody or doing some really bad shit. Those fingertips, sure enough, they can stroke a child's head who's done well, your child. They can pet your dog. Those same fingertips can cook dinner. Those same fingertips could essentially build a house. That's to encourage the prolonging of your race so that there can be more of you to destroy shit faster. Right? All those things are needed. Right? Even a serial killer will sustain himself with a job if necessary. Right? But that doesn't stop those fingertips for doing what they essentially by nature almost have to do, which is break, kill, destroy, ruin, violate, and usually have an excuse for doing so. Would any of you guys out there argue that technology, starting with the industrial age, let's go back to the late 1800s, right? You know, when the railroads were just kicking in, you know, steam, which eventually led to, you know, other fuels, and then eventually electricity, and then, you know, so on and so forth. Then eventually nuclear, up to today. Would any of you argue that any of that was a bad thing?
Did I? Leave it to a dwarf, always lowering the bar.
But can I point out that mankind has a roughly documented 6,000 year history, roughly 6,000 years. You could say 10 or 12. Some you might say 4 or 5, whatever. Let's just use 6,000 as a basic frame. A little longer, a little shorter. Honestly, you could add 1 million years to it, and it still wouldn't be much in the history of everything, right? I guess Earth goes back how many millions and billions, and then the universe goes how many. So it's really just just one little grain of sand in time anyway, right? But mankind's history goes back 6,000. Now think about this. This is true. This is real world stuff here. 6,000 years. So look at that on a graph. If you were to actually get some graph paper out and break that up into 1,000, just 6 blocks of 1,000 years apiece. Now, what portion of just one of those blocks would the 100 years, or let's just say 200 years. Let's go back to early 1800s. Let's give ourselves 200 years, right? Which really are actual real industrial and scientific progress as far as what we are spoiled to having today, right? Really doesn't go back that far. But let's just say 200 years. What percentage of just one of those blocks does 200 years make? Right? So if you got a graph of 6,000 years, 200 years takes up a little chunk like this. But the progress we've made in 200 years, once we had the capacity to influence things that our fingers couldn't touch. In other words, how do you make it's almost like magic. How do you make your hands harness more power than what they can actually hold? Well, you have these machines and you have technology. Then eventually you have computers, and then eventually you have the interwebs. And then eventually you have group thinking to pass things along 5 million times faster than what they ever could before. Just 100 years ago, if you wanted to send something just across the country, much less to the other side of the world, when did they actually start flying intercontinentally? You know what I mean? It wasn't that long ago we were using boats to get shit. So if you want to send a message or a letter prior to the telephone, it would take months to get a letter, and then another couple months to get a response, depending on where the other person was. But now it's instant. And that's just in this last little fraction of time. Now look at 6,000 years. Are you telling me that back in ancient China, ancient Egypt, let's go a little bit later, ancient Israel, ancient Samaria, ancient Assyria, let's go a little bit later, let's go Rome, ancient Rome, and then even after that, the medieval ages, you didn't think the fucking kings and the fucking carpenters didn't want a goddamn computer or a fucking light bulb? None of them? Now, do you think that our IQ just magically rose 100 points magically around the 1900s? Just all of a sudden, we all hit the IQ of 160 and just created some shit. Fuck, we've always wanted this. Let's just have it now, magically, and be able to mass produce this shit in a little less than just a couple generations. But for the 5,800, 5,900 years, or however long prior to that, not one single person thought of that shit, huh? They found a way to irrigate and provide plumbing for mass cities with basically nothing but a few logs, a basic understanding of physics, and some wheels. And they built pyramids, and they did all this shit. But that same IQ couldn't create a fucking light switch or a light bulb until all of a sudden, just about 100, 150 years ago, somebody came up with the idea, hey, if I could just get this to do this, then all of a sudden we could destroy ourselves and end this planet good and proper really, really fucking fast. It's shit probably in just a few generations if I just do this. So let's just work this shit up. And all of a sudden, everybody will just run with it. Next thing you know, you got teraflops on a goddamn video game where just 30, 40 years ago, all you had was Pong. You see what I'm getting at? Just all of a sudden right here. To harness that, had we had what we have just in the last 100 years for 6,000 years, our history wouldn't have gone past about 5,800 years ago, because we'd have started, burned our shit out real quick, and it had been over, because we are destroying this planet at an alarming rate on purpose. And you know what our best efforts to stop that are? Doing more of it. Here, let me give you an example. Electric powered cars. Do you know the land and nature damage done to provide the materials to make those goddamn batteries to make those cars? Anybody have any idea? Recycling. That's a good one. Where does that plastic go? All right. The 90% that's not recycled. The process of recycling, the melting, the reforming, the reconstituting of plastic. What does that put in the air? The very thing you're fighting against. Hundreds of times more of it. And guess what? You pay for it too through your tax dollars. California's real bad. I'm from California. And last time I went out there to visit, they had like 5 different trash cans for every kind of possible waste that you might want. And you know what? There's a bureau to maintain who does what with each of those trash cans and where it goes. And the landfills. Landfills exist. All this poison shit you're sending to a place seeps down into the ground, eventually gets into the water. Is the world any healthier because of it? No, not at all. But now you're paying a motherfucker to make the world even more toxic and more dangerous faster in your efforts to fix it. And that's mankind. Our best efforts to fix anything that we do results in doing more of what we're trying to do. What do our best efforts at peace result in? This is a fact. This is not an opinion. This is a fact. Our best efforts at peace result in war. Our best efforts at ending hunger result in starvation. Our best efforts at fixing the planet result in destroying it. Everything we do in an effort to fix something results in 2 times more of the very thing we claim to be fixing. Right? How about I remember the movement. I remember this was in my lifetime. The movement to end paper bags, to promote plastic bags. And plastic, the creation of plastic itself and the disposal of plastic that takes 15 or more of our planet lifetimes to even get rid of, right? Once it's poisoned our soil, and all the chemicals and byproducts as a result did 5 billion times more damage in 1/10 the amount of time that chopping down trees for the next fucking 6,000 years would have ever done. And that land that the trees rely on to grow in, oh, guess what? It's fucked off now. Good job. Awesome. And people bought it. They said, we can fuck shit up to fix the fucked up shit. And that'll be fixing it because we're mankind. And because somebody said this is the way to do it, like global warming. Somebody said this is the way to do it. And therefore, since they said it, it can't be wrong because that's a man that said it. And we're men and we're God. And everything we do is just righteous. No, I'm sorry. Everything we do destroys the very thing we're attempting to fix. Everything. There's no exceptions to that. So taking that, the understanding of the nature of man, that's a nature. That's not something... It's not even necessarily motive. It's just something we do naturally. It's our nature to break, kill, destroy, ruin. Understanding that, I think Dragon Age made a huge point of that, is that to be entrusted with something, knowingly or unknowingly, to a people that don't have the capacity to use that thing, in this case magic, but at the same token are too proud and too arrogant and too egotistical to admit that they can't. And all the results that spawn from that. And that's what you get. That's what you get with this universe, I think. In my opinion. Not too different from the real world. Like the same principle, just different applications, I guess. Obviously, you don't see swords and shields and magic flying around every day when you go to work. Thank God. But it's still the same principle, in effect. Being entrusted with something. Just in 200 years, what we've done with that's why I brought up the technology example. Let's treat it as if it were magic. Look what we've done in just 150, 200 years. We are dead set on destroying everything as quickly as we can in the name of keeping a green planet. How insane is that? How insane is that? And we pay our tax dollars to people who tell us they're doing this to do it knowingly. I'm sorry, that's it's just crazy, but it is what it is, you know. No, not. But we don't appear to be doing. And even when we are smart, we're not very wise. The Pride Demon was giving me a workout, wasn't he? I think I can end this before. Oh, almost. Almost. No, not quite. What's up, Aqua? Ow! Another barrier ring, no shit. Give that to Vivian. The only reason I'm not using that is I'm kind of dedicated to damage, really. Come on, you bitches, get together. Get together, ho. Take that, you bitch. Sandra hit him with the old grappling chain. Come back here, bitch. I wasn't done with you. Okay, so I had a couple. Guess we could just go south right there. Yeah, I guess. Mr. Whippy. I'm too pretty to die. Oh, everybody's got a point. Guess we all finally hit 15, huh? Good. Okay, let's go ahead and finish him up here. Got that. Got that. That looks good. Yeah, that's solid. Is this everybody? Yep. Okay, we got to get Cassandra to where she's giving everybody. Got to get Horn of Valor for her. It just gives her one more thing to do. Stamina is going to be an issue with her at some point. Yeah, but it's a really, 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 really expensive one. There's a lot of money to be made. You threaten the whole global warming agenda, you're threatening some serious coin. People have been killed for a lot less than that. I don't think that's going to reach. Yeah, it's not going to reach. There's one pure spirit essence, but oh man, I need a whole lot more than one. This whole trip through here, I got one pure. I think you need like 9, somewhere between 9 and 12 of them just to make one rune, and I probably don't have 2 of them total. Oh, no, that's nothing I can do about it now. Still got 3, 4 more fade rifts. At this rate, we'd be lucky to even get one more, but we'll see. You never know. Here, let me, I guess we'll go grab this one, too. Is that a shard? Yeah, we'll just go grab this. Let's head straight east. We might hit level 16 before we get out of here, too. We close these last 4 rifts. Remember that whole Zika virus scare, which seems to be kind of manufactured? Are you aware of the poison that was used to, quote-unquote, as a preventative measure against this Zika virus? However valid or invalid that actually was. And I'm not saying there wasn't an actual virus thing that actually maybe even killed some people. And that I mean, that sucks. But as far as it being an epidemic potential threat for the CDC to get involved with whatever. But the spray... You know what the spray targeted? Bees. It almost decimated our bee population. Without bees, you have, like, nothing. They're responsible for, like, all of our pollination and stuff. You lose, potentially you're threatening an epidemic an epidemic threat to the food supply, like global, some serious shit, and it wasn't talked about. Like it wasn't even brought up. Like this spray, this DDT type shit, whatever they were using, it targeted bees and wiped them out. I'm not saying we don't have any bees left, but our population's like we lost like 90% of them or something. It's ridiculous. How could that not be on purpose? Like you don't have basic safety measures in place for that. Well, you could write it off as ignorance, but the more insidious thing, the thing that I think is terrifying to think about and look about, is that it actually was on purpose. And then you look at who could benefit, and it's the untouchables. The untouchables are the only one that would benefit from something like that. You create a state of desperation. You know, they're already, I mean, obviously going for the open borders thing, global open borders, to create essentially a workforce out of the 99% of the world for the 1% of the world. And this all smacks of quote-unquote conspiracy theorist stuff, but the label conspiracy theorist was created, I think, for a reason. Just like the racist label was created for a reason, to silence objection to the obvious. In a lot of cases, the obvious. Just saying. That little baddie right there wasn't gonna... I can get these two. Get those two? So much for him. Fire. Well. What the hell's going on over there? Why are they showing up as a threat this far away? Take that.
Are you and Cassandra...
What? No. Why would you even ask that?
Truly? Bizarre.
I'm right here.
See? He's right there. What are you waiting for?
Just because two people dislike each other doesn't mean they're about to kiss, Sparkler.
Not according to your books.
Don't mistake me for that hack who wrote Hard in Hightown 2. I can spell.
Dorian asks Varric if him and Cassandra are, you know, well, you know. Dorian's all like, are you and Cassandra, you know, So where is this thing? It is right there. I don't remember a shard right here. I really don't. I hear it though. Alright, cool. Yeah, he's yeah, I think he's one of the better developed characters in here. He's got the more dialogue than anyone, and he's got this interesting ability to befriend whoever you travel with. Like, him and Cassandra start to hit it off pretty early, but he even grows on Vivian. Like, it starts off bickering, but then it grows to mutual respect, and then even become friends. I think that's pretty cool, pretty unique. Like, you can actually see it grow over time. Now, some people he gets along with right off the top. I think. I don't know. Does he ever become cool with Solus though? I don't think he likes Solus much. I'm trying to remember. I think the only one Solus really gets along with, for the most part, Varric gets along with everybody, so you can't really count that. Is Blackwall. Fake, maybe because they're both fake. I don't know.
Inquisitor.
Nice. Okay, so we still got 3. Right, we got all the camps, so why don't we just mark these? It's just going to mark that one. All right, whatever. Why don't I get in my horse, you might ask? Because I'll get there 3 seconds faster than I would on foot. That's not worth it to me. Good. Good. I'm glad him and Solus don't get along. Wouldn't want anything to mess up my opinion of Dorian. He's got his little personal mission. It's not real long or anything, but it's that's some heartfelt shit. Like what his father was willing to do for his own basic social and political standing, you know, and all that superficial bullshit. I thought that was pretty amazing. See, Dorian's aiming. Watch what Dorian aims at. Sometimes he'll even change targets. Sometimes. Try to run from that, bitch. Yeah, try to run from that. That's what you do. I love a static cage with those bitch-ass witches. Every time they try to fly away, screech, screech, just yanks their bitch-ass back. Love that. Too fabulous. He would agree. You see this, Dorian greatly approves because you called him fabulous. He'd be like, why, yes, I am. All right. I think this is it for the Fade Rifts here. This will give us, I think, 2 skill points so I can get True Grit probably, and I don't know about Advanced. I don't think I'm going to extend the focus any. I can get Advanced Focus and stuff, Master Focus, whatever, but if we run out of points to spend, I probably will. It's True Grit, that's a good one. God damn. Dinged his ass up. Take that, you bitch. Okay, I can get these two. Get that one. Aha. Tisk, Grouchy. Apologizing for Inquisition? Far be it from thee. Oh, 2 Spirit Essence. That'll work. One thing I kind of like about this, in Dragon Age 2 especially, lightning was about the only thing that was safe to use on friendly fire. It was the one thing. It kind of sucked when you were fighting Qunari too, because they were immune to lightning. But it was the one thing you could use. And interesting how Static Cage isn't friendly fire. Even though it's your one AoE ability, basically your only AoE ability that's not friendly fire. Pretty much. If you want to call it AoE. I mean, it is, but it isn't. it covers an area. It doesn't exactly nuke that area, but anything you do within that area, you still do bonus damage. I mean, it's still... But it's got a good tactical damage-dealing ability. When combined with other stuff that you do, it's nice. No coincidence that it's one of the few friendly fire... one of the few abilities that you can use safely. Without just destroying your party. You see, Cassandra go and grab that dude? That's how she's supposed to do it. I'm too pretty to die. I got a bunch of those, man.
Is even terrain too much to ask for?
Is there a problem?
Well, you might be used to traipsing through the countryside, punching dragons, interrogating people, or whatever.
Punching dragons.
I'm from the city.
Punching dragons. Well, I appreciate you guys hanging out. Oh, wow. One shot of it. Spawn me into that shit? Fuck you. Oh, it was just gonna keep one of those Fade Rift things on me until I finally got up type of thing? Oh, that's kind of messed up. Uh-oh, this isn't good. Yeah, that's almost 3 o'clock here, too. And out of all these Fade Rifts, I got 2 Spirit Essence. Seriously? Out of all of them? That's still good. That just doesn't work for me. Got my ring, though. That'll work. I'm hungry. Someone send pizza or tacos or something. Cake, what's up with those cookies? Y'all still got cookies left? New trials reward.
Well spent. We look like a capital now.
Fade Touch, Great Bear Hide. Got 3 of them total. Plenty of lightning. Can't put that in a fucking staff, though. Couldn't make one of those either if I wanted to. Okay, well, shit. Wonder if our stuff is back. I don't even remember who I sent off to go get that. I'll get a skill point with this, though. What's up, Gaming Line? Josephine? I sent Josephine off for that. Yay. 2 of them, huh? Okay, so that's pretty much done. Don't need anything out of there. Need that. All right. That's for me. Greater Mistral? I think that's the one. No, it's the Storm Gamorden. The Mistral is this cold. Yeah, I think that's cold. Well, if that's the case, hold on. Let me look it up real quick. Sigil of, I think it's the Gamorden Storm Rider. I think. Let me see. See if there's a war table mission for that.
Really? You did not notice? I had no idea Lady Beverly was one of your people. You might have told me before I embarrassed myself.
I think that's it. Gamorden Storm Rider. Well, how come? Never mind. Alliance is getting things moving. Yeah, that's it. Alliance is getting things moving. Okay. Who wants to do this? Do your thing. Hour and 39? Oh, okay, well. Hey,
right.
Why don't you go ahead and do that then? Very good, Cullen. Very good.
Let's see what we have.
At your service.
We'll just save the sigils. Don't bring Ferret. Fuck it. No. Trying to think of any locks to pick other than that one place down there with the wardens. I don't really even care about that. Might be a place to get some high ever weave, maybe. But other than that, I don't think there's anything else down there I need. And here's that bridge with the Canary and the Tevinter side by side on it. You say the Orlesians did it to something something. Well, okay. Although I thought these were ancient elven ruins with ancient elven highways and shit. But if this was Orlesian highways, okay, that's fine. But still, why would they carve a Tevinter and a Canary side by side on their bridges over a waterway? Just makes no sense.
Inquisitor.
Scout Harding.
We're on the outskirts of Sarnia. This is what's left of the town. The lucky one. The rest, penned in by Fade Rifts and Red Templars. We're the first friend.
Are you alright? You look a little cold.
Me? I'm sorry. You didn't need to note that.
Get her all blushing.
I should look in on the townsfolk, see what they can tell me.
I'm sure they'll appreciate it. The Red
Hey, what's up,
Templars are
Brent?
mounting frequent attacks. They want Emprise de Lyon.
Might be.
Bad. Let's get out there and take it back from them.
Not too different than, I guess, a Swords and Magic version of Fallout 4. It's got a lot of the same. Maybe a lot of story in Dragon Age. If you've never played any Dragon Age, this is a real lore-rich world. Much more so than even an Elder Scrolls or a Fallout type game. There's a lot of history. I mean, they've gone really. They put a lot of effort into like religions, politics, history around the world. A lot of details in the environment. The world's very lived in. You know, lots of stuff to find. There's as much stuff to see and find as there is to read about and hear about talking to characters in the game. It's a very living world that they created. You might. As far as the gameplay goes, it's a little bit lacking compared to Dragon Age 2. I thought Dragon Age 2 was faster, more brutal, more fun, was more intricate. There's a lot more options to things you could do. They narrowed it down a lot, dumbed it down for, you know, us gamers who aren't, you know, shouldn't be allowed to think for themselves type thing. They dumbed it down a lot from Dragon Age 2, but it's still nice. It's a good looking game. I think the game's beautiful in a lot of ways. Like, I mean, you can just look around. A lot of detail in the environments and stuff. But as far as gameplay goes, it's a little slower than Dragon Age 2 was. In the original Dragon Age Origins, that was almost turn-based. Almost a turn-based style game. You'd have to see what I mean if you play it. You can almost see you and the enemy taking turns attacking, almost. I mean, not like a Final Fantasy game, but just more like just an older style action combat game where maybe a little clunkier and stuff, but it was still amazing. You just have to get into it, man. I appreciate it. If you've enjoyed Final Fantasy, I think so, yeah. I mean, I would say so, you know. I remember, you know, you were hanging out watching Fallout. Fallout isn't really anything like Dragon Age or Final Fantasy. If you're into RPGs, you would like Dragon Age. If you just like RPGs, period. If you like making a character, creating a character, building a character, trying new stuff, you know. There's a lot of story involved. A lot of story. But it's not just story. Like, there's a lot of talking if you want to. You don't have to. But I would recommend it. They're also real big on character development, not just for your character, but like the NPCs. Is you become attached to them. You know, they become familiar. They carry over from game to game. You know, these are people who you get to know type things. So there's relationships involved. As opposed to, this is NPC who performs the function of merchant, and that's that. You know, it's not like that. You have, it's just story driven, very very much character driven. I think you would really like it. I think you'd be cheating yourself not to at least check it out. Me personally, if you want my take on it, I like my favorite games, and I mean my favorite games that out of all the games I've played, my favorites are Fallout 3, Oblivion, the Mass Effect trilogy, all three Mass Effects, all three of them. There's no drop off with those games. They're all three amazing, in my opinion. This is just my opinion. Divinity 2. Let's see. What else would I count in that? I don't want to leave anything out. Kingdoms of Amalur, except the complete lack of difficulty scaling in the game. But as far as the game goes, it was really cool. I like Fable 2 a lot. I'm one of those that I just really like Fable 2. So those are my favorites. And Dragon Age 1 and 2 are right in there. Origins and Dragon Age 2. Inquisition, I can't count in that same group because although this may be fun to watch and it may be fun to look at because it's a beautiful game, it's comparing this to Dragon Age 1 and 2 is like comparing a swimming pool to a really big lake or even an ocean. Okay, it's not real deep. They trimmed off a lot of the fat. Well, they meant to trim off the fat, but they trimmed all the meat off and just left a little bit of the fat. They accidentally trimmed most of the meat of the game out. Don't know why, but they did. So, if you hang out for any period of time, you'll probably hear a lot of comments, not just from me, but from some of the other people in here. Especially these two ladies, Haley and Grouchy. They play a lot of Dragon Age. I'm sure they're more knowledgeable about it than I am, and there's some serious setbacks with this one. So if you're trying to gauge the first two games from this one, a lot of the stuff that made the gameplay really, really rewarding and really rich and worth it, and made, like, I've replayed Origins and replayed Dragon Age 2, I couldn't tell you how many times, for the richness and the experience of just creating a new character and trying a new build and trying a new party combination and doing something different. Whereas this one, if I've replayed it a lot, because it's easy to stream and there's some fun as far as the combat goes. It's fun to experiment, but I have to set a lot of limitations on myself in this game. I have to, like, basically put a lot of the difficulty modifiers in place, and in some cases even restrict myself on, like, equipment and stuff that I use just to keep the interest up type thing. So it's kind of hard to judge the first two games by this one. It really is. They really fell off in a lot of ways with this one. But this one's good to look at, so there is that. It's purdy. It's pitiful. Pitiful. I wish I'd have played Fable 1 first. I still haven't played Fable 1 through. To this day, still haven't played it through. But I think it's going to be one of those where I wish I'd have played it first. I wish I'd have played Demon's Souls before Dark Souls. Even though I still really enjoyed Demon's Souls, I wish I'd have played that first. But I had Xbox. I didn't have PlayStation, so... wish I'd have played Morrowind before Oblivion. That's my biggest regret. That's my biggest gaming regret, is not playing Morrowind first before getting into it Oblivion. I probably would have been able to appreciate it and probably would have had a solid couple thousand hours in that, you know, before ever even touching Oblivion, and then been amazed all over again, you know, as it was trying to go back. I'm not a graphics whore, I don't think, but it made it really, really hard. I'm not gonna lie. Alright, so let's go kill some over-leveled, overpowered Templars.
Stay here too long.
That was clean. That'll work.
Not the most idyllic mountainside, is it?
Yep, happy. Stream is still going. Yeah, you can still go back though, and I don't think personally it's that much of like a drop off as far as like graphics or gameplay. It's a little different. maybe a little bit clunkier, but not a whole lot. I don't think they made so many changes between 1, 2, and 3 that you can't really just go back and do those. I like Mass Effect 1. I'm glad I started with that though. In the introduction to my character, to Shepard, I mean they just started the franchise off on the right foot. I mean they just did it perfect. The way you get from like kind of third party overhearing, eavesdropping conversation, some background and some ideas to the character of your character, and then you just fill that role of badass hero, all this and that, but you're still human with all the flaws, and your decisions play into that. And man, they did it right. They totally did that right, and they never lost that. I don't think from start to finish of that whole story. I think they really kept that. They stayed true to it, and yeah, really good job of that. So I think I don't know. I think in that case I could still go back from 2 to 1, or even 3 to 1 to 2, or pretty much in any order. But yeah, as far as like not, the one thing you would be lacking is any investment in the characters. Like Rex and Garrus and Liara have meaning. Like they're like, if you were invested in the game at all, those were important people to you, you know, and having them around, those are your friends. Those weren't just random NPCs that served a purpose or played a role in the game. Those were friends. Those were comrades. Those were fellow soldiers, you know, your inner circle and all that. And missing that element of it. But going back, I think you could pick up on that. You know, and you could get that. You could get off into Rex's story and learn Liara's character and how Garrus is like your road dog no matter what. He's cool with just whatever. Let's just go do it, you know. Let's get shit done. And once you get that, I think it doesn't so much matter as much which order you play those in as maybe with some other games. Yeah, they're homies, exactly. They're just in your party. Yeah, those are your homies. Those are fucking down with whatever, you know? I'm gonna teach these guys a lesson. Teach them a lesson. The hell am I oh.
Red lyrium. I would prefer not to linger in its presence.
Make it take you.
These wolves are worth a little bit. See that? Like 100 something? Because they're considered. Oh, we gotta get some snowflare skin. Okay. See, is this one was 120,000, 180,000? He's getting almost, we're almost at 100 grand now. Hit points. These bears are not fucking around. Hanky son of a bitch. God damn. I'm about to say, God, fucking damn near $1,000 for that dude? Wow. Those snowfleur skins, man. I'm about to say, he better drop something. All that work and don't even get paid for it? Fuck that. I'm waiting for that remaster of Fallout 3 with aim down the sights, and that's it. That's all you really have to do to it. Get him. This is over before it even starts. Yeah, not quite. How'd that feel, you bitch? Take that. Mr. Whippy. Keep those whips to yourself, bitch. Yeah, yeah. How you like that? Pure spirit. Beautiful. Gives me 4. I gotta get at least, I think, 7. I might get... No, 8. I need about 8. Oh, if I had some good gear right now, we'd be destroying this shit.
Why are we here again, exactly?
Why are we here? Let's say, is there a nether bear already? No, that's not how it goes right there. No, you're not gonna be doing whatever that is. Why don't you just terrify the Nug, Dorian? Poor snow floors. So sad. It's just so wrong. They have one mod out which actually looked really interesting for survival, which was it extended the day-night cycle by quite a bit. You know, like instead of an hour going by in like a minute, an hour goes by in like I don't know, like 15 or 20 minutes. It's like almost half real time or something, right? So they extended it a lot, but I mean the guy even says this causes problems. Issues with time-sensitive quests and, a lot of unforeseen stuff. But that was my one big gripe about survival mode was the day-night cycle and the constant need to spend most of your time eating and drinking. Just to stay even. I mean, you were either finding food, consuming food, or drinking food, and it wasn't even in a realistic time frame, even in a day-night cycle. Like, nobody eats 16 hours out of a 24-hour day. But that's what you found yourself doing because the day-night cycle was just so fast, I'm guessing that was the biggest part of the balance issue, I guess. It's not really excusable because New Vegas had a hardcore mode and all they had to do was basically copy that, and they didn't. They chose to go a completely different direction because they, quote-unquote, I guess, knew better. But from what I understand, incorporating that in your game causes some real issues. Right. No. I played on survival for a long time until the annoyance factor, the annoyance of feeling it got to the point where, say I wanted to stock up on some water. Maybe dirty water to go turn into purified. Or I had some empty bottles and I go to my water pump. Could I fill 12 bottles? I could fill one bottle at a time. Occasionally that's okay. But when you're drinking 37 bottles of water a day, because you drink every time you take some meds, and every time you sleep, your sickness is you're tired. You get tired from sleeping, and so you have to take some meds. So you got this withdrawal and other bullshit from your meds. Fine, I understand survival stuff, and you want to throw this in. But the fact that I can get a life-endangering plague 13 times a day, and I need to drink 700 gallons of water and eat 46, 47 metric tons of food in a 24-hour period just to stay even, got so annoying. It got so tiresome, so tedious. It was such a chore that what little fun factor was left in the game was completely removed by that. It became so anti-fun. And it added nothing to the difficulty. In fact, I'm talking about 6-7 hours spent in the game, not to mention if I actually wanted to do some building, right? 6 hours spent in the game where I explored for maybe 20 minutes. And the rest of the time I was eating, drinking, or preparing to eat and drink, or sleep and recover from having slept. To get over the tiredness I got from sleeping and the sickness I got from being tired from sleeping. And it would stack so horribly. It was so badly designed, so poorly imbalanced, that I couldn't take it. I couldn't take it. I wanted to play that mode. And then I realized it was actually easier. It's easier than very hard, because you kill everything with one shot, basically, right? But there's some things that can kill you with one shot. Okay, that's fine. They can do that on very hard, too. So I'm like, I don't know, the bonus headshot damage for a game in which anything resembling a sneak or sniper build is already overpowered. So you're going to just make it overpowered so that you can eat, sleep, drink, overpowered, powered, explore for 5 minutes, eat, sleep, drink. Fuck that. That was horrible. It was the poor design annoyed me as bad as the gameplay as a result of the poor design. Because it was like just one more shameful check mark on the list of things that they had to have intentionally done wrong in that game. You played Fallout. You played Fallout 3 in New Vegas. Of the things, the formula, the Bethesda formula, it wasn't there. And then to come out with this mode and to actually pass it off as something acceptable and say that it was tested, and then it ruins the game experience. What's left of the game experience, I think it destroys it. And I tried to like it. We streamed for, I couldn't tell you how long on survival. We streamed more than one playthrough on survival. Different characters, trying out different stuff. And viewers would be like, this is lame bullshit. And they would just go, you know. Some of you guys it would get annoying. It was annoying for you guys. If you can just imagine how it was for me. Fuck that. And they never even apologized for it. Like, somehow someone at Bethesda still thinks it's maybe somehow cool or something to shit on us like that. I don't know. I don't get it, man. I just don't. And I probably won't either. I probably won't get it. But on the good side is switching back to very hard. Not only do I think it put the difficulty back up a little bit, you know. Felt a little more balanced, you know, not being able to one-shot everything, you know, where, you know, you hit someone in the ankle and it's still a headshot half the time and stuff. I thought going back to it was a relief, like to not have to worry about filling bottles one at a time and drinking them one at a time, 45 minutes on the hour every hour. That was a relief. It was a relief to just get back to just playing. And I'm like, I would have liked to have had to eat and drink sometimes. I would have liked to have even gotten sick every once in a while. I would have liked to, even if they threw in a mechanic where once a month you had a bad night's sleep and you got maybe no rest or only half your rest bonus, or you could only, you know, I agree with the only being able to heal in an own bed in a secure environment. I agreed with some of the stuff, but the time balance and everything else was so bad, it wasn't doable. And if they didn't already have hardcore mode in New Vegas, I might have said, well, it was their first time trying. But they already had a winning formula, and they just didn't use it. That makes no sense to me, and that's hard to excuse. It's kind of hard to excuse something when you have no excuse. You know what I mean? That was kind of my whole point, you know? But it is what it is.
These mountains are beautiful in their way. They remind me of the Vimarks.
Yeah, I actually, in survival, I didn't approach combat any differently. I found one spot in the game that I struggled, where I always struggled. There was this hospital in Medford full of super mutants, the hospital not too far from the sinkhole, and every super mutant in there, no matter what's your health, if you were under level 30, every super mutant in there with a pipe gun with no attachments on it. A pipe gun doing like 11, 12, 13 damage. Right? And that's when I picked it up. So it probably did less than that. One-shotted you. And I mean like one-shotted you coming around the corner, hip firing, not even firing yet. You were dead. If they were in the same room as you with a gun, whether they were shooting or not, you were instantly dead. That's how hard they were hitting you with a 12 damage fucking pipe gun. It was just this one. Nothing around that area gave me the problem. I could kill the legendary alpha fucking Deathclaw that would spawn 20 levels before it was supposed to down there in the sinkhole. And even suffer a grazing hit from this thing. But these fucking super mutants with their pipe guns in this one hospital, nowhere else in the game did I have this problem. I'm talking raider survivalists down south. And I could be level like 12. Right? Going in where my gun isn't doing but 12 damage. I could take a shot from these assholes. But these super mutants in this hospital, their bitch pipe guns, it was instant one shot. And finally I started experimenting, right? It got so bad, I was dying. I'm dying and dying because you couldn't avoid getting sprayed down with an enemy who wasn't even shooting at you yet. It was unavoidable. So I was like, I would die just approaching the place. And I was like, what is up with this? Why? What's going on? And I had to only assume that somehow these particular super mutants were either severely mislabeled, like they were all overlords and they just said super mutant, right? Although they didn't seem to really be extra tanky or anything, but they had roughly 1,000 times damage multiplier on their stuff because I could have plenty of health with decent armor for my level at that point and be there at a level where I'm accustomed to on old survival mode. You know, when Fallout 4 first came out, it was still called survival. It was very, very hard, basically. Enemies got certain bonuses. You would run into legendary enemies more often. It's basically really the only difference. Enemies would rank up a little earlier. You would find higher level enemies in lower level places, slightly higher. You'd find veterans where you'd normally only find raider scum, this type of thing. And you would find more legendaries. Other than that, it was basically very hard. That was fine. That was old survival mode. Going in there, had nothing on these guys. Like just all of a sudden when they put in this patch for new survival mode, it made these super mutants. It was ridiculous. I had never seen anything like it. Like I'm not even exaggerating. When I say one-shotted from these pipe guns without them even shooting you. Like they pointed the pipe gun and it was so deadly that just the looking at the barrel gave you a heart attack and you died instantly. It was crazy. And everything they hit you with was, I guess, a headshot. Or I guess everything they hit you with counted as a headshot. But having died like several dozen times back to back, because I was running in there at the same level I was accustomed to being there all the time. It's up north. It shouldn't be that big of a deal. It's up north a little to the east, so it might be a little tougher. Medford's a little harder than, say, Concord. Okay. You might run into a couple synths there. May even run into more than one Deathclaw. Some, maybe even a legendary glowing bloatfly, maybe. But these just super mutants would tear your shit up instantly. Made no sense. But other than that, I approached everything the same way and didn't have a problem. It was just the goddamn eating and drinking. and getting tired from sleeping. That was annoying. I'm sorry, that was just annoying. But what was funny is Far Harbor on survival mode. In fact, the only time I played Far Harbor was on survival mode. It was by far the most enjoyable experience I had in Fallout 4 ever. It reminded me the most of Fallout 3. The areas you explored, the atmosphere, there was an actual story. I cared about the people there. I cared about what I was doing. I had an actual antagonist, an actual enemy to face that was relevant. These were fucking jihadists here, and like all the psychology that goes along with it. I thought it was well written, well implemented, well designed, good level design, some of the coolest creatures I ever saw. A fucking drive-in where you walk up and all the zombies are staring at the screen. That shit was epic. It was Fallout type shit. The bowling alley where you go in and like everything, the way shit was laid out in the bowling alley, you could tell what had happened there, right? And I was like, this is cool. Where were these guys when the game was written? Like, where were these guys when they wrote Fallout 4? Like, it's like they fucking just got with it on Far Harbor. And Automatron, I could say the same. It wasn't bad. And the robots were actually pretty tough on survival because I guess they're pretty accurate. They would get their headshots in and stuff. And so that was enjoyable. You actually had to be careful when approaching robots on that. Haven't played that on very hard yet. The DLCs. Because about the time I deactivated those friggin' DLCs to do character builds, it was about the time I stopped messing around with survival mode too, and just went ahead and went back to very hard. But I loved Far Harbor. Loved really every part of it. They even gave you a cool outfit, something you could actually carry with you. Would have liked for them to have brought back some Fallout 3 weapons. Fallout 3 and Fallout New Vegas weapons, like the 10mm submachine gun, maybe an assault rifle. Something cool would have been nice. But I did like the diving suit, which reminded me a little bit of Brandis's Brotherhood of Steel officer's uniform. It was about the same, but maybe a little shinier. That was pretty cool. Kind of like a leather tight suit. That was worth going for, I thought. I liked it. Yeah, there was little or no impact on survival. Actually, it was really, really easy because you could kill everything just like that. I mean, like those, I think the enemies that were supposed to be tough, I don't know if I died there once. I may have, but I don't remember it. Like, I don't remember any part of there saying, oh yeah, that was actually hard. None of it. And I was there, right at or a little under the recommended level, I think, whenever you're technically supposed to go there type of thing. You know, the gulpers and things like that. I was destroying them with a pistol. I went with my pistol build and walked through it. I didn't have any problem there. I was just enjoying the fact that it wasn't as challenging as it was supposed to have been. The radiation was never a factor. Okay, you want where the environment is a factor? Go do that bitch-ass Dead Money DLC on Fallout New Vegas on very hard. Hardcore mode. That shit's a factor. That poison... You were going to stay at half health that entire DLC. Pretty much. You were going to run out of shit unless you just went just strapped down with all exactly what you needed. You know? Other than that, you're fixing to be sick, irradiated, poisoned the fuck out of, hurt, banged up, crippled, all that shit. The whole DLC. That environment made a difference. I was kind of expecting that at Far Harbor. And I'm just walking around in this shit like, even on survival mode, I guess I'll use a Radaway once a week and we'll be all right. And there was a doctor right there in town. Big deal. And the island was small enough to run across in 5 minutes. So, big deal. Just sprint through that shit. Honestly, it was never a problem. So I just thought that was pretty enjoyable. Yeah, never ran into any problem there. I don't know. I guess probably the biggest disappointment is what it could have been and should have been, and then it just wasn't. It's one of those things where I think anyone who defends survival mode hasn't played it yet enough. It hasn't gotten on. They've got more patience. They've got a little more patience. they're really into the tedium. Like, that's what they're not playing the game to fight. They're not playing the game to build a character. They're not playing the game for the combat. They're playing the game for the need to eat, drink, get sick, keep doctors, keep survival stuff, build, settlement building, and they're into the whole community thing or whatever, the personal dietitian thing. If that's your thing, okay, because you're doing what you enjoy, I guess. But when that shit becomes work to you, it's not fun. It's not fun. And I think it got to me sooner than later on that. It kind of weared away at me until I was like, I can't do this anymore. I'm going to go back to very hard where it's actually harder and I don't have to do all this manual labor. It was work. It wasn't fun. It was work. I was like, fuck that. Enhance. Oh, nice. Yeah, Daniel, what's going on, man? Welcome back. Yeah, that environment, Dead Money, was not fucking around. Screw those little dudes in the gas mask walking around looking to poke you all the time. Look, the environment by itself. That shit was. It's just like, oh my god, I want to get out of here, but I want to stay. You know, at the same time, and so that I thought that was pretty well done. I'm not gonna lie. I was not the biggest fan of New Vegas either, and I had a really bad start with Dead Money though. When it first came out, I was playing on Xbox, and it was bad enough that the game on release on Xbox for most of us was unplayable. You couldn't play it. You could, if you could get it to load without instantly crashing. The second, I mean, you couldn't get through character creation without crashing, and you couldn't get a save. You couldn't do anything. It would corrupt your shit anyway, even if you did. If you could manage a save file. And then if you managed to get out in the game world, somehow managed to leave the doc's house, shit was like walking upside down and backwards, and you were falling through the map instantly. You couldn't walk 10 feet without falling through the map. It was that bad. It hard crashed my Xbox a couple dozen times in the first couple hours after I got it, because I was excited for it. I thought it was going to be Fallout 4. That's what I was looking for, you know. And so I'd hyped the shit out of this thing, and the first day I get it, I can't even play it. Literally can't play it. They patched it pretty quick though. To their credit, they patched it fast. They let us do their quality testing for them, is what they did, and but they answered the bell real quick. They'd see where the game was screwing up, and basically they did all their quality QA testing post production. Basically what they did, post distribution. Once they got that all down, when Dead Money came out, it was the first DLC, right? So everyone, by then, you've played the shit out of New Vegas. You've already, you know, played through the game with just about every way you can conceive, you know, 12, 16 hours a day, just because it's Fallout-y. It wasn't Fallout 3 as far as I'm concerned, but it had some cool stuff in it. So I was like, all right. And DLC's coming out. Cool, man. This is going to expand the game, because the first DLC, well, not the first one. The first meaningful DLC for Fallout 3 was Broken Steel. It expanded the game. It extended your level cap. It made the game bigger and better and badder and cooler and breathed new life into the game. So I was waiting on this. Dead Money, cool. I download it. I go to play. I make it to my little site over there. Was it by a drive-in or something? Movie theater or something? Anyway, I go there, and you go down into the bunker, and I go to download. Black screen. Guess what? It corrupted every single save file for New Vegas on my hard drive. Some high-level characters. Every single one. It corrupted all of them. They were all unplayable. It gave every one of my save files an item that I couldn't have because I wasn't in the DLC yet. In other words, it installed a DLC item on every single one of my save files. Or something. I'm guessing that's basically what happened. So none of the save files would load because they supposedly had something that they didn't have. They were all corrupted. I had to essentially delete all New Vegas, everything from my hard drive. They patched it. But it was at that time when I called, they didn't put me through to Obsidian, they put me through to Bethesda. Bethesda by that time had taken over. If you wonder why the later DLCs for New Vegas had a different feel to them, I'm guessing because Bethesda basically had to make them. They were written by Obsidian, but they had a Bethesda hand in them, I guess, because by the time Dead Money was released and they were patching it, Bethesda's techs were the ones doing all the updates and the patching. It was them doing everything. Now, if that was always the arrangement, Basically, Obsidian gave him the game and said, give us our money, now fuck off. Maybe that's how it went down. But after that point, it was basically Bethesda doing it. And so slowly but surely, and then not too long after that, about the time that the next DLC came out, the one with the Burn Man, you know, the one in the Grand Canyon, they did that one big update that rebalanced every single weapon except for one explosive in the entire game. If the game wasn't broken, I don't know, but you don't come out with an update that's 1/3 the size of the original game file to rebalance every single weapon in the game to balance the combat. And that actually happened. I remember I was there when I was like, this is the biggest. And at the time, it was almost 2 gigs. The game was only 5 something. And the update was like 1.92 or 1.82 or something like that. And it was to rebalance every single weapon in the game except for one of the explosives. I think except for dynamite. Long fuse dynamite, I think, was the only one not touched. Every single gun, every single melee weapon, oh, I'm sorry, they didn't rebalance one of the melee weapons, but they should have, and it was the brass knuckles that, even at level 1, exploded everything at level 30 just by hitting it one time. They didn't rebalance that either. Or if they did, well, they could say they did, but I can't tell that they did. Yep. Yeah, I think it was spiked knuckles, I think, that did a bloody mess on everything you hit, no matter what it was. Like instantly, the one-shot kill brass knuckles. Yeah. Overworld Blues was kind of funky. Lonesome Road, I never actually finished that. Never actually finished it. By that time, I was done with the game. I was pretty much over it, so to speak. I went back and played it a little bit to do a character build video, which was actually, to this day, I think is my most popular video, believe it or not. And then did a playthrough of that build. I didn't do a complete playthrough of the game. Me personally, in New Vegas, when I get to Vegas, the game's over. It's the game to me is getting to Vegas, exploring the desert and getting there, going through Prim, Novak, doing some of the side stuff, the ghouls at the rocket station, which is one of the coolest quests in the game, I will admit. It's pretty awesome. And then once I get to the gates, then it's just work. Everything after that is just work. It's just go off and I want you to go through 38 loading screens to do 28 things when you could have done it all at once, type of stuff. Not my thing. But up until that point, it's a good game. To me. Okay. All right. I have a skill point. I'm sorry. I'm sitting here farming Snowflare skin. I actually need to be doing this. So if you're wondering why I'm just running around killing the cute little pig dudes, because I actually really need to, oh, you know what? I don't have an empty spot, do I? I don't have any empty spots, so I can't be using that. I might give that to Vivian, though. I've still got an amulet, don't I? Oh, yes. Okay, we don't need that. Okay, let's give her that. Barrier's good. I'm definitely going to give this to Varric. Because I think each one of those shots counts as an extra shot in Hey, what's up, Nathan? How's it going? I know. Hang on to that for a minute, though. Okay, she's got to get out of these. She's wearing she's wearing starting game armor, basically. There we go. That's going to be much better. Okay, she won't be needing that then either. That's a good one. Okay. Good shit. Old World Blues had the brains, right? The living brains hooked on mentats. I thought that was awesome. But like, who thinks of this shit? Now that had more of a Fallout 3 feel to me. Like running into some crazy shit like that. See, I looked at Obsidian humor more like Fisto, and true enough, Fisto was funny as fuck. He really was. But it was like that. What is a 13-year-old who dreams of sex but has never had any, and is given free reins to put his jokes and sense of humor in a video game? That all the dialogue and all the humor would always resort back to boobs. that type of like, seriously, dude, just go get some dude and grow up type thing. A lot of the Obsidian humor came across like that. And that has its place, I guess, but it's not the dark, paradoxical kind of humor and ironic kind of humor that I was used to from Fallout 3. It was different. I'm not going to say better or worse. Different. From what I understand, that's a little closer to the type of stuff they used to throw out in Fallout 1 and 2. That makes sense. Same people. But I personally cut my teeth on Fallout 3. So that was the atmosphere, the environment, the what I was going for. So I thought that of all the cool things in New Vegas, it was missing the soul of the world that I got in the Capital Wasteland, right? At least they picked a good location for it. Vegas was familiar enough to where it had relevance and allowed you to invest your interest in it, because Vegas, who doesn't know about Vegas? You can go to Japan, you can go to Germany, you can go anywhere in the world, they've heard of Vegas. Go anywhere in the world, they've heard of Washington, D.C. That's why I say the next Fallout should be in New York, not someplace like New Orleans, not Dallas, Texas, not Denver, Colorado. These are big cities. Mile High Stadium might even be considered a landmark. But unless you're a football fan, or unless you're from a particular exclusive walk of life, you know, like, are you a cowboy, or do you wish you were a cowboy? You're a fucking cattle rustler? If not, you probably don't have any invested interest in Dallas, Texas, right? If you're not a football fan, odds are you probably don't have any invested interest in Denver, Colorado, aside from knowing that it's a big American city. But there's nothing of geopolitical significance, you know what I mean? There's nothing, not like the heads of state being in Washington, D.C., the sin capital of the world being in Vegas, the glamour capital of the world being in Los Angeles, right? The Big Apple, where all the immigrants have migrated to since America was even a thing, in New York, Staten Island, right? And then if you go to other, places, we've been talking about this the last couple days, London, would you pick another city in England? Probably. No, I would pick London. I would pick Paris in France. I would pick Moscow in Russia. Because I've never even been to those places, but I immediately recognize them. You can show me a landmark. You can show me that place. And you know what? I'd have an automatic investment and a feel for that place before I even see it pop up on the screen. All I need is the name. The name brings recognition. It brings recollections. It brings associations immediately right here. That's what Fallout 3 did right. That's what New Vegas did right. Even though I wasn't as invested in the world and environment because I thought it was a fucking desert. And it came across as lazy as it was. You don't have to do much with the desert after the bombs fall. It's still a fucking desert. It's what it was before the bombs fell. Don't have to do a lot with that. Capital Wasteland, you had to redesign the entire fucking mall of the, you know, you had to, all these landmarks, the Capitol building, Lincoln's Memorial. How do you make this look like bombs went off here? Like the head of the country as you know it is just dead. It's gone. And how do you bring that to life? It did that. And I thought Vegas itself was cool, all lit up, but it's a light in the middle of a fucking empty dark desert. Okay, so it should look cool. It should shine because it's the only light around. I mean, you know, you're going to walk through miles of empty desert to get there. And that's basically what you did in the game. You walk through miles of empty desert to get to Vegas. It had its story, but there was no immersion. Really. Not really. Now some of the buildings, some of the places, like I thought the hotel in Prim, you know, with the roller coaster and stuff. I thought even Good Springs, and Novak to an extent in the area around that. I thought those were cool places to be, and I could get into those places a little bit. But then I'd kind of get knocked back out of it walking through 10 more miles of desert before the next place that they bothered to throw in there. That was kind of an issue with me.
It is an esteemed position, darling, that many mages...
But you also might use the fact that they had very limited time to develop it. Not through any fault of Bethesda, but through a fault of their own. People want to blame Bethesda for it. It was Obsidian's. That was Obsidian's deal. Bethesda agreed to publish it. And they agreed to give them the resources and the tools to make it. They didn't have to draw anything. The shit was already there. If you notice a bunch of reused and rehashed resources from Fallout 3, that's what it was. They gave them the engine. They gave them the artwork. They gave them all the stuff, all the tools and stuff, and basically just said, take all these pieces, throw them in a barrel, throw in some Elmer's glue, shake it up a little bit, put it out, and we'll let the players test it for you. That's all they had to do. So to come up with a start-to-finish polished product in a year or whatever they had to work on New Vegas, year and a half, whatever, wasn't quite the same dilemma that it was for, say, like the developers of Dragon Age 2, who literally had to, from start to finish, from scratch, come up with an entire game and have it polished within a year. You know, totally different thing. Must have been nice for Obsidian to have all that shit already just thrown into their lap and basically just a bunch of puzzle pieces and say, hey, just put them together. Just fit them in around, you know, make your story and then just slap this shit on the top of it and put a coat of paint on it. Basically all they had to do. I'm not trying to belittle their efforts, but I'm saying it's not quite the same thing as other publishers having to meet a deadline. And Obsidian agreed to that for one of the first times it's even happened in the industry for a lump sum. This wasn't a based on sales type thing. What Bethesda agreed to do, and I read this in an article, is Obsidian made the game, Bethesda would publish it. If it scored a certain Metacritic rating, they would get a bonus. It was a lump sum with a potential bonus, and that was it. You give us this, right? And what they gave them didn't work. Bethesda actually had to go in and fix it. And then when the DLCs came out, it was 10 times worse. Bethesda had to go in and fix those, and from what I understand, had to basically develop and produce and publish the last 2 or 3 of the DLCs, which were promised by Obsidian. Did you hear Bethesda go public with it and cry about it a lot? No, they just did it. It's a product under their name. You deal with the hand that you're dealt and go with it. Make the best of it, and that's what they did. I hear Bethesda catch flack for that, and as many problems as I have with Bethesda lately, them being falsely accused of something they're really not guilty of, that's not cool either. Yeah, Obsidian can take a lot of the crow for that. Funny thing is, over time, though, I think Obsidian would have been better off going with a long-term deal on that based on sales and stuff, because though New Vegas never really peaked, it sold well over a pretty good period of time. I mean, I'll bet you it's probably still selling copies. Probably. People still probably trying it out for the first time. They'd have been better off, but from what I understand, they used it to keep from going bankrupt. They basically took that large sum of money, large sum of money to keep them afloat. They were actually threatening bankruptcy, and they almost even considered joining with a couple other game developers and forming one large studio. They were going to get with several other failed developers. One of them was had a failed racing game series, and they named them too, and they named some of their games, and some of them I'd vaguely heard of, but I'm like, none of them had been successful. None of them had been solvent, and so they were all going to basically dissolve and form one big conglomerate of mix and match studio developer guys, you know, a little bit of coding here, a little bit of writing there, and some programming here, and you know, blah blah blah. And I guess that fell through too. I think Dungeon Siege 3 saved them. I think that was their that in some other game they came out with right around that same time. Alpha Protocol was Obsidian, right? I think that was a failure. Dungeon Siege 3 was a success though, apparently. They got a lot back more than what they had invested in the game. And something else right around that same time. I don't remember. Still gets new copies? Yeah, no. But Obsidian wasn't going to go for a deal like that anyway, like I said, because they were actually using it just to stay afloat. And so did Bethesda take advantage of that? I don't know. If they're good businessmen, they did. Who wouldn't? Everybody would. If you're running a business and a guy comes in and says, "Hey, I'll clean up your floors for $1 an hour today. I need $8." Do you hire him? Do you let him, or do you turn him out in the cold? You might even offer him 2. If you do a good job, 3 at the end of the day. It's 3 times more than what he was asking for, and still half what you'd have to give anyone else. Would you do that as a store owner? I think probably pretty much anybody would. Oh, yeah. I had Alpha Protocol pre-ordered. I did. I was excited about a spy RPG. I'm a huge James Bond fan. Like, I am down with it. Give me some of that. Okay. How many snow floor do I got? I probably have enough. I'm sure I do. I'm trying to think of what I need to make it for. Let's see. Snow floor is critical damage, I think. Critical damage and dexterity. Lurker scales give you critical chance and cunning. I'm pretty sure. Should have a decent amount of both. I don't know. What I'm short, I'll probably just wind up going to. As much as I hate to use the Black Emporium, it's just for a build. If I need like Great Bear, I could go farm Great Bear hides for 4 hours, or just go buy about 50 of them in 2 seconds and just be done with it. Take that, you bitch. Punk-ass Templars. Oh.
Inquisitor.
You know, because a developer does great things, does not mean that everything they do stays golden. Writers come and go. Developers, leads come and go. Artists come and go. Producers, heads of the company, like as an EA, for example, being a publisher, come and go. Things change. Inquisition is, if it weren't for the beautiful graphics and some action combat, a mediocre, almost bad game. Almost bad. I am a huge fan of Dragon Age Origins, and an even bigger fan of Dragon Age 2. I'm one of the few who loves Dragon Age 2 as one of my favorite games of all time, when a lot of people said it sucked. I'm like, you just don't like challenging RPGs, I guess, because that game, it's got so many beautiful things about it. My opinion. It's still an opinion. It is what it is. But I'm stating financial situations that historically actually documented happened with Obsidian. They ran into problems. If you go back to whoever they were before Obsidians, what were they called? Way back when, with Fallout 1 and 2. I can't remember. Something Studios, right? Anyway, the guys at Obsidian weren't those guys. Some guys came from there and formed Obsidian, as far as that goes, right? But enough of them to keep some of the brainchild that was Fallout 1 and 2, right? Kind of carried it over and dropped a few of those spices in New Vegas to give it a flavor more akin to Fallout 1 and 2 as opposed to Fallout 3. I think the biggest way it resembles Fallout 3 is probably the simple fact that they used all the resources visually, right? Blowing up cars, burned out houses, the cut and paste objects that were thrown all over the environment because they only had less than a year to develop the fucking game, right? That's why it resembles Fallout, because of those things. A lot of the same weapon types and things like that, because the skins were already in place. Why does it act the same? Because it's on the same engine. Because all that was basically silver plattered to them by Bethesda. Here, take the resources, make a game out of it. Put it around your story. We'll publish it. That's the deal. I don't know how that's shit talking. That is what it is. My familiarity or complete and absolute lack of familiarity with any of those other games that you mentioned have no bearing whatsoever on any game that comes in succession after that. I look at Fallout 4. It's not even a fucking Bethesda game. And I can say Skyrim and almost say the same about Skyrim. One of the most probably the most successful Elder Scrolls game to date, as far as sales are concerned, but it's almost not an RPG. And Fallout 4 isn't an RPG in any way, shape, or form. I can say that. Is it a bad game? No. For a Fallout game, it's absolute camel shit. Dried up fucking dead camel shit. It's not even respectable enough to stink. It's just trash for a Fallout game. It's a good shooter. It's a great action game. It's not a Fallout game. And I am probably one of the most diehard Fallout 3 fans you'll ever meet. Skyrim is barely an RPG. And Oblivion is probably my favorite game of all time. Personally. Love it. As far as the experience goes. Now, there's other RPGs I like a lot better when it comes to like character builds and, you know, combat mechanics and tactics and all this other cool stuff that I really like to get off into. But as far as an overall game experience, a game world that I like to be in, and it's just, it never loses its luster. I would say that about Cyrodiil. I would say that about Oblivion. Absolutely. I'd say the same thing about the Capital Wasteland. I can go there and get lost and stay lost until I'm done playing. Forget that fucking dinner time has already passed and I haven't even eaten. Get into that game because it's got that something, right? And then I look at Fallout 4 and I say, what the fuck is this? It's Bethesda. You know, the only way you can tell me it's Bethesda is I see their name on the package. That's not a Bethesda game. It doesn't follow in any way, shape, or form the winning formula that made Oblivion and Fallout 3 what they were. They were getting away from it in Skyrim, and they completely lost it in Fallout 4. That's fair to say. That's a fact. That's a fact. Now, the opinions on whether you like the game or not would vary, but the fact that, according to their formula, the way they make RPGs, that is not a Fallout game. That's a fact. So what does that say about Bethesda? Well, Bethesda's this and Bethesda. I don't care what about paper, and I don't care about sales. I care about a game that lives up to the title that you put on it, and it doesn't. So what Obsidian became later, after Interplay is the studios I was trying to think of. Whatever does not give them diplomatic immunity on any future title that they publish, or any future game that they develop. Each game has to stand on its own merits, and when you're looking at Alpha Protocol, and when you're looking at the technical side of New Vegas, the fact that it wasn't playable when it was released, they let the players do Q&A for it. That's not up for debate because that's a fact. That's what they did. It wasn't. I had it on day one. I had that shit. I had the exclusive. I had mine paid for 6 months. Fully paid for 6 months. The, what is this, the Deluxe or whatever? The friggin' corner tour on this. Don't really care anymore, but, you know, I was there. But then when it came out, I wasn't even allowed to play it the first day because you couldn't uncrash the game. You couldn't even load a save file. You couldn't even walk around in the game. It had to be patched so extensively. And then a game that a couple months later, we were talking about this earlier, do a patch where they have to literally rebalance the every single weapon in the game. I've never heard of a game that involved any kind of combat or weapons where you have to rebalance every single... Call of Duties, the shit Call of Duties weren't even that bad. But it was but damn near a 2 gig update on a 5 gig game just to rebalance it and make the combat, well, balanced. And is that saying bad or good about Obsidian? Just calling it for what it is. That happened. Bad or good, it doesn't matter. It happened. For what I understand, though, they've, like I say, with Dungeon Siege 3, I played that, and that was a cool game. It had a little bit of a Diablo feel to it, I kind of thought. Kind of Diablo mixed with, I don't know. What I'd really compare the game. It was kind of cool. It was just cool. It was playable. And then some other game that they put out around the same time that I never played it, whatever it was, but it apparently did really well. Oh, well, you know, hey, I mean, opinions are opinions, right? Some people feel, some people like to share their opinion. Some people feel that someone disagreeing with their opinion is somehow a personal affront. I think we all get, I get that. I think everybody gets that, right? At some point where you consider your opinion fact, right? Where the error in that comes in, I think, is when people who consider their opinions fact and their opinions are still an emotional one. They're not so much factual as the way I feel about something. I really like a developer, so everything they do is great, even the stuff that I know is shit, and it bothers me so much that it's shit, that how dare anyone else call it shit and call it for what it is, because that bothers me, then therefore now that person bothers me because they're stating the obvious. I think everybody fanboys something, right? Everybody. I fanboyed the shit out of Bethesda. I'd say that's fair. I fanboyed the shit out of Bethesda until Fallout 4, and it took a while. In fact, you can see a steady progression of Fallout 4 from me being like, wow, this looks really cool, and the shooting mechanics are great, and where the fuck is my Fallout? And you could see it. You could probably hear it in my voice over time, and finally it was like, well, it's been a matter of acceptance. Things have changed. They call themselves Bethesda. It doesn't mean they are anymore. That's fair. It doesn't mean they are anymore. Right? People wanted to call Obsidian Interplay. They're not. They're Obsidian. Some people from Interplay that probably still had some of the same influence and ideas that some original guys had carried that over to Obsidian, but that was a new thing. They did some good things when they got there. Got some stuff out, right? And then when ideas ran dry, like Hollywood, can I criticize Paramount Pictures for the 900,000 examples of bullshit and fluff that have come out over the last 10 years? All fucking trash. Every once in a while you get a gem. You get a movie worth seeing. How much time do you fuck off looking for that one movie with all this garbage coming out? So Paramount Pictures doesn't put out good movies? Well, you can go all the way back to the fucking 50s and find good stuff. I'm not saying that. But to say that every single one of Paramount Pictures' movies are good, and then you have this vomit fest of bullshit that's come out over... Are there really any good movies anymore, honestly? They're remakes of old movies because they're out of material. When the ideas run dry, when things get shallow, when the creative spark has died out, when the room is dark, when you have no light bulbs going off, when you don't have that thing, and then when you do get a good idea, you do not have anyone around you with the innovation and the integrity and the whatever it takes to bring that art, to bring that vision to life. It takes more than one to do that in a development studio, and everybody's got to be on the same page. When you start plugging pieces, people leave. You do a good job. Well, guess what? It's like in any sports team. If you do a great job, guess what? Now you're worth a lot. Guess what your agent's doing? He's marketing you. So you can go make $50 million more next year somewhere else from someone who has the money to pay it. Because this team that you're shining for right now is broke as fuck. So what do? You go. That happens with every studio. So I'm guessing sometime around those games that you named, that probably happened. You probably had an exodus of talent. People said, we want you to bring that magic over here, and we'll pay you twice as much to get it. And so they do. And those people wanting to, feed themselves and succeed and actually maybe retire one day and have some money and not live like a fucking pauper after a lifetime of hard work, they get the fuck out and they go make some more money somewhere else. Well, guess what? That's not Obsidian anymore. It's like Interplay wasn't Interplay anymore after they left for Obsidian. Interplay is doing what? Fucking free-to-play, pay-to-play goddamn internet games? Is that not what they're doing now? But they created Fallout. Oh, you can live in the past all you want, just like Sarah says, but trying to wear that shit around, that's just weird, right? It's what you're doing. So Obsidian did some great stuff when they got there, and they expended their spark, lived out their life, and damn near died, and were on the verge of bankruptcy. Apparently, Dungeon Siege 3 and some other game breathed some new life. And maybe it was Neverwinter. Maybe it was Neverwinter. Neverwinter, maybe? That might have been the one that did it. From what I understand, it's a really cool game. I actually am thinking about looking into that. But what you do makes you, as far as that goes. Living on a name doesn't mean shit. It doesn't mean anything you're doing is worth a fuck, honestly. But I think if you're a really serious gamer, the hardest thing to accept, and I'm personally experiencing this with Bethesda and BioWare, is that your favorite developer has gone in the toilet and has lost their way, and the politics in their office will not allow them to re-find it. Whether money is the dictating factor, or whatever. Social justice issues, which seems to be the problem with BioWare right now. Whatever the case may be, excuse doesn't really matter if the end is still the same. If your favorite anything goes to shit, how do you think I felt being a huge Slayer fan before Slayer was cool? Being a Metallica fan when Kill 'Em All was out. I had Kill 'Em All on blue vinyl. Blue, transparent vinyl. Had that shit. Why I don't have it because it's still worth money today, I don't know, slap me for that. But before it was cool to like Metallica, before they ever hit the radio, the only time you heard them was on underground midnight shit on local private, publicly funded radio stations. It was considered underground. All right? Then when they hit the radio, and inevitably, we all called it, within a year or two, they're glam fucking tastic, garbage ass commercial, their shit is being written by somebody else, typical fucking radio toy boy bullshit band, right? Now, they never got so bad as some of them got, but they commercialed out. They quote-unquote sold out. Why? Because they wanted to make tens of millions instead of millions. They wanted to make millions instead of thousands. Can't knock it, but it doesn't help when you have to admit that your favorite band ever has gone just straight dickhole. They're just toilet now. Trash. Garbage. They're the shit that you can't respect. And you respected them initially because they weren't that. And now all of a sudden they become that. What do? You accept it. Is it hard? A hard pill to swallow? Yes. So when you're a fanboy of something, that's going to suck. Is to acknowledge the fact that, wow, these people have really fucked off. Where am I going to turn to now? I don't know. Maybe somebody else will start doing it again in the future. I'm looking for somebody to start making RPGs again, personally. Anybody. RPGs, not commercial 60 frames per second 4K fluff, but actual RPGs.
Charming.
Interference from yeah, I played Divinity 2 is one of my favorite games of all time. I have not played the last Divinity. Wasn't it a top-down type game? I think it's on PSN. I just haven't had time to get into it. Yeah, Divinity 2 is, oh man, I love that game. We may stream that game again. Nobody really too much liked it. Didn't matter. This fucking game is awesome, man. Especially the music. So, anyway. I think when you look at a certain quality, a certain formula, a certain it's like going into a favorite restaurant and all of a sudden the food just changes. It's not necessarily bad. It's just different. You know? Here's a perfect example. In California, I used to love Carl's Jr. Literally real, actual flame broiled burgers. I mean, the real flame broiled, like that shit fucking on an open fire. You could smell that shit for like 3 miles away from any direction. Best advertising ever was just for Carl's Jr. to exist. You could smell that shit from like 2 counties over. And there's a Carl's Jr. here that popped up down the street, and all the people working there try to make their hamburgers like McDonald's. Like, you know, slightly undercooked, little gray, nothing charbroiled, nothing real, just trying to make this you know, plastic typical tasting stuff. And it's just not the same. the one thing that makes it special is missing. It's not that they're bad. The burgers are still good as far as hamburgers go, but it's not Carl's Jr. It's not the one thing you're looking for. And I think that's a serious problem. As far as publishing being to blame, I don't know, considering BioWare and EA are basically the same thing. They publish their own shit. And Bethesda is their own publisher. I can't say publishing having anything to do with Bethesda or BioWare. That I don't think is valid, because they're their own publisher, you know. More money that way. Smart way to do it. If you have the money, to start it, that's definitely the way to do it. Oh yeah, it's on. Let's give these mages some mana regen to work with. Do they still charbroil them? See, man, I missed that. Shit is just amazing. Now we have this amazing thing here in Texas called Whataburger, though, so that kind of makes up for it. It's different. But they're just solid. They're expensive, more expensive. Like, you know, burger's probably going to run you $6 instead of $2 or $3, type of thing. But worth it as far as that goes, I guess. Sigil of Lyrium. Okay, I'm gonna go see what that is. I'm guessing it's extra mana but slower mana regen, which is not acceptable to me. Unless I'll take that back. Well, you better make it a quick fight, I guess. Get him. Oh shit, Tom. What happened? Well, even rats know what to do when they're backed into a corner, though. Indefensible or not, just go out chewing. Go out fighting, goddammit! I'm gonna cling. This is my argument, and I'm gonna cling to it. It don't matter either way. It's all good. But have you ever, Tom, have you ever caught yourself arguing with somebody when you're not actually arguing at all? You're proving two different valid points that really basically have nothing to do with one another? Not really. Archer didn't know what to do. He couldn't believe that the broken-ass threat and the fact that the game didn't work. He actually got away with that shit. He's just standing there like, wow, I actually did that. Let's see, everybody's broken. Nobody knows what to do now. Just die so we can all get back up, please. Would you please die? Would you please let go of that last hit point? Appreciate it. I had to kill you 6 times. Yeah, that's a good question. Why exactly are we here? I have no idea. Because we like it here. We like frozen, cold, desolate wastelands filled with possessed demonic Templars. Because that's our thing, I guess, right? Well, you got to give them that. I mean, look, if you got an opportunity to be witty and you don't, that kind of makes you an idiot. I mean, if you can be witty, do so. Because, like, let's say you had so many opportunities to be witty in your whole life and you just passed up on half of them. What does that leave you with? Like, what the fuck is that? No. You got to take advantage of that shit. Because, yeah, okay, what, you going to hurt someone's feelings at the worst? They'll be over it tomorrow. Be witty. Be witty. Just do your thing. Don't try to offend. Well, I mean, try to offend, just not try to offend too harshly. Well, no, I take that back. Fuck it, just do it, just whatever.
Inquisitor.
I know some people look for in RPGs is sometimes just graphics. They'll go grab an RPG because they know that RPG developers tend to put more into the game worlds because you're going to be in those game worlds and the environment plays a bigger role than just a map, and shit that you have to shoot around in Call of Duty or drive around in a race car or run around in a sports game. In an RPG, the map actually serves a purpose above and beyond that, right? Other than just obstacles and cover for fire. Except maybe in Mass Effect. Mass Effect might be an exception to that, which puts it more in line with an action game than maybe an RPG in some ways. But other people in RPGs, I look for pretty much 2 things. I look for a game world. I look for 3 things. Music. The music is part of the environment for me. If the music's like Divinity 2. Divinity 2 did not have great graphics, but it was beautiful. The use of color. It was beautiful. A fucking beautiful game. And then the music made it more beautiful. It was like some femi romance movie type shit kind of beautiful. It was a badass game. Just fucking amazing, right? And then I look for a nice combat system with lots of skill trees, lots of stuff, stats to keep track of, things to do, different ways to manage things. Like, there being 2, 3, maybe 4 different ways to do this. You can do damage like this, you can do damage like this, you can do damage like this, and, so on. There's several different ways to approach certain stuff. And so when in any game, once the story is told, in Call of Duty, once you played the campaign, if you even bothered to play the campaign, you went and played multiplayer and got called a faggot and had your mom talked about in the lobby in between matches. That's what you did. That was the replay value of Call of Duty, was the online multiplayer. Not too many people, except maybe if you go back to COD 1 or the first Black Ops, played through the campaign more than once. Some people maybe, but for the most part, no. You were in multiplayer and you were shooting at your friends, and your enemies. In a racing game, trying to beat your last time. That's your replayability. In any other action game, trying to beat, say, a time or a top score or an accuracy rating, or if nothing else, just to get through it easier than you did last time or on a new difficulty level, which is part of RPGs. But RPGs, their replayability comes from designing new characters and some of the above stuff. The action part of it plays part of that, and maybe not necessarily beating a best time, but getting through areas more efficiently with a better build and a better party makeup to where, or if you're playing a single player game, whatever, a better character build to where it's more manageable and you do better, and you know you're more of a badass, if nothing else, because you learn more about the game. But then the replayability also comes from experimenting with all the different ways that you can make your character. The better the RPG, the more limitless the number of options you have on starting over in a new way. And Bethesda, where they came up with a winning formula, was you were allowed to make your absolute own character. Like, you could make a backstory for yourself, and there was nothing in the game to throw you out of that. Fallout 4 is where they basically violated all their own principles, right? But initially, and even really in New Vegas, you got to, and Obsidian kind of carried a little bit of this over maybe from Bethesda, unless Bethesda got their original idea from Interplay. I don't know. But I'll give Bethesda credit because they're the first games I played like this, where literally you either woke up or came to or started the game having this blank slate, a complete blank slate. So you could be anybody and do whatever, anywhere, anytime, in any way that you wanted to, type of thing. It's too bad they didn't apply any of those principles to Fallout 4 at all. But in Fallout 3 and Oblivion, at least, and Skyrim, sort of, you had that. I think that's, you know, one thing that people look for. But if you're just in for like one thing or another thing in particular, then it's possible that some games that really don't even line up necessarily with an RPG genre, like people considering Skyrim an RPG and playing it as such and saying, wow, I'm a huge fan of this, right? Because they're looking at one or two things. That you can run around picking flowers all day, and that you can install a bunch of mods and do stupid shit like fight choo-choo trains flying through the sky. Just the fact that you can is entertaining enough to some people to say, okay, that's worth it. That's not an immersive environment to me. So I have a hard time labeling that as an RPG. So what I look for are certain types of things, and I get spoiled to a certain formula for RPGs, and I see RPG developers getting away from that. RPG developers want to trim it down. They want to make it easier. They want everything accessible. Shit you used to have to work the entire game for, they want to give it to you in character creation now. There's no challenge. There's nothing to learn. There's nothing to strive for. There's nothing to be had from straining yourself. They want the mindless play along. It's like watching sitcoms on TV now. There's not even anything to follow. You just laugh when the laugh machine tells you to. That's what RPGs have become. So when I say they're really not being made anymore, if there's some lower independent makers making some stuff like that, great. It's flying kind of under the radar. But I was spoiled to getting some of that kind of stuff from BioWare. I was spoiled to getting some of that kind of stuff from Bethesda. And now they're no longer doing it. So are they still being made? I'm not saying they're not. I would love a mainstream publisher that comes out with a AAA developed game that actually has some integrity to it, that actually has some RPG content in it, that actually has some of that winning formula that got me addicted to these games in the first place. That's what I'd like to see. That's why I say they're not being made. If they are being made, they're flying under the radar and they're not getting the promotion that they need. So I think that's fair. I think that's fair to say that. What makes these games great, developers are getting away from it because they're trying to cater to a particular market based on metadata and shit like that. Not based on actually asking their fan base what they want and listening to their fan base complain that this shit is now missing and that they better bring it fucking back or you're not going to get any more of our money anymore. They just figure we have bottomless wallets and they can just keep raping that wallet anytime they want to. I would like to hope that at some point that's not true anymore. And that they actually have to pay the piper and either do some work or shut the fuck up, close shop, and leave it to somebody else who actually is going to. That's what I would like to see. I don't know that we're disagreeing or agreeing on anything, honestly. Okay, Cassandra's broken. What did you... So for an RPG to be an RPG, you have to be able to make your own... You didn't listen to anything I said. That's fine. You don't have to. You don't owe me that. Or you selectively listen to a couple things in order to carry on a debate that we're not having? I'm not playing that game. Just do your thing, man. It's all good. I do appreciate you hanging out and watching the chat and at least, you know, keeping the chat busy and everything. That's very cool. So this witch is not gonna die. That is one stubborn bitch right there. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Damn. What does your Inquisitor say? What's going on here? What's going on here? Right? Like, huh? I guess we should talk to everybody back at the little town, huh? Okay, time to get working on some of this stuff. I already did these, right? Nope. Nice. Is he done? Shit, he's done right there. Okay. Shit, that's good too. Let's see. That's good. Start working on this. I think I'm gonna let him have that too. He can start casting that too. Fuck it. 2 points? No shit. I definitely want... Oh, I need all this. Yeah, it's over now. It's over now. She's got that. Now she can revive the party and shit too. Yes, sir. Okay, we need to start working our way down to that. Alright, we'll give her that later. Instead of stun and knockdown. Okay. That'll work. Alright, so we got about three more levels for that, right? 1, 2, get this upgraded. Look at that, 30% armor and damage bonus for everybody. Nice.
Do you think they'll actually make you divine?
It seems anything is possible these days.
It's so odd. Like waiting for the Chantry Fairy to appear. Congratulations, you're the ruler.
We do not engage in pit battle for the position as you do in Tevinter.
The successor must think he could slaughter his enemies. He doesn't actually do it. We're not savages.
Indeed. The slaughter occurs after he becomes divine.
That's considered housekeeping.
Their ass then. All 50 of them. Okay, I'll tell you what, we're gonna go get this next camp. And then we'll go deal with that nonsense. Yeah, bigger, man. It's fucking awesome. Oh, that made my night right there. I'm not gonna lie, that made my night. Take that, bitch. What's up with all these rings? Shit ton of rings. I can't see anything. Dorian's over there getting his shit kicked in, I guess. Take that, you bitches. Beat their ass. That's what I'm talking about right there. Do your thing. Dorian's hitting him with that panic button, man. You know what I think I may do? I may give Cassandra a shit ton of fire defense. Yeah, I was gonna say I could set Dorian up with some AoE fire, but I gotta set Cassandra up with fire defense, and if Dorian's the only one hitting her with it, might be survivable, but you know, no, fuck that. I've noticed friendly fire is a whole lot more effective against your allies than it is against the enemies, you know what I'm saying? I'm guessing because you have a little of that, you do less damage, they do more type of thing. Hey, Tom, you asked what would be a perfect RPG? You want me to give you a perfect or about as close as I can think. If you took Dragon Age Origins and you gave it something like Dragon Age 2, or you could even go so far as to give it a Ninja Gaiden, I wouldn't care. You know, just some kind of, or even Kingdoms of Amalur, or Dark Souls. Dark Souls would be great. Combat, in terms of the style and the feel. Something more visceral, something real, something a little faster, you know? So I say Dragon Age 2 is one of my favorite combats, but I like Dark Souls 2 combat, or Dark Souls combat also. Dark Souls, Demon Souls. The Witcher combat was okay. It had a little bit of a Dark Souls feel to it, type of thing, right? But I like something a little bit more varied. Sometimes the big spells and the big mega bombs and shit like that aren't all bad, regardless of what kind of character you're playing. You took a Dragon Age Origins and gave it a Dragon Age 2 type of combat, gave it something action, because Dragon Age Origins has one of the coolest RPG beginnings I think ever. It's friggin' awesome. Is it sets your own background? You have backgrounds to choose from, and you can basically create the character. So if they wanted to be even more open than that, that's fine. But you're saying I don't know that there would be a perfect one, because I like Mass Effect, Dragon Age, and Elder Scrolls, and Fallout, for example, and Divinity, and shit. Try to think. It's about all I've been playing lately. And Dark Souls, which is really no story based at all. I mean, there's story there, but it's not evident in the game. The idea is to keep accomplishing challenges, getting past hard stuff, you know, and getting better at it. I mean, that's kind of really all it is. And testing new builds with new weapons and new gear and stuff. So I like a variety. But if I were to say like a really amazing RPG, one of the better RPGs that probably could ever be made, take Dragon Age Origins, give it like Dragon Age 2 combat, or give it a fast, visceral combat, and then give it graphics. Graphics would kind of come in secondary to all that, but I mean, if while you're at it, give it some, run it on the Frostbite. Give it something really nice with all volumetric god rays and floating dust and texturized everything, where you can see every crack and every pebble and every brick. Fine, great. But that would be an idea of an amazing RPG. My opinion. I think that would be something else, actually. Why y'all come into a chat and basically hijack a conversation, pretending to talk about that conversation, when the game is to hijack a chat, finding out what the conversation is and pretending to hijack the conversation, and then act mock offended when somebody calls you out on it? Why would you do that? I mean, what do you actually benefit from? I mean, if there's money to be made doing this, then I need to know about this so I can go do that too. But outside of that, I'm wondering what's the point or purpose? here? Okay, I need to go back to the... Do I need to go back to starting town, or can I just go take the keep? I kind of want to make that dude an agent, but I don't need anything for the whatchamacallit anymore anyway. Let's just go kill Imshale and get out of here. I was about to say, I've never... Come on, man, you know me. Since, shit, 3 comments ago. We go way back. From shit back in the game, man. Look, just scroll up about 16 lines. We go way back. Oh, man. That's funny. Back in the day. 3 comments ago. That's funny. Oh, just time him out and just let him think about it. That's what timeout is for, just think about it. Booting him is because, like, oh my god, I can't spend 5 more minutes with this individual. Okay, I got a bridge over here. Let me go unlock. I'm trying to think of stuff we can do before we head out. I think we're just going to go take this fort with this low-level bullshit we got right now. Although we could go farm for some more metals, too. We could do that. I could sit over there on a little stool with the little clown-shaped dunce cap on, looking mad. Up in the corner. Pouting. Fucking. Oh, man. Oh, you probably made their evening, Groucho. Probably made their evening with that right there. That's probably what they came here for in the first place. You know what I'm saying? Who knows? All right, let me give Vivian another point. How'd she level up again? I swear I just gave her 2 points. I mean, that's cool and everything, but... Or did I not? I don't know. Yeah, I think I'm going to give her this, too. I'm going to let her use it. I'm going to let her use it. It's expensive. It's an expensive spell. But it does fear. Yeah, definitely fears, so...
Shall we have a look around?
Oh, what is that for the darkspawn thing? I guess we can go down here and mess with this too. Sure, why not? Fuck it. Go kill some darkspawn. Might get some fade touch, something or another in here, right? Don't remember what these assholes are weak to. Fucking ass. Anybody else want some of that? Ah. We're destroying these assholes. But we don't even have shit to fight with right now. We are destroying these assholes. Remember what I was saying, Grouchy, about this build being just stupid? That's gonna end him right there, isn't it? Come on, man. Boy, I tell you what, certain classes have certain advantages against certain kinds of mobs. Like, you know, where you may struggle against, I don't know, certain enemies or whatever with a particular class. Like, I come through here as a warrior, and this shit could be an issue. It can be. Let's go.
How is it, Vivienne, that you weren't part of the rebellion with the rest of the Southern Mages?
Those of us outside of the circles could not be compelled to revolt.
Ah, nothing like solidarity.
This from a man who hails from a nation where mages kill each other for sport.
Tenacious. Hey, you even spelled that right, tenacious. That's actually a good word. I like that. You know what I'm saying? Respect for the vocabulus, bro. So you've got separate accounts set aside to do this very thing? I mean, like, you don't just do that. You know, you have that shit prepared, right? It's like this is a pastime. This is a career choice you made? Nuke squad, man. Nuke squad. I don't know about John, though. That's awesome. Oh, shit. Oh, man. That's funny. What am I fucking missing here?
I think Blackwall would have liked to have been here for this.
I don't. Does anyone here care what Blackwall likes or doesn't like, or wants or doesn't want, or any of that? All right, we're gonna go nuke the shit out of the. What if we deal with this damn giant? I don't think Static Cage messes with giants too much. This is gonna be interesting. 3 mages and Cassandra. We got all the bases covered though. We got fire, ice, lightning, all that shit. I don't know. Well, thanks, John. Eyes John suspiciously. Thanks, man. I think. Okay, so why did I even go down there in the first place? I have no idea. Well, we won't be finishing this tonight, will we? Got a good bit of progress, though. Go take the keep. Keep is what? This way? No? Where is it? That way? That way, huh? Yeah, that's it. We're gonna have time to do this. Why is he standing over here behind the fucking house? Pussy? Give him the fight. Oh, don't resurrect me now, bitch. Don't even bother. Guess that's everybody. The whole party split up there. That was weird. I'm not used to running with 3 ranged characters, so not like this, anyway. Oh well. It's all good. Okay, are they all dead now? They are now. Lesson. Number 1 lesson. Kill all archers early. Yeah, I'll tear that wall down while I'm over here looking. Brutal, man.
More red lyrium. Well,
takes a deep and shaky breath. These guys are really bored. Let's time them out again. Look, if somebody's being intentionally annoying in chat, just... There you go, Musa, just chill. There you go. Just chill. I mean, I don't know. If you're bothering people in chat on purpose, just, I mean, like, there's, well, I don't have to tell you there's no purpose for that because you already know that, so. I'm trying to sort of pay attention. Say, Grouchy, you shouldn't have to tell anybody, neither should anybody else have to tell anybody more than once to be respectful, as far as that goes, you know, and I don't mean be respectful in terms of, you know what I mean, respecting the chat. Chatting along to chat, not chatting to, I don't know, some weird attention thing or whatever people do, you know. Don't even worry about it. If someone's being intentionally annoying, that's not what we're here for. You're not hanging out for that yourself, much less anybody else. So if everyone makes it clear that that shit is unacceptable, deal with it. Oh my god, take that, you bitches. Take that, you bitches.
Watch your step, darling.
Dude, this is nasty. Like, this... Like, okay, all I'm looking at is we don't have anything. Cassandra's using the shit we found at, what, back in Crestwood? No, you're not sorry. It'd be better that you just didn't say you're sorry when you're not. Don't do something on purpose and say you're sorry for it later. Either stand on it or stop. But all that doing what you're doing and then say just... That's some empty shit. Like, that's a bad practice to follow in life, much less here in the stream. Anyway. Yeah, we don't have anything. Imagine if we were rocking, like, just gear. Yeah, this is so... this giant's gonna be the test here. Let's save. Oh, I can't save. I can't save. That sucks. Can I? Yeah, I can. This is going to tell the story. I'm sorry, so what they're saying is funny. It may be annoying, but it's funny. I'm not gonna lie, it's funny. Where's the giant? The giant. Right. I gotta go turn in my study materials, man. Hey, when you capture the keep, they don't have a research table there, do they? The research table is just at Skyhold, right? No, he doesn't. He actually really doesn't need to chill out with those. Actually, he really doesn't. Okay, is this the one with the big tree and all the fucking archers? This is the one that gives me the blues. Yeah, it's fixing to be. It's coming up here in a minute. Yeah, this is the one that gives me drama. I hate this. I really, 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 really hate this because this giant is so just full of shit. Oh, I got them all with that shit. I nuked their ass. Sandra hasn't even lost a bar of guard. Look at this bullshit. This is fucking amazing. No pause. No pause. No. Man. Did y'all see that? I gotta do this. It's a level 10 weapon. I remember getting that too. And this is shit we found back at the Storm Coast. Oh shit. There we go. Hey, Mud, what's up? And the cool thing is, I don't think there's anything here that you don't have with the vanilla. You know, without DLC stuff. Let me see. I'm trying to think of any of these upgrades. None of my followers have any of the special upgrades that I know of. Let's see. Okay, that's with the DLC. So the -2 magic resistance, that's always been part of the vanilla game. And I believe we now leave static cage, take constant damage outside. Okay. So the lightning cage, that's always been there. So there's nothing new there. That's really those are the two most important upgrades. Doesn't really matter what you do with anything else. Frost Step, okay, Frost Step has always been there. That's always been there. I think these are all vanilla upgrades, pretty sure. This one is bonus spirit damage. Yep, because the new one is enemies cower in place. They don't move, which is good if you're playing a melee character and you've got Dorian with you in your party, and he strikes terror, you don't want them running away where you can't catch them. So, but this I've got. This is the normal upgrade. And then I think this one might be new. But you know what? It really comes out about the same thing. This one is the one where the barrier holds longer instead of gets a reduced cooldown. I think that's the original upgrade. So this would be the only one that's an exception. I like the longer one because I just don't have to think about barrier as much, to be honest. With this one, you get barrier more often. So it kind of works out the same, I guess. Having a longer barrier, and then with Vivian having a stronger barrier. Like, see, this would be good for me to have. I've got that with both my other mages. Any barriers they create are stronger. Mine are weak sauce, but mine are just a buff. The barrier idea is just a buff. It's for mana regen. With the Knight Enchanter, you've got this. Oh, where is it? Yeah, as long as you're near you're near an enemy, period, your mana regen goes up another 50%. And your barrier is 35% decay reduction. So you basically get the same 5-second bonus I'm getting, basically. Right? Stronger barrier. Yeah, stronger barrier, longer barrier, and mana regen. So that just totally stacks with this. And then you've got a stronger barrier here too. And your barrier is your barrier is, it's protection. Fine, great, lovely. It blocks attacks. That's awesome. You wish it wasn't, because every time it gets hit, it shortens. You want as long a barrier as possible with as much mana regen as possible, so your mana bar, if your mana bar goes up twice as fast, it's like having twice as much mana, right? Basically. So, especially once you, also the key is this. This is the key to this build. A key to this build. Mana regen, and then this right here. Once you've got some mana regen going, you've got this. It's a free cooldown period for a spell every 10 seconds for every critical. Every hit should be a critical. I build my mage like I do my reaver. First I get my critical chance into the 60s, 70s, and then I deal with nothing else but critical damage. Because the beautiful thing about a mage, you ignore armor. So armor doesn't even factor into critical damage. Your criticals are lower, and that's why. Because you disrespect armor. You don't, armor's irrelevant. The only thing that counts is barriers and magic resistance. And certain enemies have higher magic resistance. But then you've got this. Your barrage, every time you hit them, it reduces their magic resistance by 2%. Now check this out. Each hit from energy barrage, which is what, 12 hits, right? Yeah, 12 projectiles, right? Each hit from energy barrage lowers the target's resistance to your staff's magic type, all right? Each hit by 2% for probably about 5 seconds, right? And then it probably eventually starts over. But the thing is if your staff is a magic type of electric, like mine, then the enemy's resistance to your damage, your staff type, means that your enemy is now weaker to all your damage type, because your static cage is also doing bonus electric damage, right? So even enemies that are immune to electric start taking electric damage. I mean, it's ridiculous. But enemies that are weak to electric, you destroy them. I mean, you destroy them like those Darkspawn back in that cave. It's never been that easy. That shit's just stupid. And it would work for ice and stuff like that. But if I were doing an ice build or a fire build, why I pitched into electric is if I'm already using electric cage, and that keeps enemies bundled, right? I got Cassandra pulling groups with her grappling chain. That's another thing I've got in here that's part of the DLC. She's got a grappling chain that pulls groups of enemies, but it very rarely applies. I've only seen her pull a couple enemies, like just a couple times, so it doesn't apply all the time. It doesn't like make or break the build. She doesn't even need grappling chain. She just needs Warcry. So you could probably save all that. It just happens to be in the same tree that Horn of Valor is. So I'm like, let her use it. Fuck it. We'll go get Horn of Valor anyway. If you can keep them grouped around Cassandra and then keep them grouped in Electric Cage, if Cassandra does a shield bash, and you've got her critical chance high, she gets 50% of that damage in electric damage also on top of that, and she may hit every enemy around her. So if you've got them all clustered like this, and at static cage, what it does is if they try to leave, it pulls them back in and paralyzes them, and deals more damage and makes them pay for it. It spanks you. Static cage just spanks your enemies in mobs. So anyway, but none of this really requires DLC. Not really. Now the belt and the sigil that I'm getting, those are DLC items. And what that's going to do is it's going to increase my damage by 30%. I think the enhanced belt, if I ever get it, which I haven't even gotten it yet, if I get that, that would increase my damage. I'd substitute that for like a belt of focus to pull your focus ability off more. If you like using your Mark of the Rift. If not, then that'd probably be it, because you're gaining bonus focus for your entire party. That lets Vivian heal everybody more. That lets Varric go berserk more often. That lets Cassandra give everybody guard, and makes your mana and stamina regen a lot faster every once in a while. Bonus focus is always good. I mean, it's good for everything, because your focus abilities can be the strength of your party. And if you're pulling your focus abilities off twice as often, if everybody's got like an enhanced or superb belt of focus, everybody, you use your focus ability basically twice as often, and that can be huge. So anyway, that would be my thoughts on that. Okay, this is the wrong way. Right on. Send by Crunchy. By Crunchy. That just sounds awesome. Oh, man. I hate to say it, but I'm kind of stuck in my ways on this game. I've got a certain set way of setting the party. Basically, if I find a way where I don't have to stop and use the tactical menu at all, my party just does their job, I'm happy. I'm good. That's why you hear me cry so loud when someone like Cassandra's just standing there and someone's not doing their job, because I'm spoiled to them doing their job. So if every once in a while they're not, it jumps out like really quick. Like you immediately notice, okay, somebody's tripping. The AI just broke because I've got somebody just standing there, or somebody's running the wrong direction. Oh, nice. Decorative pommel. That's a tier 3 item. Decorative pommel. Okay, now watch this. Watch. I'm gonna just totally fuck this up. A barrier on myself. Now watch how fast my mana goes back up. Your barrier basically pays for itself. And then a combo, then get your fucking terror in there and try to get a barrage off before your static cage goes away, and you get double hits on your barrage. Basically everything in your barrage hits twice, so you get 24 hits, basically. They're not all at full strength, but who gives a shit? And I don't think anybody lost any health. In fact, when your mage is finished with a full bar of guard, you're doing all right.
Doesn't matter. All true. Particularly the part with the grapes and feathers.
Oh, I was leading towards that one, actually.
Fucking Cassandra and Dorian are friends now and shit. Like, she's asking him about rumors about Tevinter, and he, like, before she even gets a chance to finish, he's like, oh yeah, that's totally true. Even that part. And she's like, oh, I was actually about to ask you about that. Okay, then. They become friends. Initially, they weren't talking like that when they first start hanging out, but the more you travel with them together, the cooler they get. Yeah, it did go. That did go smoothly. Actually, smoother than I thought. Let's see how old Demon Lips up here acts. Oh, we still got one. Oh, we got the assassin up here. I forgot about this. Oh, this ought to tell it. Now, I want to see what Cassandra can tank all that shit. Okay, I need to get over there. He's immune. He's totally immune. That's no good for me. Yeah, she didn't lose anything. I mean, she may have lost a little guard in there somewhere, but... We're playing with bullshit. I mean, literally, some of the stuff we got back in Crestwood and stuff, it's just deep. It's whatever we picked up. I haven't crafted anything yet. If we had, like, high critical stuff, master crafted stuff, giving us reduced spell costs, bonus damage, bonus focus, etc., etc., etc. Speaking of focus belts, who has the focus belts anyway? Hold on. I got that. All right, he's got ice. That's why he's a little squishy right now. She's got a belt. She's got a belt. The superb belt of focus. Probably on Varric. He's probably got it on. Huh. Interesting. Probably having something to do with the Trespasser DLC and all the Illuvian shit there, then. I guess that would be the one that Meryl was dealing with, too? I'm guessing. Shut up, dude.
Call me.
You're a
Make a. Wait. True to my name, I will.
It should be worrying.
No.
If you won't be smart, be afraid.
Anybody lost anything? I don't think so. I know he's immune to electric, but you know what? Gotta get that guard down somehow. I don't think his guard's immune to that. Staggers, bitch ass. Always gets that free round of fucking guard, man, when he's almost dead. Kicking the shit out of this bitch. Somebody finally lost health. And then Vivian comes in and just fucking nukes the whole place with heals, man. I see you, Vivian. Man, Cassandra's knocking that bitch back into a corner, too. Oh, yeah, whole nother bar guard. God damn it. So I can take him a lot faster, down a lot faster than this with the warrior. That's equipped, but that's alright. Should have changed staff types for this. He'd have been dead by now. If I'd have changed. I just wanted to see if we could do it with electric. Oh, 3 pure spirit? Yes. Generates mana or stamina. Oh, that's kind of nice. Got Cassandra's shield, too. I don't have to make one. That's good enough. I think she gets bonus damage, and I let her finish the game with that. Very cool. I still need some of that spider bullshit? Seriously? Yeah, it sucks to be you. Someone's going to kick you off the wall as soon as we're done raising this flag.
Saying you wouldn't rather live in a land where mages aren't herded into cages like dogs?
Which land is that? The one where mages are feared and despised as tyrants?
I'm the first to admit magisters aren't perfect, but...
Ah, your worship. Welcome. I am Baron Edouard Des... I am pleased to meet you. Ambassador Mon...
Any new...
Scout, we are trying to secure resort...
Any new...
Not currently, and as they say...
Requisitions. Yeah, there's no research material thing. Wish I could turn that shit in. I've got a bunch of it. Let's see, what do I got? I love this fucking... This is my favorite music right here. This one gives me chills. I just love it. Love it, love it, love it. 30%? No shit. I could put that in my armor. Put that in my armor. Kind of want damage, though. And put that in Cassandra's armor right there. Yep. That's... Yeah, that's going in my armor. Or weapon. Either one. Doesn't matter. I don't know who composed this song right here, but this is the shit. Some epic shit. It's just epic. Like, all right. Trying to think as far as armor goes. Not sure. Let me see. Okay. I don't have any dragon webbing. I don't even have any yet. Oh, we gotta go kill some fucking dragons. Oh, you know what? I may not have killed that dragon yet. Let's go kill a dragon. I gotta have dragon webbing. Let's go kill that dragon right now. Right now. Right now. I said right now. Let's see. Let me give my character some good stuff, though. I love this shield. I mean, I really like this shield. 17... Fucking seriously? Where's she at? Yeah, we don't need that. We're gonna destroy this fucking dragon. Kick her ass off. Kick her ass off. Off of her body. Just completely off of her body. That's fucking awesome. I love this song. What? What, the one in the hinterlands? Electricity's fixing to destroy that dragon. I mean, destroy it. I want that belt to focus, and I don't think we've killed that dragon yet. I don't remember what we did on this character. I just assumed it was dead already. That's the Storm Coast. Oops. No, hinterland's right here. What the fuck am I doing? YOLO! YOLO! We shall kill the thing. Morden Storm. Oh no. You know, what'd be good is to have the staff of Turda, Brataccas, as an off weapon. In case, you know, if you're up against or what do they call it? Staff of the Drake or whatever. They have some that have like dragon slaying runes already kind of built in. I've seen those before too. I forget what they're, Drake Slayer or Drake's something. I don't know. Damn, it's after 6 o'clock. This is crazy. Oh, fuck it. I want to go kill a dragon. This is the party for it right here too. I got skills. I got skiznils. Okay, what did I want to do? Hold on. Something else. I'm getting that right now. Oh yeah. YOLO. YOLO. Get some of this Royal El Frizzute.
She's taking flight.
Hit me with fireballs now if you want to, bitch. That's right. I'm all up in your crib looking around and shit like I'm just fixing to loot the place, which I am. Like I own the place, which I do. Like you're a bitch to me, which you are. Where's that last one at? Oh, there it is. Oh, shit. Roasted Vivian's ass. Like, seriously? Sorry about that, Viv. You alright? You mad, bitch? Guess what? You're still mad. Hold on, let me think. Fucks given, 0. 0 fucks given, yeah. Oh, she's gonna fucking dive bomb and shit now and totally change the game up and shit? Oh, and start spamming her fireballs and shit now too? She can't do any of what she's doing right now, but apparently she's just decided that she's gonna go ahead and switch the game up completely. She's gonna keep flying. Yeah, get your fucking ass out of here. Bitch. I'm ready. Well. Why is she broken? She's broken, man. Why is she over there? See, she scales with you. I think that's cool. fucking potion! Bitch.
Is everyone all right? That last burst of flame nearly roasted us.
That's why I didn't have the superior belt to focus. What does this do? Poison? Yeah. 4 dragon? I need 6. Yeah, we're gonna have to go. Oh, you got to be fucking kidding. That ain't even worth it, though, really. I ain't gonna keep that. That's not even worth it. But. Alright. None of this is worth anything. what the actual fuck? I'll do it. Yeah, I guess I got my stuff. I hope I did. Yeah.
I'm going to guess they weren't out here just to watch the pretty birds.
Okay. Yeah, we need 2 more dragon webbing. It may need a lot more than that, actually. But lots of little babies. Mother of the Year award. It was worth 50 XP. I mean, that's a codex. Hey. What are you suggesting, that I'm an XP whore? Who, me? Since I didn't grab them before, let me go ahead and grab the these little keystone, whatever the fuck these things are. Yeah, I'm gonna grab these, and then I'm probably gonna call it for the evening or the morning. No intention of staying up this late. I haven't even gone to turn in any of these shards. I need to go open up all the spirit doors at least to get... I don't think they give you but 1 or 2. And I need more than that. I think I've got 6 now. So... I know you need at least 9. I think you need more like 11 or 12 to make a superb spirit rune. I think it takes a little more. I think the cheapest are frost, if I remember right. I do. I need some armor made out of it. It'd probably be light. Light, mobile. You know what I'm saying? It's just because I stop walking doesn't mean my character has to. I didn't do that. It's controlling itself now. When your jump mechanics and movement are shit, but you require jump mechanics and movement to do something. It can be frustrating.
Not a sign of civilization anywhere to be seen.
Can I walk 2 feet? Just 2 feet. That's all I'm asking.
Honestly, how many keys does one ancient temple really need?
That's a good question. Seriously? How many fucking keys?